Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Marital rifts, emotional labyrinths, a soulful journey about betrayal and self-redemption is about to unfold. Imagine, your beloved partner suddenly proposes divorce, and you find that you no longer love her. What kind of experience is that? From the chance encounter in a bar, to the secret affair with a colleague, to the late-night heart-to-heart with a friend, every decision could change the course of your life. Follow me to unravel the layers of fog in this story. My wife had once cheated on me. Once was enough. I'm sure she felt she had everything under control and was shocked by how I handled it. The events that unfolded were very ordinary. We've been married for 15 years, things have gotten rather boring. We grew distant, living under the same roof in different rooms. She withdrew herself from me. At some time, I realized we weren't partners, confidants, or lovers. She dropped too many hints. I investigated and dug it, found out that she had had an affair, at least an emotional one. She began protesting to me. It was routine, and I'd grown tired of hearing her complaints and derision over the years. With this new evidence, I not only heard her but also listened. She wasn't happy with our marriage. She had fallen out of love with me. It seemed obvious to me. If I had sought to bring up the fact that she was wrong, we may have fixed our relationship. I loved her, and we could save our marriage. She would have simply isolated herself from me even more. She just looked at me, and I could see another crack in our relationship. To hell with it all, I said to myself as I finished my beer. I kept thinking about our last argument. I was looking for a method to win her back. After all, she was mine. It seemed I told myself that every time I tried harder to bring my wife back, she drifted further away from me. I stayed up late at night with my wife to sleep in our large family bed, nursing my wounded feelings. Somewhere along the line, my mind kicked in, and a new way of thinking emerged. Why was I arguing with her about her feelings? Indeed, why at that point? I knew that everything my wife had told me was correct. The truth was something I couldn't simply ignore or persuade her out of. She was sharing her emotions with me, and here I was battling with her, telling her she was incorrect and that she wasn't truly feeling those emotions. How foolish was that? How do you tell someone they are mistaken about their emotions? It abruptly came to a halt. She felt exactly what she felt. So why dispute about it? So how was I feeling? Strange, no, it was unusual because as I sat in the darkness on the couch, reflecting on my recent connection with my wife, I realized that I too was unhappy. I was no longer certain that I loved her. I was enamored with the prospect of still being together and married to my beautiful wife, but that wasn't genuine, was it? This insight left me shaken. It took me some time to get everything together, but now I had an action plan. If it worked or not at that point, I didn't care, since I knew what I was doing, and what she was doing wasn't working. What exactly does this mean? Insanity is defined as repeatedly trying the same thing that didn't work every time, so I'm hoping it works this time. I smiled as I tossed my beer bottles into the trash can and chose to sleep in the guest room. It was all part of the plan. Tom, Sarah opened the door to the guest bedroom and turned on the lights, depriving me of sleep. Why are you sleeping in the guest room? I struggled to adjust my eyes to the bright light. I stayed awake late. I didn't want to disturb you, I explained. She looked at me and then shuffled off to the kitchen to get some coffee. I don't drink coffee since I have the capacity to wake up and be awake right away. I went into the shower to prepare for the confrontation today. My step was bouncy. Sarah sat across from me in the living room. I was in my customary position on the sofa. Sarah squeezed your fists. She seemed upset, and I sensed she was ready to say something. Tom, she started, this is not working. I'm disappointed that I lost, and I don't think I love you anymore. I said, and glanced at her. She stopped and then proceeded, Tom, I know we've been together a long time, but I believe we should seek a divorce. The term remained in the air. I smiled as she nervously looked at me. That sounds nice, dear, I said. She blinked. Tom, have you heard me? I nodded. Yes, I heard you. You think it's not working. You do not love me. Do you want a divorce? I agree. So do you understand now? She was perplexed. I stood up and approached her. I kneeled down in front of her. Sarah, I cannot change how you feel. You do not love me. How could I argue against that? Could I inform you that you were mistaken? No, you do not love me. To be honest, I didn't always adore you. If you feel you can't live with me anymore, well, again, how could I argue with that? Sarah looked at me like I was crazy. However, I could tell she appreciated my inability to understand what she said. Wait, you said you did not love me? She asked. There were times when I felt similarly to you. She was slightly shaken. She had been replaying this small scene in her head the entire time. She never expected me to behave this way. I enjoyed seeing how her emotions were reflected on her face. So did I say anything else? I have to depart tonight, so I'd prefer to resolve things now if you don't mind. Are you leaving right now? I stood up and started putting on my jacket, preparing to depart. Oh no, Tom, where are you going? I am leaving. I believe I will hit a couple bars. I suppose I'll start looking for someone else instead of you right now. I waved farewell and left her sitting in the chair, her mouth gaping. I opened the nearest bar. There I ordered a bourbon and sat at a table distant from the bustle. I got out my phone and started another section of my strategy. I called a co-worker, Emily, who worked in my department and was well known for spreading corporate gossip. Playing the character of a poor abandoned spouse, I solemnly told her about my talk with my wife, particularly how she had startled me with her plea for a divorce. I contacted her for the wrong reason. I was in the bar drowning my sorrows in whiskey, and I might not show up for work the next day. I could hear the wheels churning in her mind. Emily and I had occasionally flirted at work, and she was unmarried. The next thing I remember is Emily inviting herself out with me for the evening, claiming to look after me and be the friend I needed at a time when I was so vulnerable and emotional. I met Emily at a bar where I knew my wife and her friends frequently went. Was I worried that someone may see me? You are aware that my marriage appears to have ended. My wife did not love me, and I did not love Sarah at the time. Emily looked great. She arrived fast, dressed nicely and seductively, possibly hoping to reach me before someone else did. At least it is what I would like to believe. But when she saw me, she was startled because my body language and mood did not correspond to the information I had given her over the phone. My smile did not help either. Tom, what's happening? She inquired, sitting beside me with a perplexed gaze. I raised my hand and pointed at my ring finger, which was now bare. She wants a divorce. This is how she feels. Why should I oppose it? I called the server over and asked for another drink. Emily ordered her normal cosmopolitan. Tom, on the phone, you appeared more upset, she said. We've been unhappy for a while. I eventually understood that I may not love her as much as I once did. She wants the divorce, so you know what? I'm not going to resist this. She wants to leave? Fine. I am not going to lie there forgotten and neglected. Emily took a long swallow of her cocktail, then stared at me. Now I understood I was having an impact on this woman. Whatever my attitude, I could tell it was puzzling her. Perhaps we should dance? I didn't wait for her reaction. I simply grabbed her hand and brought her to the dance floor. Tom, what are you going to do? I held her close to me. I'll give her whatever she thinks she wants. I am going to do whatever I want. Right now, I want to dance with you. In fact, I've wanted to dance with you for a long time. She glanced into my eyes and smiled. If you want to get back at her. I raised an eyebrow. Maybe. She pushed her entire body against mine. I'm feeling comfy and toasty. I'm fine with that. She exhaled. We lost track of time. It was so lovely not having to call home to let Sarah know when I'd be back. Emily was entertaining and intelligent, and we flirted all evening. She was totally mine. She knew it. I knew it. But I did not take her home with me. It felt great to know that someone desired me. My wife had injured my ego, but Emily had strengthened it. Furthermore, I believe Emily was a more lovely woman than Sarah. We kissed in the parking lot near her car. I opened the door for her and smiled, "See you tomorrow at work." She nodded. I made it plain that I needed to have some fun right now and was not about to commit to another woman. You might not be so subtle. Emily knew I was now searching for someone for myself. I'm confident that by the end of the day tomorrow, all of the ladies in the organization will know about it. I'd want to inform you that I'm a calm man. To be honest, I was excited to rub this in Sarah's face. Where have you been? Sarah snapped at me as I entered the house. She was in bed, but as soon as she heard me enter, she rose to greet me. I put my coat in the closet and began to undress for bed. I went outside, I said. I told you that I was going. Why should you care? Tom, I was terrified you'd do something horrible to yourself. I smiled at her. Sarah, I understand how you feel. I'm fine with it. Do you desire a divorce? I would gladly offer you one. I don't want to force you to live with someone you no longer love. I took my pillow and clothes for the next morning and went to the guest room. Tom, Sarah cried out cautiously. I stopped transferring my belongings to the other hand. What she looked down, she could face me. I do not comprehend. I mean, you do not have to sleep in another bed. Are you saying you'll sleep in another bed, move out of our bedroom? I didn't want to make things easy for her. She gasped, wiping away a tear. Fine, I did not intend that. I mean, you can share my bed, that is if you choose to. If you do not want to, so I think I could move to another room. She was nervous. She had never considered truly moving out of her bedroom before. She held her breath, terrified that I would make her do precisely that. I spared her misery. Okay, this bed is more comfortable. I'll remain with you if it's not too much hassle. Her expression brightened. Oh yes, that would be great. I mean, that is not a problem for me. Then it settled. I said, tossing the pillow back on the bed. She wanted to talk, but I was exhausted and advised her to go to bed. We will not have time to chat later. Indeed, by the following evening, 3 ladies at work had made approaches on me. I even had a friend offer me his sister's phone number. She was a widow who had struggled to find someone to date. I scheduled dates for the coming week with all 4 women, including one with Emily. I kept this evening clear since I needed to speak with Sarah. We needed to sort things out. I think she needed to lead her own life. I got home and faced Sarah. Laura noticed you last night at the pub. She mentioned you were with a woman. Who the hell was she? What did you do together? Laura noted you two appeared to be extremely comfortable together. I could have erupted on her. I could have yelled at her, labeled her an easy woman for hanging out with men, ignoring me and moving away from me, but I didn't. I smiled and informed her that I'd answer the questions after I changed. She attempted to challenge me, but I ignored her and went to change into my own clothing. Once comfortable, Sarah was staring at me intently. She was ready to battle. Her eyes were closed to tears, but her body was stiff with rage. It was Emily from work. I informed her. I did not refute it. I'm sure she expected me to start making excuses, but I did not. What did you do together? She asked accusingly. I looked at her and simply said, "You're on a date." Are you on a date? She screamed. I nodded and proceeded to speak gently. You have no rights. We are married. What makes you believe you can achieve that? I rose up, took a drink from the kitchen, and then sat down again. She remained standing, peering closely at me, waiting for my reaction. "Why should this affect you?" I asked. She looked at me, jaw dropped. "We are married. Do you desire a divorce? Don't you?" She nodded, uncertain of her voice. "You claimed you didn't love me, correct?" I said. "I am not in love with you." She corrected me. "I agree with you, Sarah. You are no longer in love with me. So why shouldn't I look for love with someone else? Do you desire a divorce? You do not love me. What reason do I have to stay with you?" She sat down and slumped into her chair. "What will the people say? Don't you know what that looks like? Laura is now spreading rumors around town that my husband is dating a trashy lady." I hissed, "Don't ever call Emily a trashy lady. She was a perfect lady, and I was a gentleman last night. She intentionally went on a date with a married man." I referred to it as a promiscuous woman, so I shouted aggressively, standing up and pacing in front of her. So I yelled aggressively, standing up and pacing in front of her. "She is not married, and if she is a promiscuous woman, what do you describe a married lady who intentionally dates other men without her husband's knowledge?" Sarah was staring at me. She was speechless. I could see her mind working. How much does he know? She went into a panic. "What's that got to do with me?" she exploded. I simply gazed at her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. I stayed mute. She noticed it on my face. I could tell her body was starting to quake again. "How much do you know?" "Enough," I shouted. "I don't care if you slept with them or not. You understand, my dear, when you decided to end our marriage, I knew it was over. I am not going to cry about it. I am moving on. I am going to take care of myself, considering that I have no assistance from my wife at home." I got up and went into the kitchen. Dinner was not ready. I chose to make something for myself. She could cook for herself. She then entered the kitchen and watched me complete my food. "I'm extremely sorry," she told me. I put away the dishes and turned to face her. "I'm sorry too. I think you should be aware that I have plans for the remainder of the week, so don't expect me home early. If you'd prefer, I can sleep in the guest room." She did not respond. I went upstairs to bed. I chose to sleep in the guest room. I'm sure Sarah had a restless night. I met Anna after work. She was a sweet blonde, around 35 years old, divorced, and mother of 2 children. We talked over coffee and then did something very foolish. I took her to play laser tag, a team game that uses safe laser weapons and sensors to track strikes. Yes, it was 2 adults versus 10 teens who all ganged up on us and continued to annihilate us as they had at the beginning of each game. Anna enjoyed it. I enjoyed sitting and conversing with her after we've been murdered, waiting for the next round to begin. During the final game, we were both killed, so we collapsed side by side and feigned to die. I drew her close to me while we were lying there and kissed her. She kissed me back. Then we had a lovely supper, and now I want her to go back to her place where we kissed goodbye. She said her goodbyes before we kissed, and she made me promise that I would ask her out again shortly. I readied myself for another fight with Sarah when I returned, but she appeared calm. "Hello," she said. I smiled and greeted her as I undressed from the date. "It appears you had a fantastic time," she informed me. Her emotions were hidden. "That is true. Thank you for noticing. How was your evening?" We spoke for the first time in months. We sat down and spoke till late in the night. I listened to her, and she listened to me. I'd never had intercourse with anyone else, Tom. "I swear to you," she admitted. I kissed a few males and discussed my feelings with Justin at work. He wanted more from me, but I wasn't prepared. "Sarah, I am certain we are both too responsible for this. Even though you did not have sex with anyone else, you still deceived me. We were a team. I'm grateful you didn't cheat on me before asking for divorce. I genuinely admire you for it. I should have listened to my feelings rather than disputing with them. Yes, she agreed. We sat silently for a while. Tom, I am confused right now. I'm not sure if I want a divorce. I smiled. Let me know when you figured it out. I'm not kicking you out of the house, and I do not intend to leave anytime soon. Tom, I was already awake and going to go to bed. Were you still planning to see Emily? Yes, I am currently seeing both her and others. Do whatever you want to do. Figure things out. I need to do what's best for myself. If we end up divorcing, it was not meant to be. I went to the guest bedroom. She followed me and paused in the doorway. Tom, as I removed my shirt, I turned to look at her. Please come back to bed. I paused. Do you think that is wise? Tears ran down her face. I do not know. I just want you now. I stretched out to her, and she threw herself into my arms sobbing. She was perplexed. She wasn't sure how to feel. I carried her back to our bed. I hugged her while we fell asleep. Danielle was a good buddy of mine. She was a fan, and we frequently discussed the latest TV series and fandom topics. We were in a nice bar with live music, which she wanted to go to, but none of her friends or companions were interested that evening. I took her with me. It was enjoyable, and while we had flirted at work, there was no connection between us as romantic partners. We had a great time, but we were only friends. That was enough for the both of us, and I arrived home early. I arrived at the house to find a car parked in the driveway. My jealousy flared up briefly, but I quickly calmed down and reminded myself that this would never happen. Happens, there is no point in worrying. I heard this from my psychiatrist while undergoing treatment for my phobia of flying. Instead of worrying and thinking, oh God, I'm about to board a plane, he made me switch to an enthusiastic, anticipating tone, God, I'm going to board an aircraft. I cannot wait. It took some experience, but it generally worked in the near run. Given the uncertainty of what to expect, I repeated my chant and opened the door to discover Sarah seated there, speaking with Laura, one of her friends. Tom, I didn't expect you to return so early, Sarah said. Laura's eyes flashed daggers at me. She said nothing. The work was finished early, so here I am. Do you need some privacy? Sarah and Laura exchanged looks. Laura then rose off the couch. I should go. Sarah, I will chat to you soon. Laura gave me a scornful look, said nothing, and then left. I apologize for intruding. I did not mean to interrupt your evening, I spoke to her. Do not be stupid, Tom. This is your journey from home to home. When was the last time she lived here? Have you eaten? She asked me. There were leftovers from what she and Laura had presumably shared. I poked at the food as she was busy cleaning up the kitchen. How are you? I asked. She sat down. I'm fine. I believe I asked Laura over to discuss, but she simply puzzled me further. How is this so? She wanted me to throw you out, change the locks, and divorce your ass. My key still works, therefore I assume you didn't have time to call a locksmith. She laughed. Do not be silly. I had to tell her that I was the one who asked for the divorce. What rights do I have over you now that I've told you this? I peered deeply into her eyes. That last bit was a question she dearly wanted answered. I wanted to leap up and calm her anxieties to assure her that I still belonged to her, but I didn't. I said nothing. In the past, my assurances would have driven her away. Perhaps this new non-committal approach will have a different effect on her. Shifting the subject, I blurted out, I am afraid I have some awful news. My planned date for tomorrow night has been cancelled. Now I am stuck with concert tickets. Maybe you'd rather go with me than another girl? Her expression brightened. Oh Tom, I'd love to. I mean, if you want. I shrugged. So I could offer these tickets to someone at work. No, she replied firmly. I mean, I'd be thrilled to go. Do you want to travel with me? She flushed and nodded. Are you certain? I asked. Yes, she whispered. I smiled. This may be fun. I broke the news to Rachel. She is disappointed, but that is life in the dating world. Sarah was dressed and ready to go when I picked her up from work. She looked nice. She dressed to impress. I was pretty sure she dressed that way to impress me. I knew little about this band. Rachel had suggested we attend this concert, so I purchased the tickets. They were good, loud, but excellent. I wasn't shocked when you ran into Rachel. Sarah was taken aback by Rachel's beauty, and she realized she would have been my date tonight. I apologized to Rachel, who looked at Sarah. Rachel, this is Sarah. Sarah was meant to be my date tonight, but something happened. When I introduced Sarah, I always addressed her as my wife. This time I chose not to, and Sarah noticed immediately. Rachel, it's wonderful to meet you. I am Mrs. Donaldson. She stared Rachel directly in the eyes, and something happened between the two women. Rachel was thoughtful enough to apologize and mention that she had seen me at work the next day. Sarah was fuming with rage. Tom, where's your wedding ring? I shrugged. At home. I took it off when you requested a divorce. I don't need it anymore. Sarah was again at a loss for words. To be honest, I enjoyed the rendering process, I said. Sarah, we haven't divorced yet. I smiled and focused on the music. Several times I went to the bar to refill our glasses. Sarah was always keeping a close eye on me. Every time I was in the bar, a woman would approach me, and we would converse. I laughed once, and she did not give me her phone number. Sarah saw everything but said nothing. Actually, I am not a women man. I can flirt occasionally, but I've always been respectful and never pushy. After Sarah requested a divorce, I freed myself to be free. I learned I had a fairly blunt way of flirting, and now that my control was gone, I realized I didn't have to hold back. I wasn't the most attractive person around, but I was always clever, and I discovered that ladies like my sense of humor and candor. Sarah noticed me doing something for the first time in a long time. I believe it astonished her, but she must have recognized that the same tricks, movements, and flips had previously captivated her heart. Tonight, I believe she recalled exactly that. She remained silent all the way home. I too was mute. When we arrived home, we proceeded to prepare for bed. Tom, where's your wedding ring? I pointed to the sock drawer in the dresser. She walked over and opened it. She reached in and pulled the gold ring out. She stared at it and then at me. The weight of the symbol impacted her, causing her eyes to well up with tears. It is yours now, I told her. I believe you should toss it away or sell it. She stared at me. What shall I do with it? She asked hesitantly. I believe whatever you want. The ring symbolizes our love for each other and our marriage. It was once used as a shield, signaling to others that the wearer was unavailable. I really doubt that most people understand and comprehend what this symbol means. I know that this ring helped me avoid other women. I hope your ring does the same for you since you opted not to live with me anymore. I believe I no longer require this emblem to protect me. It just reminds me of who you used to be. I looked her directly in the eyes until she met mine. When the time comes, you can decide what to do with this ring. I approached her, and your fingers wrapped around the gold band. She watched me and accepted responsibility. Tom, I had just fallen asleep when she called out to me. Thank you for this evening. I really enjoyed the concert and spending time with you. Anytime. I fell back asleep. In the morning, breakfast was awaiting me. Sarah had prepared eggs and bacon. She was a great cook, and I appreciated her efforts. Sarah hadn't taken off her wedding and engagement rings, which caught my attention. I also noticed her fussing with them as she ate alongside me. Laura called me into work that morning. Laura, I'm surprised to hear from you. What can I do for you? Lunch today at 12:30 at Bohemia. She hung up, and I stared at the dead hand, saying I didn't know what to expect for lunch. I didn't know Laura well. Sarah had befriended you at work. She appeared polite, but had never been very kind towards me. She was one of Sarah's pals, and they frequently talked together. I walked into the bar where I had invited Emily that first evening. She was already seated at a table with a white linen tablecloth and waved to me. Her expression was stiff and angry. This talk would probably not be nice. Laura glared at me as soon as I sat down. After my order was taken, "What the hell are you doing? Sarah is in anguish, and you are pulling this ridiculous stunt by dating other women in front of her." For the first time, I felt myself blushing. It was a combination of humiliation and wrath. I hurriedly sealed my mouth to avoid saying something I would later regret. I recognized right once that anything I said or did at this meal would be reported directly to Sarah. She observed as I recovered control over my emotions. I spent a long time thinking about how to answer. Finally, I started to talk. "Laura, how much do you actually know about Sarah's situation?" "I know her husband is acting like an idiot," she hissed. People around us looked our way. Laura quit talking. "Rubbish, answer my question honestly, and I will answer yours." "I have nothing to conceal." "Do you?" Laura swallowed and was pleased when our server brought her food. At that very moment, I sat and waited. "Sarah is confused," Laura said. "She is so confused that she wants to see other men to clear her mind." I replied sarcastically, "We've been trying to help her figure things out, Laura." "This is where I disagree. Why are you and your friends stepping in to assist her sort out her marriage?" Laura was silent. "Really, what is your business? Sarah is my friend, and so what?" I mentioned that I should be her best buddy, her lover, and life companion. "Don't you think she should have talked to me first if she was having problems? Don't you think she should have come to me to resolve things instead?" She turns to her friends who appear to be such decent and responsible people that they take her to places where she can work out her feelings with other men, men who appear unconcerned that they are kissing another man's wife. Laura turned pale. No, she turned quite pale. It appeared that she had abruptly lost her appetite. Laura had somehow triggered my rage. She was just another naive so-called buddy who wanted to interfere in other people's affairs. "Let me ask you a question, Laura. Were you married?" She shakes her head no. "Have you ever been married?" Another shake. "Do you hold a degree in counseling?" No. "So what gives you the right to advise someone on marriage? You have never been married, so how do you know what it is like? What gives you the right to interfere in someone else's marriage?" She gasped, "But I am her friend, and not from where I am sitting." "How many times have you spoken to me, as far as I can recall?" "This happened once or twice. I've been married to Sarah for 15 years, but when have you ever made the time in your life to meet Todd and get to know your friend's partner? I've been in her life for 15 years and know her better than anyone else. You talk about giving advice, you mention helping her get over this. What the hell do you know about me, aside from what Sarah has told you? What is my point of view?" Laura seemed to be on the verge of tears. I had done my best to deliver the message through her. To Sarah, Laura, Sarah expressed to me her desire for a divorce. She said, and I quote, "I don't love you anymore, Laura." Tell me how I should reply to that? What potential argument could I use to prove she's wrong? She wanted a divorce. Why am I unhappy? I hope she changes her mind. I finished the drink. My supper was half eaten, but I was finished. I rose up and gave Laura one final look. I discovered that other women perceive something in me my wife no longer does. She pushed me away. I did not push her away. I will not put my life on hold because my boyfriend is confused and no longer wants me. I'm attempting to move on. It is entirely up to her how she feels about that. I'm no longer attempting to persuade her, tell her how she should feel. Now I can accept it. With that final sentence, I left before Laura could say anything more. I knew as soon as I left the restaurant, she'd be on the phone with Sarah. I had something to think about right then that evening. I planned to meet Janet. Janet's experience was really positive. She differed from the others. She was a younger black woman who was really lovely and attractive. We were really nice and formal when she first joined our organization. However, a few months later, I told some guys a fairly hot joke, and Jay entered the room behind me just as I was about to deliver the punchline. The men around me noticed her and held their breath as I turned to see her stunned expression. I gave her a fairly cheeky smile and said, "He admitted that's very funny." She remained there for a while with an expression that read, "I can't believe this white guy just said that to me," then busted out laughing with me. She was one of the guys from the start, but by the conclusion of my day with her, she had become completely feminine. Janet let me go further than I had on previous dates, and at the last minute, I was the one who turned down her offer to stay the night. As long as there were difficulties with Sarah that needed to be addressed before I could sleep with another lady. "Tom," Sarah inquired as I settled into bed. "Yes, Tom?" "I need you to take a shower." "Why?" It was dark, the light was turned off, but Sarah's voice was breaking. I could hear her sobs. Please, Tom, if you do not take a shower, I will have to ask you to sleep in the guest room." I was perplexed. What's happening? I turned on the bedside lamp to see my wife. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were moist. She couldn't look me in the eye. "Please, Tom, come back to our bed, but please take a shower." "What is wrong?" "I always shower in the morning." "You already know that, honey." She turned away from me. "You smell like her." "Oh, I smelled like Janet." Yes, I got out of bed. I felt terrible. I gazed at her. She was still facing away from me. "I apologize. I didn't realize." "Listen, I can go to the guest room." "No," she sobbed, "I want you to return to our bed." "I am just." "Tom, I can't take the smell of someone else on you. I simply can't." I apologized. "I want you in our bed. It's awful enough knowing you are seeing other people. I can pretend you are out with the guys. I can't stop my pals from telling me who they've seen you with. I could even meet someone like Rachel and convince myself we're just pals, but now I'm certain I can smell her on you. I can tell by I want you to return to our bed, but only after you have a shower. I can't bear your odor on you." I walked to her side of the bed. I did not linger. I leaned in and kissed her forehead. "I apologize for being inconsiderate. Let me shower first, then return to our bed." The next morning was Saturday, so I slept in. I'd had a long week of going out every night. I felt my age. I hope I don't get a cold or whatever. Sarah woke me up with breakfast, then she inquired about my plans. "I don't have anything scheduled for this weekend," I told her. "Tom," I was still seated at the kitchen table. "What, Tom?" She reached into her pocket and took something out. She came over and knelt in front of me. She opened her hand, and I saw my wedding band. She grabbed my hand and gazed up at me. "Tom, I began to work on our marriage. Perhaps I did not think everything through." She slowly began putting the ring onto my finger. I allowed her. "I still love you," she kept kneeling, waiting for me to say something. I finally spoke. "Do you actually feel this way?" She nodded. "What, no divorce?" She nodded enthusiastically. "How about other men? Is no one else with you?" There it was. Now came the most sensitive portion. "You might think I'm crazy for doing this, but I went ahead anyway. You must accept that I will still occasionally see other women." Sarah gulped. We sat there for a long time, our gazes connected throughout the process. I discovered something about my wife. I was sure in the outcome. Finally, she nodded. I suppose I'm in love with you too. I told her. I grabbed and kissed her. I kissed her fervently. She kissed me back. Sarah turned out to have low self-esteem. I treated her wonderfully. Well, not exactly true. Over the years, we had grown distant. My worst error was not acknowledging her emotions. Every time she expressed her emotions, I argued with her. Do you realize how damaging that is? How arrogant it is for someone to tell another person what they believe is false? All it did was foster anger and hostility toward me over time. I pushed her until she no longer appreciated her possessions. Actually, perhaps it is my fault. However, as time passed, we evolved. Well, she changed, but I never changed. So why would I want to go back to the way I was? I made a guess. She wanted me to return, but we both had changed. She now realized that there were others behind the scenes who were ready to take her position if she chose to go her own path. Do you truly need to see other people? She whimpered. I don't intend to see other males. I looked at her and grinned. Yes, I will do this from time to time. You may be my wife, but I'm your husband. Remember that, and I will not forget about you. She smiled. Yes, she smiled. Take me to bed and show me all I've been missing. Show me what the other girls got from you. Do you think you have everything I need? I asked. I'll simply show you my affection, and maybe you'll be so exhausted that you won't have the energy for another woman. I scooped her up and brought her into the bedroom. I sat her down on the bed, and we both removed our garments with a frenzied pace. Our need and passion erupted as I took her. She then took me, then she took me again. She learned somewhere along the road that because of my stamina, I hadn't slept with any of the other ladies after 15 years. My wife understands what I can accomplish in bed. For the remainder of the day, she gave a knowing smile. I remained mute. What happened on my dates was not something I brought up, neither did she. It was a period in our lives that was best left behind. From then on, I stopped asking her about the men she had kissed, and my wife now looks at me with regard and respect. I would never have dreamed that my strategy would succeed. It wasn't a particularly good plan initially. I was too stubborn to give her the gratification of seeing her hurt her spouse and request a divorce. When I observed how she reacted and accepted that I was seeing other women while she sat at home waiting for me, I decided to pursue my idea further. I gained her back by keeping my distance from her. What don't you have, you want the most. What you have, you want the least. Those are the words that guide my life right now. We are now closer than ever before because we were both freed. So do I see the others? I have not had two yet. The first clue that Sarah is reverting to her former self will lead to our next date. I understand this. She understands this, and we collaborate to not only listen to each other but to genuinely hear. Here is the next story. I am shocked. My husband ended our relationship because of a foolish joke. Have you ever been in a situation when a light-hearted joke among your friends became out of control? That's what happened to me, and now my hubby no longer wants to see me. It all began with a foolish prank that we imagined would elicit laughter and fun, but as the joke progressed, it crossed a line that we had never intended to cross. Some things are best left as is, since you don't know what will happen. It's so horrible that I opted to commit a childish and reckless conduct solely to make my hubby envious. You know the term, let bygones be bygones. I should have used it, not my spouse, who was not involved in the hoax and was extremely upset and betrayed by my actions, despite my apologies and attempts to make things right. He refuses to even speak to me. It's a heartbreaking reminder of how a careless deed can have major ramifications for our relationships. I never expected that a single joke could create such a schism between us. Now I'm left to deal with the aftermath and try to heal the harm that has been done. I never imagined that one day I would be one of my alpha husband's cruel revenge. You know, when you're too carefree, you wind up doing things that will wreck both your and the other person's lives. I wasn't sure what I was doing. I thought I was just having fun, but apparently, the fun had me instead. A minor error redirected me back to the terrible pit I thought I had fled. I regret the day I made that error. I didn't think my spouse would find out. We were playing a game, just having fun with a few buddies at a party. I didn't realize that what I thought was a game was actually cheating. The worst part was that I had to learn the hard way. My pals duped me into doing things I thought were innocent and entertaining, which ended up ruining my life. I know someone who had a similar experience or was in the same circumstance as myself. How did you pick up the broken pieces and make things right in this situation? I know my hubby is quite sensitive and dislikes foolish jokes, but I went ahead with it. I thought we were all having a good time, but he took the joke personally and reacted cruelly. I deeply regret ever starting the prank game since it has put me in a difficult situation and taken away the love of my life. I still don't know how to make John understand that it wasn't my aim to hurt his sentiments and try to mend our relationship. So I was married to John Johnson, male, 33, female, 33. We initially met at the Cheesecake Factory in Dubai. I'd gone there since I was craving some cheesecake. The Cheesecake Factory is my favorite restaurant, but I'm not sure what happened to the bakers that day because I received a very awful cheesecake, which was a disappointment for me. So I demanded to speak with the manager because the cake tasted like it had been cooked 5 days ago. While I was disputing with the staff, John approached and volunteered to assist me. I informed John of my problem, and he graciously took it seriously and directed the personnel to resolve the situation. I'm not sure if it was my fortunate day at the moment, but everything was going well, and they even gave me a free cheesecake. JN requested my phone number in order to apologize for the inconvenience. I informed him he didn't have it, but the guy helped, so I gave him my number. 3 days later, he called and asked that we meet at a restaurant in Burr Heights. I wasn't sure if I should approve or refuse the request, but I decided to agree regardless. So we met, and we really clicked. Our souls clicked, and we spoke as if we were getting to know each other. He then revealed that he is the genuine proprietor of the Cheesecake Factory. I enjoyed how humble he was and how he treated my situation as a priority when I had a disagreement with the employee about the cheesecake. We started getting along and interacting more over social media, particularly WhatsApp. He was an excellent counselor, an intelligent and personable individual, and all that I liked. The first time we spent time together, was it too early for me to develop feelings for him? I mean, is there a set time range for someone to fall? I didn't know how to disclose my love for the guy, so I chose to just go with the friendship flow, even though it wasn't pleasant having to constantly communicate with this person and occasionally going out with him while knowing you have strong feelings for the man. Our friendship grew deeper with each passing day, even though I had a great crush on him, which I had confined to a small cage. At the very least, we were friends and spent more time together. I wasn't used to Dubai, so he'd take me around to different ice cream shops. There was this weekend when he stopped by my aunt's place and invited me to accompany him somewhere. I didn't question much, so I went with him, only to discover that we were going to Jumeirah Beach residence, which was 35 minutes away from Burr Heights. We were pals for about 6 months before I couldn't keep it together any longer. So, I told JN my feelings, and to my surprise, he is stunned by the bomb I just dropped. I won't lie and claim I wasn't apprehensive when I confessed my everlasting love to John. I was certain I was afraid. We went quiet for a few moments when my mind and emotions had given up hope that he would accept my proposal, but little did I know the person was truly processing what I had told him. So, we kissed, and I froze. I honestly couldn't believe it. Do you know, so that's when our romance began? I didn't regret professing my affection for John. I mean, he was an excellent partner to me. I couldn't imagine having anyone else as a partner except him. Yes, we had our ups and downs, but we were able to overcome everything. JN was a God-fearing man, but I wasn't. However, we respected each other's views and religions. We supported one another and decided to grow old together through thick and thin, darkness and brightness. I love John with all of my being, and I still do, which is shocking given the harm he had inflicted in my life. After a year of getting to know each other, he decided he wanted to grow old alongside me, so he proposed in front of our family and friends. I was the happiest woman alive, and everything was running well. John handled everything for me. We were married 3 months after he proposed, despite the fact that our marriage was short-lived. He made me an honest woman. My memories of John will never fade. We had our fair share of bad and good times. We were deeply in love with each other, that is what I know for sure. The following year, he proposed to me, and I obviously accepted. I mean, I saw the love of my life in him, despite his insecurity, perhaps not, but I adored him. I couldn't see myself with anyone else but him. He was my ride or die, my source of joy and happiness. I fell hard for him, every day aware that my small stupid mistakes would cost me everything, including my love. Was it naive or forward? We married after 6 months. We did not want to rush things, so we took our time planning our dream wedding. I'd moved out of my aunt's house after he proposed. We lived happily ever after, when you know he or she is the one and don't want anything to come between you, which is how I felt. He was everything and more. He had no idea that one day he would be my downfall. A year later, I became pregnant. Our lives were wonderful. I was overjoyed that I was going to be a mom. Not only would I be a mother, but I would also be having a child with the person I cared deeply about. 9 months later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. She resembles my husband so much, and I adored her. She was and remains the best gift God has given me. A year later, I invited my aunt and her husband to my marital house since I was planning a surprise retirement and welcome back party for him, now that he would no longer be working overseas. But when I returned home, I wanted to appreciate him while he was still alive. That man did so much for me. He was the best uncle and father I'd ever had. Both Uncle John and my aunt deserved to get their roses while still alive. During that year, John began acting strangely. He was no longer spending time with me but rather taking our daughter alone and claiming it was a daughter and daddy bonding session. That was a lame excuse because things were no longer fun at home. It was like we were forcing things, even though our conversations were no longer fun and full of happiness. I suspected he was cheating because when I confronted him about his unexpected behavior, he looked at me as if I had grown horns or was insane. So I decided to inspect his gadgets, perhaps he was using them, but I discovered nothing. I knew and felt that he was hiding something from me, but I couldn't get myself to think that whatever he was hiding was genuinely about me. One summer evening, I was preparing for my uncle's retirement party, welcome home party. I had told John that I would be having a party for my uncle, therefore I needed him to be there to help me. He had promised me that he would come home early that day, but he did not follow through. Why was I surprised? Because he had been absent for a few days? He would leave for work early in the morning and return late after our daughter had gone to sleep. When I asked him about it, he said he was busy at work. I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was wrong. I kept wondering why John was so distant and gone lately. Yes, I found out that he was not cheating, but there was something that had made him too busy for his wife because even our intimate moments were no longer the same. It was as if he was doing it to satisfy himself rather than the two of us. I wanted to find out what his problem was, but I just didn't know where to start. I had thought I knew John, but his behavior showed me that I didn't know him at all. So as the guests were arriving for my uncle's party, my uncle and his wife came, but I noticed that my uncle was a bit off as he tried pretending to be happy. I approached him on the side to chat with him, so I asked him what was going on. I thought he was sick or something, but that was not the case. He had recently opened his coffee shop with the money he received on his last day overseas. About a month later, John returned from work and gave me an invitation to his friend's wedding, so he asked me to be his +1. I had known their friends and their partners for a while, but we were not close at that time because I was still a newbie in John's life. I accepted the invitation, and I knew that I had to find a stunning dress to match with my husband. The big day came, and I looked really fabulous in my dress. I was introduced to some of the groups that I had not previously met, and I do not want to lie, they have a vibe with great energy. Time went on, and John decided to celebrate his birthday by hosting his friends for a birthday lunch. I didn't have a problem with that. I knew that it would offer me a chance to get to meet his other friends and their partners, so I was looking forward to it. John had been a sweetheart at the time, and he was less likely to attend business meetings in a hotel, as much as I had wanted to spend time with John on his birthday, but the bright idea was not a bad one. His birthday came, the friends came, and we were having so much fun. Conversations were flowing, and we stayed together until very late, but we were enjoying everyone's company. The girls came up with the idea of pranking our partners or playing a dare game in which you must reveal your deepest secret or tell us about your life and how intimate your moments with your partner are. I wasn't sure about those ideas, but they sounded fun, so I agreed to participate. Also, Brie, I had no idea that even though we didn't play it on John's birthday, it would get me in trouble. 2 weeks later, a married couple who are John's acquaintances invited us to their 10th year anniversary. I was really happy for them. You know, I had wished that I would also get to 10 years of marriage with John, but I didn't know that it would actually end on the 3rd year of marriage. We respected the invitations and made sure to dress the part and fit the theme. Tom, 36, and Anna, female 34, the married couple, were the epitome of a perfect match. Their love was so precious and pure. I just loved how they loved each other and did everything together. It all started innocently enough, as these things usually do. Our friend group had always been known for its lively banter and humorous pranks, but little did I know that one careless joke would ruin all I held dear. It was a typical Friday evening, and we were gathered in our usual area, Tom's garden, sipping beers and trading stories while laughing freely. Someone raised the issue of superstitions, and that's when it happened, the cause of the mayhem that followed. I came up with a ludicrous concept out of nowhere. Wouldn't it be hilarious if we staged a fake breakup between me and John just to mess with everyone? I chuckled, expecting a momentary moment of amusement, but the notion took fire among our bunch before I knew it. We were all crowded together, contemplating how to make the phony breakup look authentic. We prepared every detail thoroughly, from dramatic social media posts to sobbing phone calls to pals. After the whole affair, Anna reminded us about the activities that we had intended to play when we were at my place. The first breath came to me, and I was dared to tell John a serious joke, describing where he is missing. I knew that was a tough one, but I had to play it. You know, in my head, I was telling myself that it was only a game, and nothing would happen, so I should play. I blurted out that I was no longer enjoying our personal moments because he is constantly weary and occasionally busy, thus I was thinking about pursuing intimacy outside our marriage. The following week, we put our strategy into action. I feigned to be distraught, sending cryptic messages on social media about loss and betrayal. John played along, assuring our worried friends and family members who were unaware of the game. The game was a lot of fun, but I had no idea it was like playing with my marriage because it didn't end well, and I now regret taking the challenge. Initially, it was all in good fun. Our pals fell for the ploy and offered compassion and support, but as the days progressed, I realized the significance of our actions. JN became distant, his once warm and friendly manner was replaced by a frigid indifference. He avoided me and hardly said more than a few words at a time. I tried to dismiss it as part of the performance, but deep down, I sensed something had shifted between us. Finally, one evening, John sat me down for a serious talk. His eyes were filled with pain and sadness as he admitted that he couldn't get over the feeling of betrayal. He couldn't believe I could make a joke about something as sacred as our love. I couldn't understand why he was so fired up because the game instructions were straightforward. It was simply a game, so we were joking, but he took it to heart. We got into a violent dispute over what I said at Anna's place. It even impacted our daughter. You know, the kids can smell tension. My daughter could sense the tension as well, and that was not pleasant. John was really at me. Even if I tried to apologize, he would ignore everything I said. He solely cared about his daughter, and this was terribly hurtful. I even chose to be a stay-at-home parent out of respect for him, as he preferred that I be a housewife, but we had talked about it and agreed that I would only do distant employment, and you decided to commit such an awful deed on me. What have I done wrong to him? I was unable to be a completely present mother to our kid as a result of my sadness and disappointment. John was like a housemate to me because we no longer shared a bedroom and were strangers. days stretched into weeks, then months. So one of those days, John arrived home from work quite early and didn't look well. I asked him what was going on, but he didn't tell me. Instead, he looked at me as if I were the most awful thing he'd ever seen. I was perplexed because I had assumed that we had forgiven each other for the game that occurred at Anna's place, not realizing that the buster had discovered that I had kissed a guy as a result of that game. So, I asked him again, frightened that he wasn't even delighted to meet our daughter. I was wondering what could be the problem. Instead of responding, he simply hurled his phone at me, then he began shouting, and I responded despite him. He shouts like he's reprimanding a child, which generally leads to an argument. When I looked at the phone he had tossed at me, I received the biggest shock of my life. I couldn't fight or refute him because the image in the movie was directly in front of my eyes. I didn't know what to say, and neither do you. I tried to apologize to him, but he wouldn't accept it. He wanted me gone. He told me directly that he no longer wants to see me. I admitted that I had been making him look foolish for far too long. So, I spent the entire week in the hospital due to my mental state. I've been getting sick every now and then just to discover that I had lost my unborn child, which I had no idea about. My thoughts and emotions trembled a day before I was released from the hospital. My husband's lawyer arrived to visit him. He left another envelope, which I didn't examine but carried home the next day. So, once I had settled in at home, I remembered the mail and opened it. The contents of the envelope made no impression on me. My heart paused for a second. The envelope included photos of myself and my male friend kissing each other. It seemed like we were dating. I couldn't comprehend how my spouse had obtained the photographs. I couldn't understand why he would send his lawyer to give the images to me since I saw nothing improper, and in my perspective, kissing was not and should not be considered cheating. I mean, no feelings were involved, it was enjoyable, nothing else. So, when the images were provided, the lawyer contacted again, saying the divorce procedure needed to be finalized and asking to see me and my husband on a specific date. I honored his request and went to meet him and my spouse. The only reason I agreed to the meeting was that I had a lot of questions to ask my husband. One fateful day, the day of the meeting, my husband said that he was divorcing me, citing a lack of trust in me and my faith, failure to be faithful to our marriage. The fact that I sought solace in another man's embraces before leaving him in our home to care for our daughter, I felt he knew that I was grieving and wasn't myself. I tried to defend myself in the image case, but the lawyer warned me that exchanging saliva or kissing another person outside of my marriage is deemed infidelity, even if I had assumed it was a simple friendship kiss. But the fact that I spent time and kissed another person in the guise of friendship is considered, indeed, infidelity. I asked him for forgiveness, I wept and acted like a lunatic, but he just didn't care. I had no idea and never considered it cheating because the guy and I were just friends. I didn't think of him as anything other. I adore my husband, but I suppose the only thing I have never done is honor my wedding vows or him. I didn't know for a time. I was delighted the next day. I was upset by our quarrel about the joke and turned to drink for comfort. The drink compelled me to do something I thought I was doing for fun. I suppose nothing remains in the dark. I felt so humiliated, doing things for enjoyment can lead to our downfall. So, I ended up signing the documents. This meant I was actually letting go of my marriage, a love vows, and family. I asked the lawyer what I would get from the divorce, and he informed me that I would receive nothing other than the house I was living in. So, I requested my husband to unfreeze my accounts, and he confirmed that they were fine. It was simply because they did not have any money. I knew he was insane, but I never imagined it was to that extent. How could he have done such a terrible thing to his child's mother? I had assumed that was all, but he then dropped a huge and devastating bombshell on me, claiming that he was taking full custody of our baby and that I was unfit to be a mother. So, he accepted full responsibility for our daughter. A few weeks later, he filed for full custody of our daughter, claiming that I was unable to be a mother. In addition, he blocked all of my bank cards. I was unaware of this until I attempted to swap the card at the gas station. So, I called my advisor and was informed that my cards had been blocked. When I returned home, I discovered that he had actually stolen my clothing and thrown them outdoors. The doors were secured and replaced, so I no longer had access to the house. Mind you, at the time, I didn't have any gas in my car, so I had no idea how I was going to get home from Denmark Hill. My ex-husband was wicked and psychopathic. I didn't pay heed to the signs. I was deeply in love and believed I had found my soulmate, but I discovered my darkest nightmare and demise. I couldn't believe he did all that just for a bad kiss. It wasn't like I was dating him, but he ruined my life in the name of vengeance over a kiss. A few months later, I had to try to rebuild my life piece by piece. It was difficult for me to start again after what John had done to me. Fortunately, I got a job as a waitress at one of the neighborhood restaurants. It wasn't simple, but I had to try to pick up my life and improve myself. I had no one but myself, so it was time to concentrate on myself and do me. The good news was that John's parents had let me see my daughter and spend time with her every day. I wished that Carmen would visit John. One day luckily it did. All of his operations came to light, and he was jailed. I promised myself I would never fall in love again or develop a crush on anyone. I've learned my lesson. Do you think I handled the issue well, or was I a coward and naive to let John wreck my life in that way? Please advise me. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized how much pain our dumb joke had caused. I begged for forgiveness, but JK's heart was wounded, and he couldn't trust me again. Our friend's innocuous joke had cost me the love of my life. As I sit alone now, surrounded by the sounds of laughter that once filled our house, I can't help but question if the joke was truly worth it. Take a look. You know when someone says they're drowning in deep murky water? I was that person. I was drowning in dirty water and unable to swim. I turned to drink to find closure when my father divorced my mother. I became just like her at the time. I realized why my mother was an alcoholic. My life had reached a low point. I'd lost the only person who had shown me love and care and given me a lovely daughter. Now I had lost both my daughter and something very important to me, my company. I was miserable and desired to escape to a place free of difficulties and sorrows. 6 months later, my mother warned me not to throw a pity party since it would not bring back the things I had lost, including my daughter, but instead, it would take me directly to the morgue, and when that happens, I won't be able to fight or see my kid again. Those statements made me rethink my life. So, I utilized the money I had saved for my firm and received when I divorced to mend myself. I spent 6 months at the recovery clinic and attended AA meetings while there. By the time I got out, I was a completely different person. I had figured out what my worth was and what I sought. I began by requesting at least joint custody of my daughter, which I received by the grace of God. Then, I went through a severe depression for over a year, and I felt I was going to die. Everything was too much for me to bear. But there was one thing I was glad of having accomplished. I had saved myself from the greedy and selfish bastard. I was grateful that my mother came through for me when John was so close. My mother found me a therapist who made house calls, which I was happy for because I didn't want to face the world. I was concerned that John might notice me and tamper with my car tires this time. It was clear that he was completely obsessed with wrecking my life. I could not leave my daughter alone. The therapy sessions lasted months since I didn't always want to open up, but I eventually sought assistance and started to advocate for myself. John was sentenced to 25 years in jail for defrauding a Chicago businessman, and further accusations surfaced as the police investigation continued. I was pleased that he was finally away from me and my family, and I promised never to believe. I knew better. I promised to listen to my mother whenever she gave me warnings. After John was sentenced, I was free again. I became myself and chose to pursue my acting career seriously. I continued to work as a waitress on the side, but I never returned to my marital home. I stayed with my mother, and our lives were quite peaceful and happy. I realized that when I was with John, I had no idea what serenity and pleasure were since my love for him had blinded me. But today, I can confidently declare that I am free and at peace. I'm the person who set boundaries for myself and never let anyone or anything affect them. I lived my life for myself without seeking affirmation from others, but when I fell in love with John, everything changed. I lost me. I became his puppet and subservient wife. I followed his orders and did everything exactly as he requested, all because of love and commitment to the relationship, despite its toxic nature. But I stayed and clutched onto the hot steel, even though it began to burn my skin. It's not easy being in a relationship when you have to compromise yourself simply to make your lover happy. It's never worked like that. Some people would be startled to learn that I still adore my ex-husband and miss him every single day. My emotions urged me to fight for our connection and find a shared solution to the challenge, but why strive to help someone who doesn't need it? It was as if he were possessed by a commanding devil. So, when it came to actively managing him, he wanted to be in control as well. However, John resembled a person with multiple personality disorder, even though I couldn't confirm it. But the way he was doing things, with his manipulative and controlling tendencies, it appeared as if he was being driven by something or someone to do it in order to fulfill it. I regret not giving myself enough time to learn more about JN. I mean, we didn't take long to get married. If I'm not mistaken, they went from pals to boyfriend and girlfriend to husband and wife in less than a year. Everything occurred too quickly, and I was too engrossed in love to notice anything during our dating time. Please let me know if the decisions I made were good ones. I mean, half of my heart still loves the guy, while the other hates him fiercely. My daughter occasionally wants to visit him in jail, but I refuse since I do not want anything to do with John. What shall I do? Please tip me here since I am lost and unsure what to do. I want to hear from you, Redditus. What should I have done? So, yeah, I hoped he'd change and become the man I'd fallen in love with. I figured he'd ultimately recognize he was the one with the problem and try to fix it with me on his side as his wife. I had spoken with him extensively about his behavior and begged him to at least see a therapist so that he could receive whatever he needed and get treatment. Instead, he would brush everything aside and disregard my perspective as if it were nothing. However, based on my own understanding and perspective, I am unsure of what I was accomplishing. I'd say it was ungratefulness and a lack of patience with my hubby. I wish things had been done differently. Yes, it is too late, but I regret every idiotic decision I've made now. I've lost everything, and there's really just myself to blame. I'm not sure how I'm going to rectify anything and get forgiveness for myself. I knew everything shown that I did it willingly, even though I couldn't recall the following, but only God knows the truth. I had no idea that one joke would lead me to where I am now. Am I being foolish or naive if I say I miss John a lot? Does it mean our daughter misses him as well? I've considered paying him a visit in prison, but I'm not sure what I'll say when I arrive. Yes, I want him to be punished for being a fake and deceiving me and other people, but my heart still longs for him. I can't even tell my mother about this since I know she'll flip out when she learns about my inner desire. So, please assist me in determining how to approach both families regarding this situation. What do you think I should do? Please help me. Hello Reddit. I've always been a huge user of social media, so I think it's appropriate to publish about my issue here to ask and receive advice from you guys as well as to share my tale. I believe some people could benefit much from it, particularly those who are already cheating or want to cheat on their partner. I'm now in a difficult place and need assistance. My name is MIA, and I'm a 30-year-old woman. I've been married to Ethan, a 32-year-old man, for 6 years. We dated for 2 years before we married. We have 2 children, Lisa, who is 8 years old, and Nicholas, a 6-year-old boy. We live in South Lorena, United States. We are content with the small town we live in. My spouse grew up here, and his family is wealthy and well-connected. Ethan and I first met in an escape room. We clicked right away and became fast friends. There was simply a lovely spark between us. Many years have passed since our first date, and you know what? The flame between us is still alive. I am obsessed with my husband. He gets me, plays the father-husband role, and goes above and above for our children. A bedroom action? There are no complaints there, it's lively and wonderful. No, We make it a point to schedule date nights every weekend. We aren't drowning in responsibilities. Overall, a married life feels like a dream. But let's get real, we are far from perfect. He has things I wish he would change, and I have my own set of changes. Those eccentricities, however, are what make us a wonderful mess together. But here's the kicker, there was a tiny hitch. I botched up and began cheating. It's like a dark cloud hangs over our otherwise fantastic marriage. I was caught up in something messy at work, and I honestly don't know when or how it all happened. All I know is that I ended up having a relationship with a coworker. It's like a secret I came across without a distinct beginning. It's not like there was a great plan, it simply sort of occurred. Now I have to cope with the consequences. This whole thing began approximately 6 months ago when both my affair partner and I joined the company and started training at the same time. Even in those early days, something seemed amiss. I observed he was exceptionally nice, particularly with me. At first, I dismissed it, believing he was just a friendly person. The thing is, the more I tried to ignore it, the more friendly he became. It became this strange scenario with him being extra polite and me doing my best to downplay it. It was as if an unspoken tension was building up, causing a peculiar sensation that I couldn't escape no matter how hard I tried. My coworker Jason was an attractive and outgoing guy who everyone at work appeared to like. He had a reputation for being the entertaining person who always brought a pleasant spirit to the office. What astonished me, however, was his extra effort to be pleasant to me. He seemed to go out of his way, and I wasn't sure why. After a month or two, Jason applied to transfer to my department. That totally threw me off. I couldn't understand why he wanted to swap, especially since we had no specific initiatives or collaborations. Things grew more strange when we were both attending a co-worker's wedding. Jason, as usual, tried to dance with me. I had to put my foot down and reject, stating that it didn't feel right or appropriate given our working relationship. Jason's unwavering kindness was like a never-ending cycle. Whenever I encouraged him to calm down, he apologized, but the next day, he was back at it, attempting to get close to me. What's strange about it, I could have simply brought it up with HR, but to be honest, a part of me appreciated the attention. He had a talent for seeing everything about me and complimenting me, especially when I changed my appearance. It was a daily practice for him to commend me on things that my own spouse would not notice. It felt like someone had finally acknowledged my existence as entirely real. I started dressing up at work only to receive Jason's compliments. It became a bizarre cycle in which his attention filled a void, even though I knew something wasn't right. However, the day I eventually went all in with Jason occurred during a co-worker's birthday celebration. The workplace had a close-knit atmosphere, and we all got along well. We'd all receive invitations to any occasion, such as this co-worker birthday party. The atmosphere was relaxed, and everyone was having a nice time. It was one of those times when work boundaries blurred, and we could simply relax. Jason, true to form, was present, and the social situation made his charm more effective. The usual friendly banter took a turn, and I was quickly drawn into Jason's trap at the birthday party. Jason stuck to his routine, complimenting me on my appearance, which made me smile. As the night progressed, the drinks flowed freely, and before I knew it, I was more than tipsy. The specifics of when things changed with Jason are hazy, but I do recall that at the time, I was having fun. However, the fallout struck me hard the next day. I cheated on my husband, and regret flooded in. I made a solemn vow to avoid Jason. However, frustration and anger boiled within me, resulting in a heated confrontation in which I cursed him out and explicitly told him to stay away, in an effort to cut ties. I even blocked him, hoping to put an end to the situation that had spiraled out of control. I couldn't even admit to myself how much I enjoyed that moment with Jason. The days that followed were full of guilt. I reached a point where I couldn't bear the thought of going to work and meeting Jason. In my confusion, I called in sick and used it as an excuse to see Jason, as I was still embarrassed and angry. My husband, unaware, had inquired about the birthday party. I gave him the altered version, claiming that everything proceeded as usual and that I had become a touch tipsy. I conveniently left out the part where I got drunk, spent the night there, and texted him that I was going to stay at a friend's place to sober up. When he offered to pick me up, I declined, informing him that everything was fine. In reality, I stayed the night with Jason. That was not something my husband could recover from. Returning to work after those turbulent days away was difficult. I attempted to keep my distance from Jason, but that resolve only lasted for a brief period. Within a few days, he was back to being overly cordial, which hampered my attempts to keep a professional distance. He'd bring me coffee, get lunch for me during his break, and give me random smiles in an attempt to address the situation. Jason assured me it wasn't my fault but his. He apologized and told me not to worry, emphasizing that what my husband didn't know would not hurt him. His attempts to comfort me were unexpected but exactly what I needed. He even suggested I unblock him so we could communicate after work. You wouldn't be wrong to call me stupid or silly. I made a big mistake. Jason kept pushing, and against my better judgment, I unblocked him. The guy's texts were annoying but oddly comforting. He'd send good morning and good night texts, talk about his day, and keep claiming it wasn't my fault. He even suggested that we keep our relationship going without my husband knowing, and stupidly, I started buying into Jason's words. His texts, persistent as they were, messed with my head. On the one hand, I was irritated by his continuous communications, but on the other, I began to reconsider my own position. After all, what my husband didn't know would not hurt him. Jason didn't spend time getting past my defenses before I knew it. We were in the middle of a secret affair. Things were relatively easy to keep hush-hush since we worked together. We'd sneak off to the restroom during work hours for our secret meetups. I get it. It sounds silly now, but I was so caught up in the excitement that I completely overlooked how messed up everything was. To confuse my husband, I made up a story about wanting to advance my career, claiming that I'd be working longer hours. Despite his concerns about my stress, considering he earned more and could handle our bills, I convinced him not to stress. His improved salary also meant he had more time with the kids, which became beneficial while he played the responsible dad. I used the excuse of working additional hours to chill at Jason's apartment after work. We'd either wait for everyone to leave before our secret bathroom meetings or go straight to Jason's place. Looking back, it's evident that I was caught up in a web of lies and misplaced priorities. Jason had this knack for making me feel like I was the center of the universe, like I was the only one who truly mattered. I found myself smiling more and getting all pumped up to go to work. Sick days off work became a rarity. My husband saw my renewed zest for work and said he was glad I was happy, but he also pointed out the obvious: I was ignoring the kids. He was right, but back then, I was oblivious to it all. I started tuning out from parenting responsibilities, leaving all the child care to my husband. Even when I was home, I'd hole up in our study, pretending to be engrossed in work when in reality, I was deep into texting Jason. The kids started to voice their complaints, wanting more time with me. I'd brush it off, explaining that mommy needed to work. This lasted for weeks, and my co-workers began to notice the difference. Jason and I were suddenly closer, and I wasn't giving him the cold shoulder anymore. I even went to the extent of leaving my car at home sometimes so Jason could give me a ride back to his apartment. Looking back, I realized how dumb that was. Anyone could have seen me sitting in Jason's car, and someone did see me. LOL. But at the time, I thought it was some romantic move. The entire situation had me caught up in a cloud of rash decisions and misguided romantic ideals. There were several indicators, almost like the cosmos itself was attempting to send me warnings to put the brakes on this whole situation. Looking back, it's evident that these danger flags were strewn throughout my voyage. However, I foolishly chose to ignore them. The first signs came in the form of my own shame, a persistent emotion that should have served as a warning. Then there were the moments of hesitation, those small pauses before responding to Jason's texts when I may have reassessed my actions. Even my kids' complaints and my husband's concerns served as glaring indicators that something was amiss. As if that wasn't enough, my co-workers began to notice the shift in dynamics between Jason and me, and the unsafe conduct of leaving my car behind only to take a ride with him was a clear indicator. It's almost comical how the universe threw these warning signs my way, and yet, in the whirlwind of emotions, I remained oblivious to the impending storm. It's a realization that hindsight often delivers. The universe had been dropping hints, trying to redirect my course. In my stubbornness or perhaps sheer ignorance, I chose to disregard these indications, only because I liked the pleasure of my affair with Jason. My husband's sister once spotted me sitting shotgun in Jason's car while driving through traffic. It's a miracle she never told my spouse, or maybe she just forgot, as she seems to do sometimes. Another possibility is that she thought she must have been mistaken since I managed to pull off a quick covert duck when I spotted her. That moment could have blown the lid off the entire affair, but luck was on my side, and the secret remained safe. Everything seemed like a typical workday until it all hit the fan. Jason and I were our usual flirty selves at work, sneaking off to the restroom for a quick intimate session during lunch. He brought me food, and we chatted like any other day. We planned to go to his place after work, so I messaged my husband, informing him I'd be working overtime for a few extra hours. He was cool with it, already home and ready to monitor the kids. Perfect, right? Jason was waiting for me when I walked to the parking lot after finishing work. A few co-workers stopped to speak, and one even inquired whether everything was good between Jason and myself. I constructed this yarn about how we'd become better friends when I realized it was wrong to give him the cold shoulder. She seemed doubtful but didn't press further, just nodding and letting the conversation wind up. Now, it's crucial to emphasize that I knew Jason wasn't exactly Mr. Clean in the lifestyle category. He had a thing for drugs but was a functional addict. If you weren't really tight with him, you wouldn't assume it. The dude looked amazing, stayed fit, and had this bright vibe that didn't scream drug junkie. But here's the real kicker, Jason wasn't only interested in using, he also dabbled in dealing, and he kept a stash at his apartment. He tried to get me on the cannabis train once, but it wasn't my thing, so I got off it quickly and never tried it again. LOL. I finished conversing with the coworker and went to meet Jason in the parking lot. We were hungry and decided to stop by McDonald's for some takeout. After getting burgers and fries, we went to Jason's apartment. Once there, we ate our food and watched a movie as part of our customary routine. Then, we started getting intimate. Things took a crazy turn when we were startled in the middle of our intimacy by a hammering on the door. Turns out, it was the cops, and I began hurrying to get dressed. But Jason pushed me to calm down, assuring me that they probably didn't even have a warrant to search him, perhaps they only had a few questions. He added we grudgingly opened the door only to be promptly arrested. Shocked is an understatement. They displayed a warrant and proceeded to raid Jason's residence, discovering not only cannabis but also some severe drugs. Both of us ended up in handcuffs. But here's the kicker, as they dragged me away, they revealed that it was more than simply the pills. Oh no, they felt I was working with Jason and labeled me as a dealer. And if that wasn't enough, they included adultery and infidelity. The shock struck me like a freight train. Infidelity? My thoughts raced as my spouse reported me. Did he know about the affair? Living in South Lorena, where the penalties against infidelity are serious, added another depth of dread. Fines and perhaps days in jail were on the table, and the last thing I wanted was to end myself in jail. In a frantic attempt, I tried to explain to the police officer that I was unaware of Jason's criminal activities. However, my appeals went unheard since the officer insisted on waiting until we arrived at the police station before hearing me out. So reluctantly, I kept quiet throughout the voyage. When we arrived at the police station, they separated Jason and me and took us to different rooms for intensive questioning. Overwhelmed with passion, I burst into tears and told the police officer the truth. I admitted that I was married and had cheated on my spouse with Jason. I made it apparent that Jason was completely aware of my marital status. However, when it came to the drug issue, I chose to lie. I informed the police that I had no knowledge Jason was connected with narcotics. I never took anything from him, and he never told me about his drug peddling operations. My tears streamed freely as I confessed. I insisted on having my lawyer present, recognizing that they could not detain me without filing charges. The officers informed me that I was free to leave, However, they strongly advised me to get legal representation, emphasizing that their probe would continue. They also mentioned that I would be asked to testify against Jason in court. Of course, to save myself, I quickly agreed. As I was going to leave, one of the cops approached me and planted a bomb. My spouse had snitched on me and given them Jason's address. They stated they wouldn't normally spill the beans, but my spouse asked that they inform me to rub salt in the wound. They informed me that I was no longer allowed at home due to my cheating methods. I couldn't hold back my tears and started crying again. The cops were not particularly attentive to my tears. Their expressions indicated an obvious disgust for my immorality. Despite their judgment, I vowed to return and ask my husband's forgiveness, so I got into a taxi and went home. But let's get real, what was I actually expecting when I arrived? I discovered all of my things neatly arranged on the front porch, of frigid and unfriendly welcoming to say the least. Devastated, I knocked on the door, but no one answered. To say I was heartbroken is an understatement. I stood there crying for hours, but it was clear that either they were purposefully ignoring me or they weren't home. With no other options, I had to pack my belongings and seek safety in a motel for the night. I couldn't even return to Jason's flat because he'd already barred me. They had released him, but it was evident he was being investigated and could end up in jail. I'm sitting in my hotel room and feel completely lost. The gravity of the situation has me in utter anguish, and I've been crying for hours with no idea what to do next. My spouse attempted to contact Ethan but was met with nothing. He does not answer my phone calls or texts. Reaching out to my in-laws, Ethan's parents, has proven useless because they refuse to answer the phone. My family resides in another state, and the distance makes it difficult to seek comfort with them right away. I'm hesitant to fly tomorrow because my priority is to mend my marriage with Ethan while also working. I can't just leave. What do you think I should do, Reddit? Please help with the update. Wow, okay, it's been a month since I posted that post, and I never anticipated it to become viral like this. I've received several DMs asking for an update, so I suppose I owe you one. So here's what has happened since. First of all, living in a hotel for a month, no matter how affordable, proved to be a financial hardship. I've had to swap hotels twice in quest of less expensive options. Furthermore, the terrible reality has been apparent: Ethan and I are getting a divorce. After a few weeks of his quiet, I hit a breaking point and texted Ethan a sincere plea for him to act like an adult and communicate with me. Thankfully, he eventually yielded, breaking the ice and responding to me. We scheduled a meeting at a neutral location, a restaurant. It was disappointing to see that he did not bring the children, but I understood his need for prudence and lack of trust. The entire interaction was stomach-wrenching when he asked why I had done it. I couldn't come up with any excuses. The weight of his disappointment was heartbreaking. He told me I broke his heart. Ethan admitted that he was the one who phoned the cops on Jason. I said I knew because the cops had informed me at the station. Ethan explained that he had told the cops to inform me because he had originally planned to cut all ties with me. I couldn't help but ask how he knew about Jason's drug activity, but Ethan merely stated that he had sources. When I questioned him how he discovered my infidelity, he said he found out in a variety of ways. He had seen my text exchanges with Jason and had even taken screenshots. He also claimed to have heard it from people around town, including some of my co-workers who approached him. I was crushed. I couldn't stop crying. All I could say on repeat was, "I'm so sorry. I love you. I never intended for this to happen." But he was no longer buying it. The trust was gone. Ethan stated that he wanted a divorce for our mental well-being. I broke down even more because he made it apparent that he couldn't get over what I'd done. The lies I told him just made matters worse. He put it all out, explaining how he managed everything at home, babysitting and looking after the kids while I lied about working late and spending time with Jason. My marriage was ruined as a result of the mess I made. Ethan laid it on me. He had been carrying a lot more weight and earning more than me, taking on all responsibility. That didn't bother him in the least. He reminded me of my absence from the children. I was completely absorbed in my own universe with Jason. Ethan admitted that he'd known about it for a time. I hoped to change, but I never did. He acknowledged that he believed I would not have stopped if he hadn't called the police. It seemed like a reality check and a wake-up call. Ethan closed the door on forgiveness, telling me it would never happen. He informed me that my divorce papers were on their way. He wanted custody of the children because he had proof that I was frequently absent from their life. He asked where I was currently staying, and I told him it was a motel. He taunted me for crashing in a motel and asked why I wasn't staying with Jason, which made me cry even more. He then informed me that he was removing the funds from our joint account. I couldn't protest because it was mostly his money, but he promised to give me enough to get by for a few weeks. Ethan said he'd text me once the divorce papers were ready. When I asked about the kids, he said we could meet up next weekend. Despite the fact that I had harmed him, he pledged not to keep me from seeing them. But he made it clear that I was responsible for resolving issues with the children, and that they had grown apart while I was away. I couldn't deny that Ethan was telling the truth, and the consequences of my own actions hit me hard. After our heartfelt talk, Ethan left. He even paid for our drinks at the restaurant and tipped the waitress. I'm still waiting for those divorce papers. When they arrive, I won't fight. I know I deserve it all, and I'll sign them without complaint. It's the least I can do after everything that happened. Let's just say that Jason has become a ghost in my life. I haven't seen or talked to him in a while, and to be honest, I don't care about his fate anymore. I am still expecting a call from the cops, and when the time comes, I will testify against him without hesitation. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine a 27-year marriage, 2 children, and a near-perfect life collapsing overnight. This is not a movie plot, but the story of Alex and Eliza, a tale of betrayal, deception, and love. Follow me as we delve into this emotional storm and uncover the astonishing truth hidden beneath the facade of happiness. Alex, you might think that I have everything, and it was until a couple of months ago. I won't bore you with the details of my life. I'll just say that I'm almost 50, my belly is starting to grow, my teeth are all in place, and my hair is almost all intact. You can call me Alex, but not distrustful, naive, stupid, or any of the dozen adjectives that are now appropriate. My wife, Eliza, is 10 months younger than me and looks like she's 30 for her age. We met in high school and got married shortly after my 21st birthday. She's an aerobics instructor at our local gym, which says a lot about her fitness. Are we happily married? That's the word that comes to mind, but I still love her, or I think I do. How can you not love after 27 years? If you ask a woman if I am to blame for our problems, most will say yes, and maybe even a few men will agree, but most men will say that she should have been through this years ago. This in question happened before our wedding. Like I said, we met in high school. Neither of us were athletes or cheerleaders, but we had a lot of friends. We became boyfriend and girlfriend sometime during the first half of senior year. We just became close, and apparently, it worked out for us. There were no agreements. I just thought or expected that we were completely committed to each other. We both started attending a local 2-year college, and for the first time, I was planning our future. Like I said, we had a lot of friends, and we usually hung out as a group. A math test was coming up, and I needed to maintain my GPA at 3.75 to keep your bright future scholarship. It was Friday night, and I was begging to go out so I could spend the night and just make sure I was okay. I decided that if I put my mind to it, I could finish it or watch it on Saturday or Sunday. I think I knew this better than I thought because just after 9 o'clock, I was done and felt damn good. I still had time to catch a group at college, so I hit the road. I crossed out the first 2 spots but recognized 2 friends' cars in the third spot's parking lot. It was dark, and it took my eyes a couple of minutes to fully adjust. I walked up to the bar, took a drink, and started looking for Lisa, as I like to call her. I finally saw my friend's table but not Lisa. 2 minutes later, I found her on the dance floor with some strange guy. When the song ended, I finished my drink, put down the empty can, and turned to go get it when the music started playing again. They started swaying to the music, which suited me for all of 30 seconds. This continued until he crossed the line of what was permitted. The rest was kind of a blur. There was a fight. "Alex, what's your problem?" Lisa screamed at me as we all went outside. "I'm a big girl, and I can take care of myself," was her curt response. "Well, then why didn't you care, and who the hell was this guy?" I screamed, perhaps too loudly. "We take psychology classes together, and we're friends. Friends don't sleep with another guy's girlfriend." I guess it wasn't the smartest thing to say because it turned into a full-blown argument. Things were said on both sides that shouldn't have been said, and she ended up throwing my ring at me. I told her she could stick it up her ass while I was leaving. Then, I did what every 20-year-old man would do if he got hurt. I found a man who bought me a case of beer and slept with the first girl who said yes to me. I spent Friday evening, most of Saturday, and Sunday morning drunk. Well, sick would be a better word for it. The second worst thing about that weekend was that I didn't quite do well on the test on Monday and got a low B. Most of all, I was angry with myself. Rumors about my weekend reached Eliza, and she refused to even talk to me. She said we were done and that I should leave her alone. It took me a month before she even spoke to me, and that was after I had bribed all of her friends to plead my case. We met on neutral ground in the college student union. I begged, damn it, I begged for another chance. "Alex, you slept with Becky," she screamed at me. "I know, but would you believe that I don't even remember how it happened?" "A probable story," she threw back at me. "This is true, I don't remember much from Friday or Saturday night, and I'm still trying to forget Sunday morning, throwing up in the bathroom, with Mom yelling at me," I said, trying to make her feel sorry for me. "I think I went a little crazy when I saw him touching you." "So now all of this is my fault?" she asked. "Listen, if his hands were where they were supposed to be, none of this would have happened, Alex. If you hadn't gone crazy and slept with Becky, we'd still be together." "Vicky, did you sleep with him?" She flushed at these words. "Unlike some, I have self-control," she shouted, standing up. "Well, your good friend says he did it. He tells everyone he beat me up and slept with my girlfriend." "You lying," she said, sitting back down. We spent the next half hour hardly saying a word. I kept apologizing, and she finally stopped calling me in. Lisa said that maybe she really shouldn't have allowed him too much, but that doesn't justify my actions. It took almost a week of persuasion for her to almost forgive me. She agreed to meet the next weekend but said we weren't together. After 2 months, I was able to convince her to become my girlfriend again. "You owe me," is how she put it. "If I ever, and I mean ever, screw up, I'll have a free pass." Understand, hell, I would have agreed to anything to get her back, and thought I was safe at least until I screwed up again, which to my proud satisfaction, never happened again. We got married 2 years later and moved into an apartment above her parents' garage. We both graduated from college and took entry jobs, starting our lives together. You could say we were a typical average couple who loved each other and were happy and content, and life continued in this way for more than 20 years. Life was good, that's the best description. We were in our groove, and when Lisa wanted to quit her job and become an aerobic instructor, I didn't mind. She and her friend Laura taught 4 classes a week, and she proudly declared that she was in the best shape of her life. And for me, it was, you'd think that after more than 25 years, I'd be tired of making love to the same woman night after night. Well, I'm not tired. It may not have been night after night anymore, and we had slowed down over the years, but I still found her attractive. To me, she was still the girl I fell in love with. "Alex, step aside so I can change," she would say, pushing me away most evenings. "If you want dinner, you'll have to let me change. Let's skip dinner, take a shower, and go to bed." We lived in love, I told her, and I had 20-year-old breasts that weren't hanging. I'm hungry, and I'm definitely not going to skip dinner. Maybe with luck, we'll have some fun later, but right now, I'm hungry, and you know how irritable I get if I don't eat, she said, pushing me away from her. She was right. Lisa, like our daughter, became irritable if they didn't eat or went hungry for a long time. I had no problem skipping meals, as always. I had a beer with dinner, and she chose a Crystal Light. I suggested a glass of wine before bed, but Lisa said she had already flossed and brushed her teeth, so my plans for wine and candles were dashed. Alex, you don't need to coax me with wine and candles or get me drunk unless you have something new in mind that you know I won't like, honey. I wouldn't do that, I said, smiling. You forget, I know you. She was right, we knew each other too well. However, every now and then, I did something that surprised even her. These cases have been rare lately, but I always tried to add a little variety. I can't get rid of this fat on my sides. I'm thinking about liposuction to tighten them, she said, looking in the mirror. Laura did this last year and was back in class 4 days later. Do you think I should do this, honey? You're perfect, I said, patting the bed for her to sit next to me. Alex, actually, I might do a little lipo here and there and maybe tighten them up a little, she said, holding up her small breasts. Love, no matter how many surgeries you have, you will never look like your 20s to me. You're fantastic and the sexiest woman I've had in my bedroom this week. Alex, I'm the only woman who's been in this bedroom in the last 20 years, she said, hands on her hips. So much the better. Now get into that bed, and I'll make you feel better. She did, and I tried my best to make her feel like the woman of my dreams. At my age, I was happy with what I had. I've known some guys who were lucky enough to get into bed once a week. Laura and I are going to Tampa next weekend for recertification, she said over dinner the other day. I'll try to get certified as a Pilates instructor, and Laura is looking at spinning. We're leaving Friday afternoon and will probably be back late Sunday. It won't be cheap, but I have no choice. Do you want to come with you? I asked, already knowing her answer. Do you want to sit around while we're in class this afternoon? Well, at least we could have dinner together. Alex, we'll probably have dinner with the rest of the group, but if you want to go, I'll be glad to let you. Let's see if it's a weekend for a bachelor or a couple of hours on the road to watch a crowd of beautiful instructors parading in their roles, I said, rubbing my chin. Will they be wearing underwear during class? At this point, Lisa threw her napkin at me, calling me in. Have fun and see you on Sunday. I was hoping for a nice night on Wednesday or Thursday before she left, but I was busy on Wednesday, and she was still getting ready and running errands on Thursday. I frowned a little. She told me to get over it and that I would survive until she returned. Make sure to call me on Friday when you get there and contact me on the weekend. Don't worry, but I'll probably call early because I don't know when we'll be back tonight. Since we don't have to go anywhere, Laura wants to have a blast this weekend. I can imagine it now, a couple of middle-aged women trying to keep up with the young people, I said, but soon regretted it. What do you mean? Do you think I'm old and it's time for me to go get a stick? I can still have as much fun as anyone else, and don't forget about it, was the answer given to me in a rather harsh manner. She called me before they left on Friday and right after they arrived and got settled. The hotel was right across from the convention center, and she said there were a lot of people there, and she was really glad they went. I'll call you on Saturday during the day. If I don't get through, I'll leave a message. I love you. That's how we ended the conversation. Now, what should I do until Sunday evening? I occupied myself with work on Friday night and made plans to have dinner with Tim, Laura's husband, on Saturday night. We shouldn't both be sitting at home while our wives are having fun, I thought. We ate dinner at Hooters and even stopped at another bar before calling it a night, around 11. The voicemail at home had a message from Lisa saying she would call on Sunday before she left. I didn't sleep well on Saturday night. Sleeping alone in our big bed with no one around felt strange. More than once, I reached out my hand, expecting to find her, but found only emptiness. At least she'll be around tomorrow, I fell asleep with a smile on my face. I didn't hear from Lisa until almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're on our way. See you in a couple of hours. Love you, was all she said. I was going to ask how she liked it, but decided it could be discussed when she got back. I pulled out a couple of steaks, peeled 2 white potatoes, and mixed up a salad while I kept an eye on the time. The potatoes were already in the oven, the table was set, and I had just taken the salad out of the refrigerator when Lisa came in. She came over, kissed me, and told me she was going to unpack, take a quick shower, and would be ready in about 20 minutes. Ideally, this was just enough time to get the steaks on the grill while the potatoes were done. I took out a bottle of wine, opened it, and poured a glass for everyone. I had my first glass while I was busy with the steaks and had just finished setting the table when Lisa returned. Everything looks great, she said, sitting down and taking a sip of wine and helping herself to a salad. She said she was recertified in aerobics and Pilates, but Laura ultimately decided not to take up spinning. She said they were on the move all day, attending lectures or practical classes. Looks like you had a good time, I said. Did you close the bars on Friday and Saturday night? Laura, yes, but not me, she said, looking at me as she ate her steak. Were you too tired? No, I was just doing other things, she said, taking another glass of wine. We spent the next 2 hours talking about how she spent her time and finally what I did all weekend, including my dinner at Hooters. It was almost 9:30 in the evening when we went upstairs to bed. I took a quick shower to wash away the barbecue smell and was just finishing brushing my teeth when I noticed Lisa was already in bed. Today, I'll be lucky, I thought, accelerating. I didn't even bother putting on my boxers because they always come off right away. Alex, we need to talk for a minute, she said, sitting up in bed. Can't it wait until we're done? I exclaimed. We need to do this now, she said, looking at me. Okay, hurry up. This hasn't happened for a long time, and I don't want to lose the mood, I said, smiling at her, but she didn't smile back. I used my free pass this weekend, she said, waiting for my answer. Honey, I don't care what you bought. Let's finish this, and then we can talk about your shopping, I said, still not understanding what she was talking about. You gave it to me 27 years ago. Free passage, the words were running through my head, but I still couldn't understand until the phrase 27 years ago hit me. This is some kind of joke, isn't it? The only free pass I remember is the stupid thing I said a million years ago for you to come back. That's not what we're talking about, is it? Now, I started to get seriously worried. Well, I used it this weekend, she replied as if she were telling him that she had bought a dozen eggs or made an appointment for a haircut. Vic, this isn't funny. This isn't even worth a joke, I said, getting out of bed and walking over to her side. She moved away from me because when I called her Vic, she knew I was angry. Alex, you know I love you. Right? Forget about the nonsense with love. What have you done? I said, clenching my fists. Are you crazy? I said that to get you back. I never meant it seriously. So, you deceived me then? Vic, I would say anything to get you back, but I never expected you to keep it like a damn check, especially after we got married. Damn it, doesn't the word cheating mean anything to you? Like what you did to Becky? Vic, we weren't even married then. I haven't even thought about it since we got married, but apparently, you can't say the same. Or is this not the first time you've cheated on me? Alex, that was the only time, and you know why. I got a free pass. The more she talked, the angrier I became. What were you doing? Drinking pure alcohol that fried your brains in Tampa? I said, pulling on shorts and a t-shirt. The mood was completely ruined as soon as she began to explain her actions. I need to get away from you before I do something I regret, I said, throwing on my old sneakers and walking out of the room and down the stairs as she yelled at me to stop. I probably wasn't in any condition to drive, but I needed to get away. I didn't even think that my Kia could move so abruptly, but it happened. 20 minutes later, I realized two things. Firstly, Lisa and I had a serious problem, and secondly, I had no idea where I was. It looked like I was still in Florida, but I didn't know exactly where. It took me another 15 minutes to realize where I was, but I definitely didn't want to go home. I stopped at Denny's and ordered a cup of coffee. I forgot my wallet and only had a $5 bill in the car, so breakfast was out. By 2 o'clock in the morning, I was tired but didn't want to go home and run into her. I was within 5 seconds of hitting my wife. What does it say? Chickens come home at night? Well, I'm not a chicken, and this situation won't go away quietly into the night. She had crossed the line for the first time in our marriage, and I didn't know what to do now. She cheated, no matter what she called it, and her free pass due to a drunken affair 27 years ago didn't matter. Either way, Alex hadn't just wanted sex tonight, none of this would have happened, Lisa thought to herself. I pulled this free passage story out of nowhere when I realized I might get caught. Laura screamed at me the whole way home, telling me how stupid I was to risk our marriage. I didn't plan to cheat on Alex, it just happened, or so I told myself. We met Ethan at a party on Friday night, he was at our table, and after the introductions, we started having fun. Ethan was one of the polite instructors, and when I said I planned to get certified this weekend, we had a common topic of conversation. When Laura and I went to the toilet, we were like two teenage girls. What a handsome guy, Laura said, fixing her makeup. Great figure, charisma, and everything. If I weren't married, I would try him out. You know what they say about black guys, she laughed. Everyone had a great time on Friday night, alcohol flowed like a river. We danced and got to know each other better. Ethan guessed we were both around 32, and I said he was pretty close while Laura rolled her eyes. He said he had just turned 29 and was single. We both wore wedding rings, so he knew we were married, but he didn't make a big deal out of it. We probably had too much to drink, and I made a bet with Laura that I could get him interested. I bet you $5 that I can get him interested without even touching him, I told her. She accepted the bet, and I got down to business. We had a couple more drinks, and I continued to flirt with him relentlessly. When he asked me for another dance, I winked at Laura as he pulled me onto the dance floor. The song ended, and we returned to our table. Girls, we need to wrap things up. We have a big day tomorrow, Laura told us both. Big is the word of the night, I thought, agreeing with her. Ethan walked us to our rooms and told us he would see us tomorrow in class, so we went inside. I screamed and laughed as soon as I closed the door. Laura and I quickly ate breakfast on Saturday morning. Our first classes started at 8:30, and we needed to get moving. We joked with each other about the previous evening, but in the morning, it was time to return to reality. I didn't see Ethan at dinner, but he found us around 7:30. We hung with a group from another class when he approached. I smiled at him, and he gave me a big smile back. This is how our evening together began. By 9:30, Laura said that several of them were going to another club and asked if I wanted to join. Not today, I said, refusing. I'm tired. My legs are still sore from all that stretching. Okay, see you later, she said, and the 6 of them set off. It was just Ethan, 2 other people, and myself at our table. We ordered several slices of cheesecake and a bottle of wine. We spent the next hour eating, talking, and drinking. 2 bottles of wine when we hit the dance floor, it was like yesterday, only without the teasing. How we ended up in his room is still unclear. The only thing I remember is Ethan taking me to his room. We made love, can we do this again? Asked Ethan. Never again. It was a one-time thing that shouldn't have happened, I said and went back to my room. Where the hell have you been all night? Laura shouted at me. You have 2 messages on your cell phone from Alex last night. I sat down on the bed and covered my face with my hands. Please tell me you didn't spend the night with Ethan, Lisa said, looking at me. Oh my God, you did it. Are you crazy? What were you thinking? I didn't think. So we drank a couple of bottles of wine and ended up in his room. Laura, just don't say a word to anyone, and maybe I'll get through this. If I'm lucky, I should have gone to that other club with you, I said out loud. I took a warm bath and washed myself half a dozen times before packing. We went downstairs and had breakfast. We then returned to the center to collect our certificates. We hit the road 2 hours later, and I listened to Laura nagging me the whole way while asking me for details. I called Alex and told him we were coming back and kept the conversation short. Are you going to tell him? Only if he notices something. I hope you're right. Alex doesn't strike me as someone who can forgive. Then it dawned on me, he wasn't like that, but I was. I forgave him years ago and told him he owed me a free pass if I ever did anything really stupid, and that definitely fit the bill. I've never used it, and if he finds out, I'll use my get-out-of-jail card. He would be furious, but I forgave him, and I only prayed that he would do the same. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was knocking on Tim and Laura's door. After 10 minutes of ringing and knocking on their door, the lights came on in the living room. Tired, Tim looked out the window and opened the front door. Alex, do you realize what time it is? Somewhere around 3 o'clock. I need to talk to Laura. Can't it wait until morning? She's sleeping upstairs. Tim, if it weren't so important, I wouldn't come at this time. Okay, come in. I'll go and wake her up, he said, holding the door open as we walked into the living room. A couple of minutes later, Laura came downstairs in her robe, followed by Tim. Honey, I can handle it. Why don't you go back to bed? You're kidding, right? A neighbor comes here at 3 o'clock in the morning to talk to my wife, and you tell me to go back to bed? Come on, Alex, lay it out like it is. Laura, I want to know what the hell happened this weekend in Tampa. Alex, I don't know what you mean. Laura, I know Lisa cheated on me. Were you in on it too? Tim was now all ears and everything as he stood up, looking at Laura. Tim, I didn't do anything. You have to trust me, she said, knowing things were getting out of control. Alex, you should have discussed this with Lisa, not me. That's how it started, but I don't want to end up in jail for domestic violence, that's why I'm here. Laura, what the hell happened this weekend? It's time you told us what happened, Tim said, starting to get angry. Tim, I didn't do anything. I'm ashamed of, except drink too much. Laura, did Lisa plan this? How long has she known this guy? When did you find out about this, and why didn't you stop her? Wait, give me a chance to answer some of your questions first. Firstly, this wasn't planned. We met this guy on Friday night. We made a stupid bet, and Lisa flirted with him. That's all. We were in class on Saturday all day, and we had dinner with a few people we met. We didn't see him again until 7:30 in the evening. After that, things got a little blurry, and I went to another club in the hotel, and she stayed with this guy and several others. Alex, when I returned, she was gone. I returned to my room and passed out 10 minutes later. I didn't see her until Sunday morning. Laura, why did you leave her alone? Alex, how the hell did I know she would end up in this situation? She just came back to the room and said she did something stupid. That's all. Stupid is putting it mildly. What did he even look like? When Laura described it, I became even angrier if that was possible. Alex, Lisa would never do this if she was sober. She really loved you. She tried to smooth things over. She says she doesn't even remember how she ended up in his room, but she got there. She should have stayed with you and not drunk so much wine. I objected to her. Laura, I'm sorry, it's not your fault that I have such a cheating wife. Alex, Vicky's not like that. She drank too much, and the guy took advantage of her. I'm not saying it's right, but she didn't just pick someone out of a crowd and go to bed with him. I had heard enough and apologized for disturbing them so late at night. Tim told me not to freak out and that things would look different in the morning. The last I heard was him asking Laura what exactly she was doing, and it seemed neither of us were going to sleep that night. I found Lisa asleep on the sofa in her robe when I finally returned home. I left her there and went up to our bedroom to get at least a little sleep before work when the alarm went off at 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to remember where I was. I think I only slept a couple of hours, but I was too exhausted to know for sure. A quick shower and shave made me almost human. I got dressed and went downstairs, finding Lisa still sleeping. I didn't want to talk to her, so I just left, grabbed a sandwich and a large coffee from McDonald's, and headed to work. In 5 minutes, I was eating at my desk and checking my calendar when calls started coming in on my cell phone, all from Lisa. I listened to a few messages she left before I deleted them. I needed to understand what was on her mind this morning, and I didn't want to hear another word about that damn free pass for me. It was irrelevant and non-existent, at least not after we said, "I do," at our wedding. By 4:30, I realized that I had lost the whole day. I kept going over in my mind everything that Lisa and Laura had told me yesterday. I really didn't want to get involved with her tonight, but it seemed like I had no choice. I wasn't as angry as I was last night, but that could change at any moment. The horns of the cars behind me told me that I was still distracted because I was driving 25 miles per hour in a 40 miles per hour zone when I turned onto our street. I regretted that I hadn't driven longer, but I couldn't put it off any longer. I had to deal with it. Lisa was waiting for me when I entered the kitchen from the garage. She didn't rush towards me, she just sat at the table looking at me. I know that Laura probably called her in the morning, and since I didn't call her back, she had no idea about my mood. I put down my briefcase, took a beer from the refrigerator, and sat down at the table opposite her. I said nothing. She took a long sip from the can, placed it on the table, and looked at me. I waited for her to start. "Alex, I'm so sorry. If I could undo everything that happened this weekend, I would," she said, waiting for me to say something. I drank too much and didn't know what I was doing or with whom. By Sunday morning, I realized what had happened and rushed to my room. I don't remember much after Laura left. We just finished a couple of bottles of wine. I phrased the next questions very carefully. "Why didn't you go with Laura?" And she told me about your stupid game on Friday night. "If I were him, I would think that you were flirting with me and that you didn't care that you were married." "Steve, Alex, it was just a kid's joke." We were exchanging compliments, and he was making me feel better by saying he thought I was 32. I just wanted to see if I could still get a man's attention. I wasn't planning on having sex with him. I just wanted to see if I could interest him, that's all. "Well, apparently, it worked," I said ironically. "Alex, it wasn't like I egged him on Saturday. You can ask Laura. She was there, only until she left, and you went up to his room," I said through clenched teeth. Lisa started crying and kept saying she was sorry, but I was too angry for it to matter at that moment. I didn't know how it would all end, but now I didn't even want to look at her. We cooked something for dinner, but neither of us was particularly hungry. I had already had 2 beers before dinner and was having a hard time stopping there. I wanted the numbness that alcohol gives, but it didn't solve our problem, and I didn't know what else could be done. When we went to bed, Lisa tried to cover herself with a blanket when she lay down. She tried to kiss me, but I pulled away. We lived in the same house and spoke only when absolutely necessary. It didn't even feel like a brother-sister relationship because even siblings talk. It didn't get any better, it just got worse. On Thursday, I returned home to find Vicky quite drunk, with an empty bottle on the table. I realized that she had started drinking a long time ago. She was still wearing her leggings from her aerobics class and hung a towel around her neck. "Would you like a drink?" she asked, downing the rest of her glass before moving on to the bottle she had just opened. She poured half a glass and leaned back into her chair. I said, "Would you like a drink now?" She said it with a slip, "I think you've already drunk for both of us." I replied, "You'll get sick and throw up everything, so what do you care? Why don't you be a good little husband and make us something to eat? I don't think I can stand, and I don't think I should be near a fire right now." Maybe I'll burp and set the house on fire, she said, now laughing. I hate stupid drunks, I muttered to myself as I went upstairs to change out of my work clothes. I didn't even notice that Lisa was somehow able to follow me upstairs as I stood there in shorts. She appeared at the door. Wow, haven't seen this in a long time, she said, starting to laugh as if it was the best joke. Want to have some fun, big boy? She continued to laugh. So, are we going to have sex or not? I muttered something about drunk and stupid women. What happened? Lack of courage, she provoked me when I pulled on my shorts. Why don't you sober up? You awfully drunk, I said, walking past her. It didn't seem like it to Ethan, she retorted. Shut the up. What happened? Are you still offended by your wounded pride, little man? She mocked, leaning against the wall. Do you want to know all the sordid details of that night? I don't remember much, but I can guess what happened, she said, downing the rest of her drink. Now let's see where I heard those exact words. Oh yeah, the night you slept with Becky. Remember? But the truth is, you don't remember either. It's a shame we could swap stories about what happened. She said, throwing her glass at the wall where it broke, but I think you forgot about that day off, but I didn't. Lisa went into the guest bedroom and slammed the door. Lisa, open the damn door, I shouted, but she didn't answer. I knocked on the door, but she screamed through the door for me to leave her alone. So I did what any mature adult does, I got drunk. Well, actually, no, but I did drink 4 beers. I never saw Lisa until I went to work the next morning. The bedroom door was still locked, and I thought she had gotten some sleep from the night before. I've never seen her this drunk in the last 20-odd years, but over the past few months, we've both started drinking more and more. Nothing was decided. Hell, we even stopped talking to each other and sleeping in the same room. Our kids noticed what was going on, and more than once, I heard her on the phone yelling at Jake or Michael to stay out of her business. Alex, I thought you should know that Lisa got fired at the gym today. She showed up drunk again and got fired, Laura said when she called me at work. Lisa seems to have lost a lot of weight, and she looked terrible this morning. Have you resolved your problems yet? Problems cannot be solved unless we talk, and we haven't been doing that much lately. I answered, every time we start, one of us gets angry, and we end up fighting. Things are not going well for us right now. I wouldn't want you to get divorced because of a stupid drunken mistake if we can help. Call, she said. I thanked her and hung up. As always, when I got home this evening, Lisa was drunk as hell. I quit my job today, she said, spinning her glass on the table and not even looking at me. You mean you got fired today for drinking at the gym? Was my response. I was fired. I left. It doesn't matter. Don't worry, I'll find something else. I can always work behind the bar. I'm already pretty good at it, she said, laughing. Can't you stay sober for just one night? What for? It makes me feel good, like I don't have any worries. What could be better? She asked. How about a normal marriage? Do you still remember what it is, or should I remind you how it was? Yes, that's what we had, I said, before lowering my head to the table. After that, she didn't move. I don't know if she fell asleep or lost consciousness. Finally, I picked her up, carried her upstairs, and laid her on our bed. Then I went downstairs and poured all the alcohol we had in the house down the sink. Everything ends tonight, I told myself. Either we improve our relationship, or it's all over. I'm no longer in the mood to raise a baby. It was a little after 9 in the morning when I finally woke up, still wearing the clothes I had worn the day before. My head was pounding, and my stomach was cramping. Luckily, I didn't eat yesterday, so I didn't have anything to throw up. My shirt stank of sweat and alcohol. I got out of bed, took off my clothes, and got into the shower. The water did not immediately begin to revive me. Like every day at this time, I told myself that I would no longer drink and somehow improve my life. I look like crap, I told myself, looking in the mirror. I thought about getting on the scale but decided I didn't want to know how much weight I'd lost. My clothes were now hanging on me, but that was my least problem. Like yesterday, the day before, and the day before, I had nothing to do today. I was finally fired from the gym because I either showed up drunk or didn't show up at all. I didn't blame them, I blamed myself. I did one stupid thing after another, and they all merged into one whole. I wanted to stop, I really wanted to, but I just didn't know where to even start. My marriage, what was left of it, was in serious trouble, and my life was complete nonsense. I went downstairs and found Alex at the kitchen table reading the newspaper. I didn't want to face him, I didn't know what to tell him, and sobriety only made the pain worse. The coffee is ready, and there are pancakes in the pan. I put them on low heat, so they're still warm, he said, holding out the second cup and glancing at the headlines. Lisa had lost at least 10 pounds, and her face was beginning to take on a gaunt look. She took a plate and put 3 pancakes on it. I stood up and took the butter and syrup for her. She ate in silence, glancing at me from time to time. When I took the third cup of coffee and put down the newspaper, only then did she say something. "Why aren't you at work today?" "I took a week off to work on a personal problem. If you're interested, I took you upstairs when you passed out last night." She continued to eat. I got up, poured her a hot cup of coffee, and took out milk and sugar. Lisa wrapped both hands around the cup, blowing on the coffee before downing it in one gulp. "Another cup," she said, and she rejoined the world of the living. "Just so you know, there is not a drop of alcohol in the house. Everything is poured down the sink or broken in the trash. If you're able, we need to go grocery shopping this morning because there's nothing to eat at home unless you like snacks and chips," I told her, trying to get some kind of reaction from her. "Give me a few minutes, and we can go," she said, looking at me more like pleading. The store was almost empty, which was quite nice. We took a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables. Most of the meats I chose could be grilled to avoid heating up the house. I haven't spent $300 on food in a long time, but we haven't done much cooking in our house for the past month. We spent almost 2 hours there. Our baskets contained only diet sodas and fruit juices, the strongest drinks. After we put the groceries away, I made us both sandwiches and poured a can of soda each. We ate on the terrace, and I tried to get a good look at Lisa. She had lost weight and looked a little worse than usual. The drinking probably took its toll. "Do you want to talk now or later?" I asked because we will talk one way or another. "Give me a minute to use the restroom, and I'll be back," she said, heading toward the glass patio door. "If you're looking for a bottle of vodka, it's long gone, Alex. I just need to go to the bathroom, and I'll be back, okay?" I replied. 5 minutes later, she returned, still sober. "Vic, what do you want to do? We can try to make things right or go our separate ways. One of two things has to happen this week. Alex, do you still want me back after everything that happened? We won't know until we see what's left. In that case, I want to try to save our marriage, no matter how difficult it may be, Vic. My only request is that there be no more lies. I know some of what happened, but not everything. The only thing I know for sure is that I don't want to know all the details. Our marriage can't handle this. I'm not sure it'll survive, anyway," I said as Lisa started crying. "Now, start from the beginning, Friday night, and if I have any questions, I will stop you." She started talking slowly enough for me to chime in with questions. I couldn't help myself when she started describing Ethan, and I needed a break when she started talking about the bet with Laura. It looked like two stupid teenagers playing truth or dare. The only difference is that you are grown women and should have known better. "Alex, this was the first time we've ever done something like this," she said. "Well, it looks like Ethan isn't the only one interested," I told him so, but it only made him angrier. "Am I no longer satisfying you? Am I that bad in bed, or are you just bored after 27 years? Apparently, you decided to diversify our marriage. It's a pity that it's not with me," Alex said. "I love you, and I still like you in bed. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about Ethan, but I didn't plan or even think about it. She tried to console him, but it didn't work at the moment. When Lisa started talking about Saturday and got to the point where Laura left, I said I needed a break. Lisa didn't know how much I wanted to know, so she was probably trying to skip over as many details as possible. Lisa knew that I would soon realize that she was not as drunk as she first said. She probably thought about lying, but she realized that if I had caught her doing it this time, we would definitely have broken up. Lisa told me about ordering another bottle of wine and dessert. She cut down on the details, however, when she said that they ended up in his room. What do you mean you ended up in his room? Did you go, or did he carry you? His room was next to yours, and you went there by mistake? I asked. Alex, he led, and I followed. I was very drunk and didn't realize it was his room until we got there. In other words, he didn't force you in any way. You went voluntarily. If you put it that way, then yes, she said. Well, apparently, you got what you wanted, but there is still a question that I don't understand. When did you finally realize that this was something you shouldn't have done? Surely by midnight, you should have sobered up enough to know what you were doing. Laura said you didn't come back to the room until 8:30 in the morning, I said, getting my answer as I walked away. Lisa began to sob openly. I just got my answer, I said as I walked away. I think she was trying to say that she was sorry, but all I heard was sobbing and crying coming from her mouth. I just wished I hadn't poured out all the alcohol. I could use a strong drink right now. I avoided her for the next 3 hours. I put 2 potatoes in the oven, quickly made a salad, and selected 2 steaks to grill. She must have been in her new room because I had to call her from upstairs to tell her everything was on the table. We ate in silence, as we had every evening for the past few weeks, but at least she was sober. Did you like it? I asked suddenly when she didn't look up or answer. I got my answer. I was going to give her another chance when she first spoke. Was Becky better than me? She must have been much more experienced than me because I didn't have any men before you, Lisa, I said. I don't remember, it was so long ago, I replied. Every guy remembers every girl he's been with. I've heard this phrase so many times that I know it by heart, and I know Becky wasn't your first. How many were there? 5, 6, more? She asked without backing down. 4, if you really must know, but they all existed before we met. Not all of them, but Becky was probably revenge for what I did that night, right? You can say that it was my fault that you cheated on me, Lisa said, now angry herself. Do you want to know how many nights I thought about that night when we saw Becky on the street or in the mall and our eyes met? I felt like she was making fun of me. Yes, I was with your man before you, and it was wonderful, she screamed at me. But you were probably drunk too, so when did you realize it was her and not me, Vicky? We weren't married yet, and that made it right, was it? Okay to cheat on me cause we weren't married yet, and probably after, 3 months later, I forgave you. We made peace, and everything became the same as before. I forgave your stupid mistake, but I never forgot. So the question is, how many more months are you going to make me pay? 1, 2, never. That's what we're talking about now, she said. She was right. While I didn't agree with her logic, it all came down to what we were going to do in the future. I'm too tired to think or talk anymore, Lisa said, standing up and heading towards the stairs. I won't ask to share your bed tonight because, frankly, I don't want to. We may or may not talk tomorrow, but like you, I can't go on like this anymore, she said, her voice devoid of any emotion except fatigue and disappointment. I watched her walk up the stairs and disappear into the hallway. I sat in the chair for another 2 hours, contemplating my options. I came up with 4, discard, started, 3, and came up with 2 more. Revenge in the form of betrayal was not an option, and temporary separation would only delay the inevitable. When I got up, Lisa was no longer in the house. Her car was gone, and she left no notes. She returned just before 9 o'clock, and when she walked through the door, I knew immediately where she had been. Her leggings were a clear sign. I attended Laura's morning aerobics class, she said. It gave me the opportunity to clear my head and focus on something other than our problems. Hi, she said, walking towards the stairs when I asked if she wanted breakfast. I'm not hungry, but a cup of coffee would be nice. I made coffee and took out 2 bagels. She could do with gaining a few extra pounds. After about 45 minutes, she finally came down. I had already drunk 1 cup of coffee but waited for it before continuing. Well, do you want to know more details this morning? Do you want to know how many times we did this or what it was like, or maybe the great question is, was he better than you? Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. You just have to ask, she said, putting the bagel in the toaster and crossing her arms, almost challenging me. You already told me that he was better and that he fulfilled every damn fantasy you had, I replied in the same tone. Alex, we had sex. We didn't make love. He used me and left, and that's the story. Did I enjoy it? Yes, hell yes. Was he better than you? Actually, no. It's just different. And finally, would I do it again? No way in this life, she said, looking me straight in the eyes. After that, silence reigned in the kitchen. We both ate in silence and then just looked at each other. I couldn't get rid of the image of her cheating, no matter how hard I tried, and it seemed like she saw it in my eyes. I'll find a place and move out as soon as possible, she said, breaking the silence. I don't need a house. It's too big. A 1-room apartment is enough for me. Are you in a hurry? I said, trying to soften what was happening. Alex, you will never be able to forgive me for cheating on you, and I'm tired of apologizing. I begged and asked for forgiveness, but I had exhausted all my tears and strength, she said, standing up and heading towards the stairs. She didn't say anything else, and I didn't stop her. Her door was locked when I tried to check later that night. I put my ear to the door but didn't hear anything. Again, she disappeared when I finally got up in the morning. I didn't sleep well last night, and things were getting even more out of control. I needed to change something. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lisa finally returned home. Where have you been all day? I asked. I was looking for an apartment, and it seems I found the right one, she said, looking at me, waiting for my reaction. I don't want you to leave. I still love you, I said. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for myself. I need my life back, and I can't do it here much longer. So you're just going to move out, and that's it? Throw away 27 years? You threw it away, not me, she said, her voice filled with anger. Why don't you call your friend Ethan? He can probably find another white woman, especially the one he has already tamed, I retorted. I turned away first, already halfway up the stairs when I turned around. If you leave, we're done. There will be no turning back. When she told me to go to hell, I knew it was over. Lisa moved out over the next 3 days. I didn't know and didn't want to know who was helping her, just so it would finally end. If she really wants to be alone, I will help her. In 4 hours, I closed all the credit cards in my name and left them open at my company. I removed her name from all accounts and added our 2 children as second and third parties in case of my incapacity. 3, 2, 1. My cell phone rang. Probably not as fast as it seemed, but it seemed to me that it happened instantly. My credit cards aren't working, and I can't access our bank accounts, she screamed into the phone. I told you if you leave, everything will end. Apparently, you thought I was joking. Half of this money is mine, I said. When was the last time you contributed to something other than bills for the past 3 months? I've been living with a drunk whose only goal was to get completely drunk every day. It's time for you to sort out your life yourself. I hung up. I called my lawyer and told him that Lisa and I were getting a divorce and asked him to hide everything that I could, whether it was legal or not. I didn't care anymore. 4 days later, the lawyer called. He threatened and demanded alimony for Lisa. Listen, I won't give this traitor a dime. Okay, she cheated on me, and I can prove it. I told him who my lawyer was, and that he should only call him. Tell my wife that I will burn all the money in the fireplace before I give her a penny. And so, the struggle began. My children tried to intervene, but we were both at each other's throats and did not listen to anyone. In the end, they told us both that when we were done, we should call them, but until then, not. I had no idea what Lisa lived on. She probably maxed out her credit card and maybe got some money from her parents. When her father came into my work and scolded me, I told him a little story. When he left, I was still a scoundrel, but at least he understood why. Both Tim and Laura tried to talk to us, but I felt that if Laura had kept a better eye on Lisa, we might not have gone through this mess. I felt sorry for Tim, he was in the middle of all this. We'd have a drink sometimes, and I tried to check with him to see how Lisa was doing, but he said he hadn't seen her, although Laura came by to check on her every couple of days. When was the last time you actually talked to Lisa? He asked one evening when we were drinking several glasses. The day before she moved out. I was ready to try, but when she said she was leaving, all bets were off. Tim, I told her if she left, we were done. She told me to go to hell, and that ended it. I know she still loves you, but you both are making the gap so wide that you may not be able to cross it in the near future. Tim, it's already too wide. Do you know what's the funniest thing? She blames me for our breakup. She said she did it because I cheated on her 2 years before our wedding. Will you believe it? We weren't even married, and I haven't even looked at other girls since then, but apparently, she can't say the same. I was given a court order to state where I was putting the money from our savings and checking accounts. I ignored it. I actually burned $500 bills and sent them to her new apartment with a note that she would receive a similar package every day. Apparently, she thought I was serious and set up a meeting between two lawyers. I gave her 40% of what was in our savings accounts, less legal fees. It was a couple thousand, which should have lasted her for a while. I started drinking heavily again and started taking taxis instead of driving on my days off. Chuck, my office manager, began to worry about my absence from the office. I gave him power of attorney so he could pay bills and sign paychecks. Alex, there are clients you've had for years who are starting to worry. If you don't shake things up, we'll lose them, he told me. I wasn't going to let my divorce ruin what I'd spent my life building. I returned to work with renewed vigor. I ignored all requests from Lisa, and the lawyer's bills began to mount. When I told him to stop all proceedings and not answer her lawyer calls, they started calling me again, but my secretary blocked all their calls, and when they tried to come to my office, I was always at lunch. When they finally stopped by my car, I asked Chuck to take me to a motel. It worked, but not for long. Chuck and I were having a drink at Tony's when I saw Lisa walk in with a group of about 8 people. I saw Laura with her, so I assumed they were all friends from the gym. My eyes were glued to her, and I watched her every move. It didn't take her more than an hour to drink 4 or 5 glasses of wine. If she wasn't drunk, she was on her way to it. When she started dancing with all the guys, I apparently became jealous, although I didn't know why. Damn, I knew I still loved that, but it looked like she was moving on. He was tall and black, like the ace of spades. I wasn't drunk, but I wasn't sober either. Good evening, Laura, I said as I approached their table. You still seem to be doing a great job taking care of Lisa, just like you did in Tampa. Alex, why don't you leave? You're drunk, she said as soon as Lisa returned. You must be a pimp or something. Don't worry, she can handle anything you or your brothers can throw at her. She has experience. Tell them, Lisa. Laura stood up and told me to shut up. Does Tim know that Lisa probably turned you into a traitor just like herself? The guy stood up for her, and there was a fight. The next time I came to, I was told that I was under anesthesia and to the bed so that I could not move my head. The man in the white coat told me that I was injured and that in a few days, I would feel better and be like myself again. Great, I'd feel better now if I could remember something that might help, I thought. I recognized Jake and Laura, but I had no idea who the others were. Honey, how are you feeling? Asked a beautiful woman, holding my hand. I just looked at her. "Dad, it's me, Michael," another man said as he approached my bed. I just looked at them. My brain still wasn't processing it, but they looked familiar. "Where are Jake and Laura?" I whispered. "Jake will be back soon," the woman said. "She went to get something to eat." I think I knew her, but the boy was unknown to me. "Dad, do you know who these other two are?" "One says his name is Michael, but I'm not sure who that woman is," I said, whispering in her ear. "It's okay. Everything will be restored soon. You just have to get better," she said with a tear in her eye. "You just have to get better." They all came back and looked like they were crying. Maybe they're not telling me something. I got scared and asked my doctor, "Doctor, what's wrong? Am I dying?" "Only if I mess up the operation, and I never do that," he said with a grin. "You hit your head, and we had to repair the damage. You'll have problems at airport security because you now have a little metal plate in your head. You won't even notice the difference after the stitches heal." He said, releasing my restrictions, "You don't need these anymore. There's still some swelling, and you'll feel a little silly for a couple of days, but after that, you should start feeling like you used to." "What was it like before?" I asked. "I guess you'll have to ask your family about that," he replied. Jake and the other two never left my side. They were with me when I fell asleep and were always there when I woke up. Michael said he was my son, but I still couldn't remember who this sad woman was, I thought. Laura came back that night with some guy I've never met. I beckoned her to the bed and whispered in her ear, "We are married." She smiled and said, "No," she called to the sad woman from the edge of the bed, "This is your wife, Lisa. You have been married for 27 years, and this is your son, Michael. I think you already know Jake." "For some reason, honey, how are you feeling?" "Much better. I just wish I could remember something," I said. "Don't worry. The doctor said you should start remembering everything within a couple of days," she said, starting to cry again. I took her hand, kissed her, and asked her to sit next to me. "We have a lot of catching up to do," I said, looking at Laura and Michael. Jake wasn't as nice. She told me I've been a real jerk over the last couple of months. "Dad, Michael and I haven't even talked to you for the last couple of months. You acted like an arrogant bastard, and we were angry with you and Mom." "What have we done?" She looked at Michael, then at Lisa, and then back at me. "Mom will tell you later. Right now, you just need to rest and recover." Gradually, everything started to come back. At least I remembered who all these people were. I vaguely remembered Lisa, but I felt love for her. Michael was simpler, especially after our conversations, and I began to remember things we had done together in the past. The first time I kissed Lisa, she backed off a little. "Don't worry, honey, I won't break," I told her. She smiled, and I started to feel better, much better. When everyone started leaving around 9 o'clock in the evening, I asked Lisa to stay. She sat on the chair next to my bed and waited for everyone to leave. "I heard I've been a jerk to you these past months, and if that's the case, then I'm sorry," I said, kissing her as she reciprocated. "How can you be angry with such a beautiful woman who never left my side?" 27 years, she nodded in response. "Wow, did we get married at 12? You're still a very attractive mommy," I said, pulling her onto the bed with me. "Alex, you could hurt yourself," she said, trying to pull away. "I want my wife to be with me in this bed. I don't care if it's a hospital bed. Wherever I am, you should be with me," I said, not understanding why she cried again. "I love you, Alex. You have to believe it," was all she repeated. A week later, I was discharged, and we headed home. I was as excited as a child with a new bike. Everything seemed new and exciting. The real food was delicious, and my parents came to visit every day. I knew my father right away, but another week passed before I remembered my mother. We had sex most nights. Laura came over every other evening or so to check on me and chat with Lisa. Finally, I realized that she was Lisa's best friend, and her husband, Tim, was mine. My office manager told all my clients about my accident and that I would likely be back at work in about 3 weeks on a part-time basis. Things started going great when I started remembering things that were bothering me. One evening after a great session, well for me anyway, I asked Lisa about it. Alex, we had some problems before your accident, and we were trying to solve them. Is that why Jake said I was in? We both were, she replied. Well, it couldn't be that big of a deal. We're still together, yes, isn't it? Lisa said, kissing me again. I was drinking coffee in the kitchen when the phrase, big boy, came into my head again. It was like rewinding a CD as things started coming back into my head bits and pieces, hundreds of pieces filled my brain. I must have been staring into space when Lisa entered the room. Alex, are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm just thinking about what to do with you today. Well, Laura and I are going shopping, and you can come if you want. Let's see, go shopping with 2 women or call Tim and go on vacation with him. Lisa looked at me and said she would invite Tim to come over. By the time Tim arrived, I had already collected a lot. I'll be ready in a minute, I said, grabbing my baseball cap and wallet. Where do you think you're going? We, my friend, are going to have a drink and have a long talk, I said, seeing him become a little uncomfortable. Are you sure you want to do this? I have no choice. I want my old life back, I told him. What I remembered, and he filled in the remaining gaps. Do you remember about Lisa? Tim asked, uncertainty. What, did she cheat on that weekend and move out of the house? Yes, I remember all this. She has been my wife more recently than in the last 5 years of our marriage. What are you going to do now? Nothing. How is this nothing? Won't Vicky suspect that you got your memory back? Not if I play dumb. I want to see how this all works out between us. I'll give her hints sometimes to keep her on her toes, and eventually, I'll tell her. So you're not going to divorce her? Are you crazy? I love this woman. I have serious problems with what she did, and we still have to discuss it, but I'm not going to let her go unless my plan fails. Alex, you're still in. I know, but I'm going to have the best sex of my marriage in the next couple of months, I said, finishing my second drink and ordering a third. I was waiting for Lisa when she returned from shopping. I was grilling steaks and making a salad when she walked through the door. Alex, I could do that. I don't want you to overexert yourself, she said, dropping the bags. I see you're a Vicky's secret bag among the others. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on how you feel later, I said. Dinner was great, and Jake and Michael came by to see how I was doing. I told them that the old man was going to live and that they should worry about school and not about me. Besides, I announced that we had a date tonight, and it was time for them to leave. Dad, I don't need to know that much about this, Jake said, winking at her mom before walking away. I dropped hints from time to time and was now working full-time. I don't know what came over him in the last 2 months. He wants to do it every night and says he remembers us doing sexy things that we never did, she said, blushing. Lisa, the main thing is, are you happy? Yes, it's crazy, but what will happen when he remembers everything? I can't lose him again. Let's not worry about it until it happens, okay? At 11 o'clock in the evening, I announced that it was time for Vicky and me to go home. She has become such a beast sometimes. I feel like I can't keep up with her. Maybe I should find her a lover to help me, I said, laughing. Nobody else laughed. What? It was a joke. I would never have shared my Lisa with that. We left. When did you regain all your memory? She asked when we woke up a couple of months ago. Who else knows? Just Chuck and Tim. Can I ask why you didn't let me know? I thought you'd figure it out when I started dropping hints, but you didn't say anything. Well, the $10,000 question is, where do we stand now? I'm still here, aren't I? I'm not happy with what happened in Tampa, but it's not a reason for divorce for me, and I never want to hear the words of free passage again. We kissed before heading into the shower. I had to fend off the men with a stick, and Tim asked why Laura didn't wear those outfits for him, winking at me. She did it 3 weeks later and looked amazing. We were still working on trust, but we were making progress. We were both working on it now, unlike before. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine being at home on a leisurely Friday night, when suddenly a heavy punch hits your nose, and the world goes dark. Waking up, you find yourself mistaken for a cheater, and your beloved wife has driven away, leaving you alone on the cold supermarket floor. This is not just a misunderstanding, it's a profound story about trust, betrayal, and revenge. Come with me to uncover the shocking truth behind this attack. Are you Alex Thompson? I was interrupting a routine Friday night argument with my lovely wife, Lisa, about whether it was better for a woman to do her own shopping or, in our case, whether the poor, depressed husband after a hard week at work should be deprived of the opportunity to have a cold drink straight from the refrigerator. I turned around with a big smile, thinking it was probably just another Saints fan wanting my autograph. This is for sleeping with my wife, you bastard. My nose exploded in pain under some bastard's fist, and I collapsed like the proverbial sack of potatoes, falling backwards as the shock instantly transferred to my legs before I hit the back of my head on something very, very hard, shaking my head. I struggled to stand up, barely making out the big, dark-haired guy in my blurry eyes as he quickly walked away from me, and my brain went into panic mode as I blacked out. I think it's worth telling a little about myself. My name is Alex Thompson. I am 39 years old, I'm just over 6 feet tall, and built like a brick house. I'm a handsome man with a figure like Brad Pitt and hair like an aged rock star. My hair is indeed quite long, although now streaked with grey, but my face is, well, let's just say battle-worn. I'm actually just over 6 feet tall and have a really powerful build, so it's not all a lie. My poor nose has now been broken for the 4th time, leaving it irregularly shaped, stretched across most of my face, and with many scars above both my eyes. I played the great game of rugby league 384 times for my local team, St Helens, a small town in the northwest of England, about 14 miles from Liverpool, playing for just over 12 years until I retired in 2004 at the age of 30 from 4 injuries. I also played 32 international matches for England or Great Britain, often against our arch-rivals, Australia, whom I hate with a passion but at the same time respect very much. You could say that at one time, I was a bit of a star. However, I had a problem with a short temper. My temperament became known early in my professional rugby career, and rival teams often used this against me, provoking me to react and causing the referee to send me to the penalty box for 10 minutes or worse, send me off for the rest of the game. Anyone who follows rugby league knows that playing short-handed, even for a short time, creates great difficulties for the rest of the team. The senior players kept trying to tell me what was going on and pointed out how if I didn't get a grip on myself, my career would be over before it really began. Eventually, the club got tired of it, and they sent me to anger management courses. This helped a lot, but the problem remained, and I had to make a conscious effort to control myself despite provocation. Now, I try to count to 10 when I feel angry. This works most of the time, but sometimes I only get to 2 or 3 before I explode. I was making good money for a rugby league player, nowhere near what those pampered footballers made, but enough to save for retirement. After retiring, I became the manager of a local hardware store that was owned by a big Saints fan, and eventually bought his business when he wanted to retire. We have since expanded the business to include a large organic garden center, which has become quite a profitable business. I also part-time coach the Saints Junior Academy team, along with a few ex-players, and have a great time trying to get the boys up to the level required for the first team. In general, everything is going very well for us. When I say we, I mean me and my second wife, Lisa. She is a beautiful blonde, 10 years younger than me, the daughter of a wonderful lady named Helen and a scoundrel named George Howard. You might think that I don't get along well with my father-in-law, and you'd be absolutely right. I can't stand this loud, drunk idiot. He's one of those ex-pros that all the players hate. He played about a dozen times for the first team back in the 80s, but to listen to him, it sounded like he was one of the greatest of all time. He always shows up at ex-player events at the club, invariably gets so drunk he can barely stand, and rants to every poor soul he can get his hands on about how great his team was and how no other player today could have played in his time. This is what you need when you're trying to have a quiet drink while meeting old friends. Anna, as I said, is my second wife. I met her when she had just returned from university after finishing her fine art course in 2006. I was at the rugby club's annual children's Christmas party for the local children's home, playing Santa Claus, when her mother brought her over and introduced us. I think I fell in love with her at that very moment. She was 22 at the time, so the giddy thoughts of young girls sitting on Santa's lap that immediately popped into my head were just a little twisted for a 32-year-old divorcee who, by the way, hadn't had a woman in at least 2 years. Anna knew almost everything about me. She was and remains a big rugby fan, so when she learned that Helen knew me well, she begged her mother to introduce us. We chatted like old friends for about the next half hour. Helen left us a couple of minutes after we met, and I found it much easier to talk to her than any other woman since my very high-conflict divorce the year before. My first marriage ended extremely unpleasantly. To put it mildly, I married Sarah in 1996 after we had been dating for just over 2 years. I was just over 21, and she was 24, and we were very much in love at first. She gradually became jealous of my growing fame and local popularity, hating every time a fan asked for my autograph when we were together, often acting extremely rude when doing so. We learned early on that Sarah was having trouble conceiving a child, which didn't bother me too much at the time, but she was very shaken by it, and it caused a lot of problems in our relationship. I realize now that not being able to conceive must have been a terrible blow to her sense of femininity, but at the time, I was definitely insensitive to her needs. Anyway, our marriage lasted several years, and in 2004, she decided that she wanted something that would belong only to her, separate from me. She had always loved drawing and painting since childhood, so she enrolled in an art course at a local evening college. There, she met that Cockney jerk, as he quickly became known in our family circle. It was Paul Deff, and he was her teacher at school. He was older than her, 42 to her 31, and was a typical artistic teacher of adult education. He could not draw himself but felt qualified enough to teach others. He was a tall, skinny jerk, always dressed in someone else's old clothes, and with the stupidest haircut you've ever seen, almost completely bald on top with a ponytail that almost reached his waist in the back. Imagine what a complete idiot. Over the next few months, he began taking her out for drinks after class, and it appears these quick drinks turned into a full-blown affair. She started dating him while I was away at games, and I imagine they had a lot of sex. All this became clear during the divorce. He finally convinced her that she was too intellectual and smart to be with me, a Neanderthal, and she would be much better off with him. It all came to a head when she bluntly announced to me at home one Sunday evening that she had fallen in love with someone else, wanted a divorce, and wanted half of everything we had. She moved in with him that night. The next day, she lifted the restraining order preventing me from contacting her or him, citing that I was a very dangerous person as evidenced by my profession, and she was afraid that I would attack her and her new partner. She knew me so well that if I got anywhere near that little jerk, I would rip some of it off and hang them around her damn adulterous neck. However, being a local celebrity has its perks, and I was able to hire the best and most ruthless divorce lawyer in the area. But they were poor and could not use their admitted infidelity and my heartbroken innocence. My shark lady lawyer took them to the dry cleaners, proving to the court that my wife abandoned our marriage to commit adultery with someone who should, as a teacher, be above reproach. The judge agreed with her and awarded me the house and most of our property, and Sarah received alimony of $50 per week for 3 years or until she remarried, whichever came first. Now, Mr. Deff may have considered himself superior in every way to a dumb, uneducated lout like me, but that didn't stop this money-hungry couple from living together for 3 years and getting married only a week after her alimony ran out. I may well give the impression that I'm bitter about all this, but I'm damn right. The experience with Diane and the jerk made me suspicious and distrustful of almost every woman I dated over the next few months. Sure, I dated a few times, but I could never allow myself to get emotionally involved with any of them. I only had sex with 3 of them, all once, and then I met Anna. We became close friends long before we became lovers, getting to know each other very well, much to the chagrin of her father. Coincidentally, given how Diane met the jerk, Lisa introduced me to fine art and other so-called intellectual pursuits after I retired from rugby. We often went to London for weekends, always visiting world-famous art galleries and even going to the opera in Covent Garden a few times. I've always been a big rock fan, so to say that the whole thing was a culture shock for me would be an understatement. Anna took the time to explain to me what actually made a painting or sculpture great rather than just very good. She really loves her art, but unlike the prick, she knows she is not talented enough as an artist herself and now works as an art historian and curator at the Tate Gallery in Liverpool. We were actually friends for 3 years before we became lovers, although I already knew months ago that I was deeply in love with her. However, I was still very nervous about making the commitment, clearly mentally scarred by my previous disastrous family experiences. Eventually, in 2010, Anna was clearly fed up with my lack of commitment to our relationship. So, on her 26th birthday, as we languished in the glorious afterglow of a wonderful hour of lovemaking, she decided to take everything into her own hands and turned to face me with a stern expression on her beautiful face. James Mack, I've been in love with you since I was 14, and I've been in love with you since I met you. So, unless you ask me to marry you right now, I'm going to leave you. What could a person say to this? We got married 6 months later in her favorite church, surrounded by all our friends, family, and lots of ugly ex-rugby players. Very slowly, I began to come to my senses. My head gradually cleared, my eyes tried to focus, and eventually, I was able to see a small crowd gathered around me. With difficulty, I tried to get to my feet. I felt a firm hand on my chest, pushing me back to the ground where I was lying. I'm a nurse. Please don't try to get up, sir. You've had a bad blow to the head. Throwing my head back on the paper towels placed under my bleeding skull, I gradually focused on the dark brown features of my assistant. My name is Rose, and I am the head nurse at St. Luke's Theatre. You have a serious injury, and it appears your nose is broken, so please do not move until the ambulance arrives. Her voice had a distinct South African accent, and I could see that she was a big girl, as they say. Her breasts were perhaps the largest I had ever seen from below, stretching her dark blue scrubs to the limit. Although she was a caring professional, there didn't seem to be much sympathy in her voice as she continued, obviously, this isn't the first time your nose has been broken by the looks of it, but a blow to the back of the head can be a big problem, so please just lie there until the paramedics arrive. Now that my eyes were focusing better, I could look around at the rapidly growing crowd of onlookers, slowly noticing their facial expressions. Not concern, sympathy, or any of the other natural emotions one would normally show towards someone who may be seriously injured, but instead, judgment on some and outright amusement on most. Completely ignoring Sister Rose's advice, I tried to stand up only to feel dizzy again and had to sit down with my back against the concrete pillar that I had apparently hit my head on when I fell. Please, Mr. Thompson, please don't move. Your head could have been seriously injured. Feeling that something was wrong with the good sister, I asked her quietly, where is my wife? Where is Lisa? You mean the blonde? After getting knocked down by another person, she loaded all her shopping into the car and sped out of here like a bat out of hell. Why? She said, giving me a stern disapproving look, looking around at the other onlookers. Actually, yes, she said a lot and screamed even more. Completely stunned, I asked, she was screaming what? Why didn't she stay to help me? She's called you a lot of wrong names, Mr. Mindy Thompson, most of which I would never use, but she doesn't seem to approve of the idea of you sleeping with someone else's wife, and if I may say so, Mr. Bar Thompson, I totally agree with her. Unfaithful husbands deserve to have their noses broken, but I never cheated on her," I muttered, trying to understand what was going on. "Excuse me, what did you say, Mr. Gushy Thompson?" the kind sister asked, leaning towards me to hear me better. "I said I never cheated on her. I would never do that. She knows I couldn't, Mr. Kai Thompson. I saw and heard everything, and I certainly don't think another gentleman would hit you like that without a good reason," objected the reproachful Sister Rose. I've now become quite annoyed at what seems to be a complete misunderstanding. I have no idea who he is, let alone who his wife is, and I'm telling you, I've never slept with another man's wife, I almost shouted with indignation. "By that time, Mr. Thompson, there is absolutely no need to swear like that. Please refrain from using such language," Sister Rose said, reprimanding me. "Sorry, sister, I just can't figure out what just happened here," I replied, being duly reprimanded by my savior angel. While most of the rapidly growing crowd laughed at my discomfort, the first witnesses informed the new arrivals about what was happening. "I don't think I'm the one you need to convince, Mr. Mac, but I don't think you'll be sleeping with your own wife anytime soon either," and that's how I ended up in the emergency department of St. Luke's General Hospital at 11:45 p.m. on a Friday night. Sister Rose very kindly told the arriving paramedics what happened as they loaded me into the ambulance. Of course, one of them turned out to be a mock Australian bastard, Lance, who spent the entire trip mocking the big international rugby league player who was knocked out with one blow, telling me it was long overdue for what I had done to Aussie heroes in the past. The idiot even took a photo of my bloody face on his mobile phone to send to his friends back home in good old Australia. His colleague was no better. She was a sweet young lady who clearly did not approve of cheating husbands, making it obvious that she shared Sister Rose's opinion. She must have gotten her turn to install the 4 that the medics have to insert as part of the procedure, and she clearly took advantage of it. What the hell happened to all the caring professionals our health service is supposed to be? I'm sure they used a dull needle because it hurt like hell when she put that stuff in. These 2 friendly doctors wheeled me straight to the emergency room on a gurney, leaving me at the mercy of the emergency room staff. Of course, they had to tell everyone who would listen who I was and what had happened to me, so again, I was faced with complete indifference to my well-being from all the nurses there. Eventually, the doctor on duty, a woman of course, examined the back of my head with the care I expected from a busy, tired professional. She took one look and sent me for an X-ray. Luckily, the orderly in charge of the wheelchair that wheeled me to the X-ray room was a big Saints fan. He took great pleasure in telling me how he was at Wembley when I scored the winning goal against Wigan in the 1998 Cup final. This was not surprising, as almost everyone I have ever spoken to from St. Helens claimed to have been there on that great day. By the way, that day was the greatest of my rugby career, hearing 35,000 Saints fans sing "Martha and the Vandella" and "Alex, my Mac" as I walked back from scoring a last-minute goal to win the cup against our greatest rival of all teams. Well, it just doesn't get any better than that. Bob the orderly kindly asked if there was anyone he could report my location and injuries to, so I gave him my wife's cell number and asked him to call her, leaving me with a promise to do so. He left me at the X-ray station. Unfortunately, Bob was clearly a gossip. He simply had to tell the radiologists on duty what he had heard about me. Apparently, I had been beaten up by a jealous husband for sleeping with his wife for years, so again, I was conscientiously ignored by one and all until there was no one else left to X-ray, and then I had to wait for Busy Bob to come back and take me back to see the doctor. He eventually came back for me, took me back to the emergency room, and dropped me off in the waiting room. All the way back, he insisted on talking about rugby, barely letting me get a word in until his voice echoed in my throbbing head. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered what I had asked him to do for me and said loud enough for everyone in the waiting room to hear, "By the way, Alex, I called your wife as you asked." She said, and I quote, "Let that cheater rot in hell for all I care." Here I am, sitting in the middle of a very busy, crowded emergency room, waiting for the doctor on duty to take the time to examine me and hopefully stitch up my wounds and send me home. By this time, I was fully conscious but still had no idea who hit me or why the hell he thought I was sleeping with his wife. Looking around, I could see the amusement, contempt, and outright disdain on the faces of most of the patients and staff who waited with me. I could hear most of the whispers, everyone accusing me of being a cheating bastard who clearly couldn't keep his gun in his pants. To be honest, I haven't slept with anyone's wife but my own, I said, addressing no one in particular but loud enough for everyone to hear. I have no idea who this guy is or his wife. I swear on my mother's life, I don't. Yes, sure, came the answer from some unidentified woman. I shouted back, I did not sleep. At the sound of my raised voice, the guard on duty, a big guy who was obviously a frustrated cop and needed a uniform to prove his manhood, hurried towards me. Having glanced at my expression, he apparently decided that it was better to refrain from action and stopped in place. Alex, please don't make trouble, he pleaded. I don't want to call the police. No problem, just leave me alone, I barked. Anyone who has ever sought help in a busy emergency department on a Friday night will understand how long the wait can be to be served by overworked and stressed staff who are unhappy to be on duty and deal with all the drunks and other antisocial elements that show up during this time of the week. So, it's no surprise that I had to wait forever to be examined. I was eventually called back to the same doctor who first examined me, and she took a close look at the X-rays of my battered skull while I sat there. No sign of a fracture, Mr. Bino Thompson, but I think I'd like you to stay the night so we can observe to see if there are any problems later. 24 hours should be plenty, she said. I'm fine now, document. Just a bit of a headache. It's no worse than a lot of times on the rugby field, I replied, perhaps a little harshly. Who's the doctor here, Mr. Thompson? How would you like it if I started telling you how to play this stupid game? You'd be in good company, Doc. Every week, thousands tell me what I'm doing wrong, I replied, trying to soften the situation. I'm sure I'll be fine, and I'd really like to go home if that's the case, I said. Maybe if you insist, sir. I cannot physically stop you from leaving here, but I must insist that you sign a document stating that you are leaving the hospital against all my recommendations. Obviously, you know much more about the possible consequences of a serious blow to the head than a simple, experienced emergency doctor who studied at the university for 6 years and has been working in this department for the last 5 years. Turning and picking up a medical razor, she continued her moralizing tone, you are, of course, a highly skilled amateur who apparently knows much better how thick your skull is and how little harm a gentle collision between a human skull and a concrete pillar can cause. Sensing that her patient might be wearing thin, I decided it would be best to keep my mouth shut while she shaved an unreasonably large patch of hair at the back of my head to stitch me up. Here are 7 stitches, Mr. Bid Thompson. I'm sure you know the procedure, they should dissolve in about a week and will leave you with another good scar to add to your collection. Please see your doctor next week to make sure it doesn't get infected in the wound, and I must emphasize how important this is, despite your excellent knowledge of these matters. If you experience any dizziness or changes in vision, return here immediately. Turning away from me and putting away the needle equipment, she continued, I also suggest that you avoid encounters with jealous husbands in the future, Mr. Pam McKay. Damn it, DOC, I haven't slept with anyone's wife. It's all a big misunderstanding. I exclaimed. Why does everyone think I'm some kind of cheating bastard? As they say, if the hat fits, now please, if you insist on leaving, do so. We are extremely busy here. By then, it was 1:30 a.m. On a Saturday morning, a great time to try to get a taxi home. I tried calling in on her mobile and also on her home phone, and since my parents were on vacation, a taxi was the only option. Finally, at about 2:45 a.m., my ride home finally arrived. Ali looked at my bloody clothes and immediately declared, I won't take a drunk from the hospital. Please call another taxi, Mr. Jumping into the back seat before he could move, I barked at him, I'm not drunk. Now take me home before I get really angry. Okay, mister, just please don't bleed in my car. I work all night, and I don't think my other passengers would like it if their clothes got dirty. No problem, buddy, I replied. Half an hour later, we arrived at my house. After I got out of the taxi and he drove away, I noticed for the first time that my car was parked in the driveway, and Anna's SUV was missing. This meant that she had at least returned home and put away her shopping. As I walked around my locked car, I slowly realized that I was locked out of not only my house but also my car, and I had no keys to get in. Of course, what any calm, rational, clear-thinking man with a broken nose and 7 stitches in the back of his head would do under the circumstances, I broke the door. Before I even made it to the bedroom, the powerful painkillers they gave me immediately knocked me out, and I fell asleep on the couch. However, I remember thinking at that moment that someone would pay for all this before I fell asleep. I woke up a little after 10 a.m. on Saturday morning, feeling like absolute crap. My head hurt, my nose seemed the size of a small mountain, and the lump on the back of my head, well, let's just say it was very painful. I dragged myself to the bathroom and completed my morning routine. Surprisingly, I had the usual morning excitement, but getting help while sitting like a woman solved that little problem. Then I took a shower, trying not to get my hair wet, as the sympathetic doctor told me yesterday. I didn't shave then, looked in the mirror to comb my hair. Damn, what a view! My nose was covered with a stupid bandage that stretched across both cheeks, and my eyes were as black as a damn panda's. After getting dressed, I threw the bloody t-shirt I'd worn the night before in the trash, threw my jeans in the laundry basket, and then made myself a cup of coffee. I thought I knew exactly where she might have gone, so the first thing I decided to do was fix the front door. She had been the object of all my frustrations and anger earlier and didn't look her best hanging on its hinges with a broken lock and door frame. I called Ethan, my assistant manager at work and probably my best friend in the world, and asked him to bring a new door frame and lock as soon as possible, refusing to explain when he asked why I needed a new door so urgently and telling him to keep it to himself. A couple of hours later, we had the new door installed, and Ethan left with strict instructions not to tell anyone anything. He tried a couple of times to find out why I was walking like a bear with a sore butt, why my face and head were in such a state, and what happened to the door. The first time he asked, I muttered that it was none of his business. Then, when he asked again a little later, he received a rude answer from me and was not very politely informed not to pry. Resisting the temptation to mention that I would probably be better off not prying, he helped me install the new door before returning to work, taking away all the remnants of my unwarranted attack on the door. By this time, it was after 3 p.m. and I really needed to contact Lisa and explain that it had all been a misunderstanding and convince her to come home to care for her unjustly injured husband. I was right, she went to her parents' house. Her SUV was in the driveway when I pulled up, so I parked behind it to keep her from driving away again. I hurried up the path, rang the doorbell, and waited to see who would answer. A few seconds later, Helen, my beautiful mother-in-law, opened the door to a crack, having first installed a security chain, and looked out through the narrow crack. She shuddered when she saw the state I was in, and the expression of sympathy on her face quickly changed to an expression of stern disapproval. "James, how could you?" she asked, still not letting me into the house. "How could you change Lisa in this way? I thought you were better than this." Helen always used my full name when I seriously messed up, so I kept a calm and quiet tone as I responded, "Helen, I never cheated on Sarah, despite what she put me through, and I would never cheat on Lisa. Honestly, please let me in so I can talk to her and explain everything." "No, James, she doesn't want to talk to you right now. She's furious. She thought you were the love of her life, and she's so disappointed in you." "I know it looks bad, Helen, but I really don't know who this guy is or who his damn wife is. Let me explain this to Anna, please let me try to convince her to at least listen to you. James, I definitely want to believe you. I love you like my own son, and it would break my heart, not to mention ANS, if all of this turned out to be true." She closed the door again in my face and walked deeper into the house. I hoped it was to persuade Lisa to let me talk to her. A couple of minutes later, the door was chained open again, and there was the face of my cocky father-in-law. "I always knew you were a scoundrel, you arrogant jerk. I should never have let my daughter marry you," he blurted out at me, protected by the door count. "Count yourself lucky that I'm not 20 years younger, otherwise, I would give you the rebuff you deserve, you traitor." This was too much. I wasn't going to put up with such disgusting behavior from a jerk like him. My anger quickly grew until I shouted back, "You disgusting Firstly, never in your wildest fantasies could you fight me back, as you so colorfully expressed it, and in secondly, I never cheated. This definitely didn't go to plan, I thought as the door slammed in my face. I saw Helen looking at me from the living room window, so I walked over and beckoned her to open it. She did as I asked, opening the window slightly, just enough so that I could hear her. Please go away, Alex. Let me work on this. There's no chance she'll want to talk to you while you and her dad are here together, she said. Okay, Helen. I'll go away for a while. I still don't trust myself around this jerk, but please tell her what I said. I'll call her in a short time and try to talk to her, if that's okay. I'll try to convince her to talk to you, Alex, although I can't promise anything. Her father is insisting that she divorce you and get rid of you for good, but leave it to me. You know how he is, he'll calm down in a couple of days. I didn't expect anything less from him, Helen. Why did such a beautiful lady like you ever marry such a disgusting idiot? You could have chosen anyone better than him. I said this quietly, having calmed my anger a little, thanks to my beautiful mother-in-law. You know how it is, Alex. You went through it with Sarah. Sometimes you just can't choose who you fall in love with, she replied softly, a tear rolling down her cheek. Now, please go away and let me try to calm everyone down. Call me in a couple of hours, and I'll tell you what's going on. I softly kissed her teary cheek, whispering, thank you for everything, Helen. I'll talk to you later. I returned home and lounged around the house for a couple of hours before calling Lisa on my cell phone around 8 p.m. Hi, Alex. Sorry, darling, it's Helen. Lisa's not here. She's gone to spend a couple of days with our George in Leeds, and we'll be back on Monday. Just let her cool off, okay, darling? I'm sure she'll talk to you when she gets back. George is Lisa's younger brother. He plays for Leeds Rugby Club, and luckily, he's one of my best friends, so I knew he wouldn't turn her against me like her dad did. Okay, Helen. I replied calmly, holding back my irritation out of a desire to bring my wife home where she belongs. Where you talk to her, please tell her that this is all a big misunderstanding and that I love her more than anything. I know you love Alex. I'm sure she'll understand that you would never cheat on her, despite what George tries to tell her. George and his wife will set her right. I'll ask her to call you when she comes back, okay? Thank you, Helen. I'm sorry about all this, but honestly, I have no idea what's going on, I replied. I'll talk to you later when I hopefully figure out what the hell is going on. Okay, honey. Goodbye. I decided to go to the supermarket on Sunday afternoon to ask the manager for a copy of the CCTV footage of me being attacked on Friday evening. Fortunately, he expected the police to come with questions, so the recording was ready. Unfortunately, all the footage showed was me getting hit by a big guy in a bomber jacket and jeans. It was impossible to identify him from the recording, as his face was never fully visible, so I never knew who he was. The store manager, also a big Saints fan, gave me a copy of the footage and tried to apologize for the attack that took place on his premises. I explained that the only person to blame was the one who hit me and that the store manager was absolutely not to blame for anything. I then went home and minded my own business, trying to figure out who might actually be behind the attack. After watching the grainy video footage several times, I finally gave up and went to bed, taking a few more painkillers prescribed by my favorite doctor at the emergency room. Monday morning started out great. I came to work early and sat in my office, hoping to avoid unnecessary contacts. It didn't work out very well. The tongue-tied Alan had apparently already turned everyone against me because there was a stream of employees and familiar clients who needed to see me for one reason or another. Anyway, by lunchtime, I heard a quiet knock on the door of my office and invited whoever it was to come in. Little Angie, a green-fingered garden manager, poked her head in the door and immediately burst into tears when she saw my battered face. "Oh God, I'm so sorry, Alex," she sobbed, running into the room and hugging me. "Hey, Angie, don't worry about me, honey. I'll be fine. Just hope I find the bastard who did this and deal with him once and for all," I replied, patting her on the back, touched by her concern. "That's the problem, Alex. I know who it was," she mumbled between sobs. "What? How can you know that? You weren't even there on Friday, and you certainly didn't see the video of what happened." She moved away from me and sat down on the chair on the other side of my desk. "I'm so sorry, Alex," she sobbed again. "You don't understand." Looking at her with bewilderment, I asked, "What don't I understand?" "Angie," inviting her to continue, "please forgive me, Alex. It's all my fault." Crying, tears streaming down her cheeks, I said, "I think you better calm down and explain everything." I replied, intrigued by what she was saying. "How can it be your fault? It's my husband, Alex. It's my damn husband who attacked you." "What? Your husband? But why the hell would he think I was sleeping with you?" Anger rose in me as I sat there completely stunned by what was happening. I know I'm just a stupid ex-actress, but I would definitely remember if we ever slept together. By this time, Angie was already on the verge of hysterics, recoiling from my anger and covering her face with her hands. She spread her fingers and peered through them at me before speaking again. "Please, Alex, let me explain. I think you better girl stop crying and tell me why your husband thought I slept with you." I stood up and poured us both some coffee from the constantly simmering coffee maker on the cabinet in the back of my office, throwing her a box of tissues that I had on the table. I sat down again and placed the coffee in front of her. "Okay, Angie, now explain," I said sternly. "I hope you have a good explanation because I'm really pissed off. I have a broken nose, stitches in the back of my head, and eyes like a goddamn panda." She sank deeper into her chair as I continued, "And on top of all this, my wife left me because she believes that I, quite understandably, cheated on her. I saw my secretary, Linda, 62 and nosy as hell, pretending to be busy with secretarial business." "Linda," I shouted through the closed door, "go have a cup of tea or something." "Yes, Alex," she replied, running off, no doubt to tell the rest of the staff what she had heard. "Okay, Angie, explain to me how I could sleep with you without knowing it." The sweet little 25-year-old girl blew her nose like a real soldier using a tissue before speaking. "Alex, you don't know my husband, do you? He's so jealous, always has been." "I'm sorry to hear that, Angie, but what made him think you know? He's beating me up, Alex. He's beating me up so bad." With that, she lifted her shirt and showed me her badly bruised ribs, red, blue, and black mixed with the yellow of old healing bruises. I remembered how we all noticed that Angie had started wearing heavier makeup a few months ago, and we all thought it was just a fashion thing. "Damn it, Angie, why didn't you tell anyone?" I told her quietly. "I hate men who beat women. I had enough reasons to slap Sarah several years ago, but it never occurred to me to stoop to such a level. You don't know, Alex. Not many people do. I grew up in an orphanage after being abandoned as a baby. I have no family, Alex, no one to turn to. I was ashamed to tell my friends what was happening. I thought I was nobody, and he wouldn't believe it. He's so cute when other people are around, and he's such a big man, you know. I'm so scared of him, Alex." "How long has this been going on?" I asked quietly, feeling the urge to hug this poor little girl. "When did he start hitting you like that?" She wiped her eyes and replied, "Ever since he first lost his job about 2 years ago. He started drinking heavily and hanging out with a bunch of drunks, and although it was never true, he started imagining that I was cheating on him at work. I tried to assure him that I really loved him and would never cheat, but these bastards, so-called friends, mocked him, saying that I had lost respect for him because he lost his job, and I would look for someone then. It's better, like all damn women do when their man can no longer satisfy them." She began to cry again, sobbing like a baby, covering her face with her hands. "It's stupid, but now I don't really love him anymore. This has all become too complicated, and the love I once had for him has been beaten out of me by him." I walked around my desk, pulled her to her feet, and hugged her, trying to comfort her. "Why didn't you just leave him, girl? Why are you staying with him if you don't love him anymore? You don't have kids, so there wouldn't be a problem," I said, Alex, she sobbed into my chest, I'm an orphan, and I have no family at all. All our money is invested in the house, and I literally have nowhere to go. Why didn't you go to the police? I'm sure you could have gotten a restraining order against him. Hell, Sarah got one against me years ago, and I never even touched her. I'm so scared of him, Alex. He threatened to kill me if I went to the police. He says they can't watch him all the time, and sooner or later, he'll get to me and finish me off once and for all. The poor girl was already sobbing heartily, clinging to me like a frightened child. This will stop right now, Angie. You leave this bastard to me, I said as I let her sit back down and then walked back to my side of the table. I sat quietly, trying to control my inner rage, wondering what I was going to do to help her. Slowly, from the depths of my razor-sharp mind, I realized something. I get it, Angie, but why on earth would he think that you and I may be an insensitive jerk at times, but even I would definitely remember having sex with a girl as cute as you, and me breaking into tears again. She covered her face with her hands and replied, last Friday afternoon, after I returned home from work, he was waiting for me, drunk again. He was in a bad mood and immediately attacked me when I walked in the door, demanding to know who it was and threatening to kill me if I didn't tell him. I again tried to tell him that there was no one else, but he didn't believe me. He started beating me. My face was now dark as thunder as she continued, I honestly thought that was it, Alex, and he was finally going to kill me. I lay there in terrible pain when he grabbed me by the throat. You shouldn't interfere in my life. I just said the first name that came into my head, and it was yours. I'm so sorry, Alex. She cried into her heaving chest, and now I began to understand all this. This no-good prick must have followed Lisa and me to the supermarket on Friday night. Well, he's damn sure he'll pay not only for breaking my nose and making my wife believe I was forcing myself on her but for what that wife-beating bastard did to the distraught little lady sitting in front of me. Looking at my watch, I saw that it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I knew that Lisa should already be with her parents, so I began to make a plan. Angie, I want you to stay with us for a while, give me a chance to sort this out for you, I said. She perked up noticeably when I said this, relief that she was no longer alone with her problems quickly spreading across her tear-stained features. Oh my God, Alex, thank you so much. I really don't deserve friends like you, she sobbed quietly. Just one thing, I want you to come with me and explain everything to Lisa. She still thinks I cheated on her, and I need to clear that up before I do anything. Oh Jesus, Alex, I'm so sorry for causing you so much grief. Of course, I'll talk to her. Let me explain what a loving and caring husband she has, and he walked around the table and hugged me again, peppering my battered face with kisses. Laughing quietly, I pushed her away from me and said, Angie, covering my face with your lipstick won't help my case. Oh, sorry, Alex, she said, letting me go. She started rubbing my face with her napkins, still wet from her tears. Damn it, girl, my nose is broken, and it hurts. Stop. I'll go to the bathroom and wash myself, and you pack your things, and we'll go straight to A&S and stop the damn thing, apologize. I shouted at her, pushing her towards the office door. We stopped at Angie's house before heading off to meet Lisa. She told me her husband would be at the pub all day, so it seemed a good time to pick up some of her things if she was going to be staying with us for a while. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we arrived at Helen and George's house. I saw Lisa's car in the driveway, so I knew she had to be home. After telling Angie to wait in the car while I went to get my wife, I quickly walked to the front door of their house and knocked on it. Helen opened it almost immediately, apparently seeing me walking down the driveway. This time, the security chain was not in place. A&S back yet, Helen? I asked politely. Yes, love, she is here. Unfortunately, George is also home, she replied. I have no problem with this. Can I come in, please? I said quietly to my mother-in-law. Of course, come in, she replied, but please don't start to fight with him again. I don't want to come between you again. Helen's face showed concern as she led me into the house. I felt behind her at that moment, being in the same position as her, and hugged her, giving her a light kiss on the cheek. "I think everything will be fine in a minute or two. Don't worry, lovely lady," I whispered to her as we entered the main living room. Lisa was sitting facing the door from which we had entered, and her father stood at the window, looking angrily at me but trying very hard to keep his daughter between me and him. "What do you want now?" he snapped at me. "I thought I told you that you were no longer welcome in my house." "I don't want any trouble, George. I just want to talk to my wife," I said quietly but firmly, emphasizing mine. "She doesn't want to talk to you now. Leave before I throw you out," he responded, moving even further behind his daughter. "Oh my gosh, Dad," Lisa screamed at her father, "how many times do I have to ask you to keep your damn nose out of my marriage?" I thought George's face was going to explode as he turned, his anger obvious to everyone. "Okay, Alex, I'm listening. Let's hear what you have to say," Lisa said, still maintaining her outward calm. "Honey, I tried to tell you that it was a misunderstanding, and now I have proof. Please come out to my car, and let's discuss this in private," I told her softly, trying not to anger her further. Then her father tried to intervene again, pulling her towards him as he shouted at me, "Just get out of here. Lisa doesn't want to talk. What's that bird in your car? You've got nothing to do with you, she has nothing to do with you," I responded calmly, ignoring the provocation and remembering my anger management techniques that I had been taught many years ago. Lisa jumped up from her seat and hurried to her father, looking out the window and then looking at me. "Is that her? Is that the one you had behind my back? And she's not like that at all. Now, please come outside and talk to us," I said, still maintaining my outward calm. "Let me explain to you what is happening." Her father tried to intervene again, pulling her towards him and shouting at me, "Just get away from us. She doesn't want to talk to you or your dam." That's all. I couldn't count to 10. I quickly closed the distance between me and my wife. Her father recoiled from my advance, "And you're doing a damn good job of walking outside with me right now," I said forcefully, grabbing her hand tightly, taking her in my arms like a little doll. I began to leave the room. Helen stood and watched all this, a mixture of sadness and fear on her face. "Don't worry, Helen. You know that I will never harm your daughter, no matter what happens," I said, smiling as I walked past my concerned mother-in-law, heading towards the front door. Before leaving the house, I quickly headed to my car, with Lisa beating my chest with her small fists and her legs kicking madly as I carried her to the passenger seat of the car. Gently placing her feet on the ground, I kissed her forehead, gently opened the car door, and firmly made her sit in the front seat next to her. Angie was now sitting directly behind my wife as I closed the door on my wife. I said quietly and as gently as I could, "Just listen to her and let her explain. I'm sure you'll understand in a minute or two." I then leaned against the closed door, completely preventing Anna from escaping. After a few minutes of my wife's muffled screams, everything went quiet, and I saw Angie crying again as she apparently began to tell my wife her story. I stood there for about 20 minutes or so, grinning back at my idiot father-in-law who was glaring and gesturing at me from the safety of his home. When a police car came around the corner, their blues and twos were in full swing, making them quite difficult to ignore. Squealing to a stop in the path of my car, PC Fruit jumped out of the driver's seat and ran around the front of their jam jar, pulling out and extending his riot stick as he did just that. "Hold on, dude," he shouted, crouching in a position that was obviously meant to be intimidating. "Now lie face down on the floor and stretch out your arms and legs." I was about to tell him exactly where to put my stick and explain that I would never willingly expose my ass to such an obvious shirt man like him when his friend approached from the other side of their car. "Hey, Kevin, don't you know anything? You're talking to Alex me Mac. If you don't want to spend the next few days spitting tea out of your dumb ass, I suggest you put your stick away, and we'll politely ask him what's going on, okay?" Intentionally putting himself between me and the kid with the acne, PC Sensible walked up to me and asked, "What's going on, Alex?" "We just received a report of an attempted kidnapping of some guy's little daughter at this address." "You don't know anything about this, do you?" I immediately looked over at my in-law's house and saw idiot George smirking at me as he watched the drama unfold. Taking a deep breath and counting to 10, I explained to Emilamy as quickly and thoroughly as I could. He listened attentively without even taking any notes, leaning against the car with me. His body left us on the instructions of Emilimi on the radio so that their screens would be sorted out without any problems. He apparently believed my version of events, and after he apologized for PC fruits over enthusiasm, Emilimi then went into the house where I could see him giving George's mother and father chatter about wasting the police's time and money. Then the stern-faced constable returned, winked at me, and stood with his back to the house. We then had a nice chat about how he had been a Saints fan for many years before he asked me to autograph his notebook for him, telling me how happy his son would be when he told him he had met me. He and his young girlfriend then left much more quietly than when they arrived. A couple of minutes later, Angie got out of my car and asked permission to let Lisa out too. The two women immediately hugged and burst into tears, swearing eternal friendship to each other before Lisa turned to me and began showering me with kisses and hugging me tightly. "Oh my God, Alex," she exclaimed excitedly, "we have to help Angie. Her bastard husband was beating her for no reason. Can we help her, Alex, please, dear?" Smiling to myself at the irony of the situation, I replied, "I know, love. I already told her that she can stay with us for a while until we sort out the situation. Will you take her home? I just want to settle a few things before I follow you. It won't take long." "Oh, Alex, I'm so sorry. I never really believed that you would cheat on me. Honey, it's just, my damn hormones are going crazy right now. I'm so sorry," my loving wife sobbed, hugging my neck tightly and kissing my beaten face. "I understand, my sweet girl. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, dear," I laughed, stroking her huge belly. "The sooner we get these babies out, the better." Did I forget to mention that we were expecting twins? Hormonal women, what can you do with them? After I saw the two ladies safely in Lisa's car and explained to Helen, my mother-in-law, I set out on a mission of revenge. A little later, I drove up to Angie's house with the full intention of talking to her husband. Emily, I walked up to their front door and knocked confidently, only to find out that he had not yet returned from his drinking sessions. Contemplating whether to wait for him or not, I was leaning against the wall when a little old lady poked her head over the dividing fence and asked me if I was looking for that drunk bastard who lives here. Smiling at her accurate, if cruel, description of my goal, I replied that yes, I was looking for an opportunity to talk to her neighbor. Betty introduced herself after recognizing me, then told me what a complete bastard the man was, how badly he treated poor little Angie, and how long ago it was time for someone to deal with him. I laughed with her and assured her that he would get what he deserved and asked if she knew where he might be. "Don't worry about finding him, honey. He just got out of the taxi," she answered, pointing to the end of the driveway. "Okay, Betty, maybe you should call the police in a few minutes if you'd be so kind," I informed her as I stood up to face the approach of someone who was looking at me suspiciously as they walked up the garden path. "I hope you get your revenge on that idiot, Alex. Give him some from me too if you can," my new friend laughed as she left for her house. I turned to look at Angie's husband as he stopped a few feet away from me. My God, he was a big bastard, at least 6 feet 4 inches tall, probably 18 or 19 stone in weight. Luckily, he looked out of shape and, of course, was drunk. "What the hell do you want, bastard?" he hissed at me. "Haven't you played enough last time? A big star, yeah, one hit was enough to knock you out. They say you must be some kind of tough guy." What a laugh. He walked up to me confidently, saying, "That's what you get for having an affair with someone else's wife." The face, "Do you want more now that you're here? I just came to tell you that Angie will be living with me for the near future and that she plans to report to the police as soon as I get back to her." I calmly answered him, activating my anger control therapy. "You are a bastard," he shouted at me. "Who the hell are you?" "She's my damn wife, and I'll treat her any way I want." "Oh, I don't think so, Emily. You can't use a little girl as a punching bag just because you're not the man to treat her properly," I said quietly, making sure that only he and I heard it. "And besides, bastard, I had my back to you last Friday, so let's see what you can do when I'm ready for you." Now I learned long ago in my career how easy it is to provoke someone with an uncontrollable temperament. Hell, it's happened to me dozens of times, so I had no problem getting this drunken bully to react exactly the way I wanted. Come on, big guy, let's see how you can handle a real man, not a little woman. Your Angie likes real men. Emily, you damn bastard, he shouted and suddenly rushed at me. I'll show you who the real man is here, you bastard. He came at me like a mad bull, swinging a huge circular punch with his right hand. Easily entering the intended blow, I hit him as hard as possible deep under the ribs. Gasping, he tried again, this time a direct blow with his left hand to the bridge of his nose, stopped him in his tracks. Then I threw a perfect right hook to the side of his face, and that was enough. He fell like a shot, face down on the lawn. I thought you said you were a tough guy, I snorted, laughing at him, relaxing. Well done, Alex. Betty returned to the fence, this time with the iPhone in her face. I caught it all on camera. Boy, I saw him attack you first, and you had to defend yourself. Thanks, Betty, I said. I think this will come in handy when the police come. Then I started walking down the path to my car, rubbing my knuckles. Suddenly someone shouted, "Careful, Alex." When you play team contact sports, you usually learn a lot about spatial awareness. You always know exactly what is happening around you. As it turns out, this has always been one of my greatest strengths in my rugby career. I always somehow sensed when I was about to be attacked from the rear and could make the appropriate maneuvers to try to avoid it. So, I felt rather than heard this big bleeding goon running after me from behind. Instead of trying to turn around and face him, I quickly leaned forward at the waist as he tried to hit me from behind. He rolled over my back, unable to stop due to his momentum. The garden shovel he had raised to attack me flew out of his hands as he tried to prevent himself from falling face first onto the concrete path. Oh, there he was, in front of me on his hands and knees, gasping for breath, trying to get up. His big fat ass was sticking up like some huge beast waiting to be mounted. I mean, how could I resist? It was too tempting a goal. I was never a hitter in my playing days, but that doesn't mean I couldn't kick a ball a long distance. I took careful aim and hit him as hard as I could right between his raised thighs. Thinking to myself that this punch probably couldn't be considered self-defense, I turned to Betty and said, "It might be better if we didn't have video of this." "Don't worry, honey," she laughed and winked at me. "I'm not very good at using the damn thing anyway. My daughter insisted I buy it in case of an emergency." The damn camera must have turned off right after that. How he tried to attack you with a shovel, leaving Betty to taunt the weeping wreck on the ground. I slowly walked down the stairs towards the two policemen approaching me from the end of the driveway. "Hello again, Alex. Are you in trouble?" Emily and his spotted partner answered Betty's call. "I see you had a conversation with Big Emily." "No problem, Emily. I just came to tell him that his wife left him and is going to go to the police about the constant beatings, and he seems to want to kill the messenger." Young Betty up there got it all on video, and I'm sure there will be enough witnesses here to corroborate my story, I said, pointing at the interested onlookers. "Okay, buddy. Looks like he's going to need the hospital, so we'll call an ambulance for him. If you don't mind giving us a statement about what happened." Officer Emily told his young colleague to call for an ambulance, and he and I sat in the back of his police car while I told him what happened from the beginning. He said that I would need to go to the station to give a formal statement and that it might be worth considering charging Big Emily with assault since there was video of his initial attack on me, and given Betty's video and the testimony of all the witnesses, he has a good chance of ending up behind bars for a long time. I drove home to our house to meet two very attentive women. Angie was just grateful to have a safe place to stay, while my little fat hormonal wife, Lisa, went out of her way to show how sorry she was for ever doubting me. I explained to both of them that Emily Grimley was now in custody, that he was in the hospital under police guard, and that she no longer had anything to worry about. After a nice fish and chips dinner, Angie retired to our guest room for the night, hoping for her first good night's sleep in a long time, while my wife and I chatted on the sofa, snuggled up together as always. "I'm truly sorry, my dear," she said softly. "I should never have doubted you. I know it's all over you, fool. Just forget about it, and don't be nervous." Playfully, I reproached, "Yes, I know, but if there is anything I can do to make it up to you." She whispered, kissing my lips softly, trying to avoid contact with my still sore nose, "Let me think. I'm sure we can come to an agreement." "Oh, yeah," she laughed. "And what do you mean, old lecher?" Turning her to face me, I placed both of my large hands on her gorgeous full buttocks and squeezed them. Emily Grimley was eventually charged with spousal abuse or some other technical term for wife beating, as well as causing bodily harm to me. He was actually in the hospital for over a week. The judge publicly thanked me in court for coming to the aid of this poor mistreated wife and said that he intended to set an example for all abusive husbands. Emily was indeed completely calm during the trial and gave his testimony in a voice at least 2 octaves higher than his original. He did beg Angie for forgiveness, blaming his problems on the loss of his job and subsequent drinking, but the judge didn't like it. He sentenced Grimley to 10 to 15 years in prison with no chance of parole for at least 10 years. Angie divorced Grimley fairly quickly after the trial, and since their house was rented, she had no problem leaving a bad marriage. She stayed with us for several weeks before finding herself a nice apartment near our place of work and becoming a much happier and more sociable person. Unfortunately for her, she somehow fell in love with my best friend, Alan. He had worshipped her from afar for several years, and now that she was free, the dirty dog had made her move seriously. I'm very happy for them, and now a few years later, they are living together in a beautiful semi-detached house just outside the city and are 3 months pregnant with their first child. Anna and I now have 2 wonderful children, James J. and the apple of my eye, Helen Elizabeth McKay. They are now almost 4 years old, and Anna is again 3 months pregnant. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Unveil a complex marriage entangled in a web of business and emotional betrayals. Follow me as we delve into this suspenseful drama where love and desire intersect. He thought he had found true love, only to step into a meticulously woven trap, with every twist concealing a secret that dares not speak its name. From a sweet wedding to a painful separation, this is more than just a love story, it's an exploration of the depths of human nature. So, she should have dark brown or black shoulder-length hair, medium build, dark eyes, age from mid to late 30s, height from 30 to 173 centimeters. I thought while filling out the questionnaire, a sense of humor is a must, but intelligence is already clear. I thought, laughing at my joke, speaking a second language, preferably Spanish or Japanese, and a love for children were very important. I reviewed my answers, tweaked them a little, and submitted the questionnaire. I also added a short paragraph about myself without mentioning names and explained why I was doing this. I wasn't looking for a runway model, far from it. I wanted an ordinary woman who would be happy with me and my lifestyle, which includes my 2 children. You see, I love the feeling of being in love, and I really enjoyed being married, just not to the woman I was currently married to. We've lived together for 8 years, and we won't make it to the 9th. Looking back, I probably shouldn't have married her in the first place, but damn, we had the same arguments even before we got married. Although I hoped that over time she would mature and change, unfortunately, this never happened. Even after having 2 children and countless fights, she still could not see anything wrong with her actions. Emily would just say, "That's just the way she is," with a nonchalant tone in her voice, and that would be the end of it. But not this time. She crossed the line too many times, and I was done. We didn't get married right after high school or college. I wanted to establish myself in business. I wanted to have a stable life before settling down. My 2 best friends in the world went into business with me, and we spent 6 terrible years building our advertising company. We weren't giants, but we had a good customer base, and we were growing year after year. I met Emily at a friend's party 2 years earlier when our business was just starting to take off slowly but surely. She was blonde, tall, and very attractive. I'm not a troll, but I don't have the look that makes women lose their heads. Rather, I'm a little above average, and if you don't like me, well, That's your business. I remember in college, I once asked the most beautiful girl I had ever seen to dance. I was a freshman, and my 2 friends bet me that I wouldn't dare ask her out. She turned down 99% of the guys who asked her out and just stood there with her group, looking great. When I approached her, "Would you like to dance?" I asked, knowing in advance what she would say. She looked down on me and said, "It wouldn't get better." "Thank God," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "For a moment, I thought you would agree, and then I would have to actually dance with you. I only invited you out of politeness. You see, an arrogant, self-centered piece of trash like you probably rarely dances because your head is shoved too deep into your ass." But I decided to ask anyway. "However, if you'll excuse me, I need to go to the toilet," I said, walking away from her and her stunning company. Some people started giggling. As you can see, I have no problem calling a spade a spade. Well, not before, not until I met Emily. I guess I didn't notice what she really was like. Getting back to Emily, for some reason, she decided to agree to go out with me when I invited her. I wasn't sure why, but I was happy nonetheless. We were busy, so we didn't meet much. Damn, she already had a lot of fans. She was always friendly when we met, and after the 5th year of business, our business began to calm down, and my thoughts turned back to women. I had a few dollars in my pocket, and for the first time in a long time, I could afford a woman more than just a movie and pizza. After that, "Alex, how are you? Still working until midnight?" Emily met me, catching up with me in the shopping center. "There is still work to be done, but we are starting to see light at the end of the tunnel, and how are you? Still at the same accounting firm, 4 years next week?" she said proudly. "Should we go somewhere to eat and chat?" "Of course, it would be great." "I'll look at my schedule and call you back," I said, astonished by the fact itself. "Great, I'm waiting for your call," she said with a big smile. "Well, I have to go. I have a hair appointment, and I don't want to be late." She waved and disappeared in less than 2 minutes. I won't bore you with the details of our dates after that or my clumsy attempts at courting Emily. Let's just say I did my best and had some success. Okay, it was like 7th heaven for me. We dated off and on for 6 months when we decided to become a couple. We've been through a lot together, but she said she wouldn't go all the way with me until she was completely ready. When we celebrated 4 months of our romance, I decided to give her an unforgettable evening. On Saturday, I took her to a fancy restaurant. We took a carriage ride around the lake and ended the evening at a decent nightclub. It was not for teenagers but for a more mature audience. It was crowded, and I couldn't catch the waitress's eye. "Wait, I'll go to the bar and get us some drinks. I'll be back soon," I said, making my way through the crowd. It only took me 10 minutes, but when I got back to our table, I noticed she wasn't there. Maybe she's in the ladies' room, I thought as I sat down and waited. She wasn't hard to spot on the dance floor with her blonde hair. I couldn't believe my eyes, so I stood up to see better. Yes, it was Emily with some very tall guy. They were dancing to some salsa music, and she looked amazing dancing but too close to him for my comfort. When the dance ended and the slow music started, I assumed she would return to the table, but as they continued dancing, something clicked in me. It took me 3 months to get this close to her. If the music hadn't stopped at that moment, I would have gone over and stopped it myself. She returned to our table with a big smile on her face. "You're back," I said as she picked up her margarita. "It's hot there." She fanned herself with one hand and sipped her drink with the other. "I needed this," she added, putting the glass down. When another guy came up and asked her to dance, she was ready to get up and go with him, but I intervened. "If you go dancing with him again, you'll find another way home tonight, Alex. It's just a dance, and we're also just on a date, right? Alex, you said to yourself that you don't like dancing, but you know how much I like it," she said, standing up. "It's just one dance, and I'll be back in 5 minutes." When she took 2 steps away from the table, I stood up, abruptly put down my drink, turned around, and started to walk away. I heard her calling me, and by the time I got to the door, I knew she was following me. I gave the valet my receipt and waited. Alex, what the hell are you doing? I'm leaving. Don't you see? Were you going to leave without saying a word? Emily, I told you inside that if you left again, I would leave, and you still went with that guy. Alex, it was just a dance. What's the problem? It doesn't seem like a problem for you, I said as my car pulled up. Alex, wait. I'll grab my purse. Sure, I have the best idea. Why don't you stay and have fun dancing with everyone you come across? That way, you won't have to worry about me missing you while you're on the dance floor. I got into the car. Don't call me. I'll call you myself, I shouted through the window to an already furious Emily. I left feeling like Paul Newman and Cool Hand Luke. We have a misunderstanding here, I remember him saying from the window just before he was shot. Emily and I had the same experience. She didn't call me anymore, and neither did I. I dated others, and although I missed her terribly, I had no intention of being used or humiliated. If she had asked me first, perhaps I wouldn't have minded if she did a couple of quick dances with someone else, but never, I repeat, never a slow dance. There is no way in hell I would allow someone to be that close to my supposed girlfriend. Laura and I had dinner at Tony's. It was our second date when I heard a familiar voice behind me. I didn't even turn to see whose voice it was. Good evening, Emily, I said without looking at her. By then, she had already moved to the edge of our table along with her man of the hour. How are you doing? It's just wonderful now that I'm no longer with an insecure man, she responded. I'm glad to hear it, but if you'll excuse my manners, Emily, this is Laura. Laura, this is Emily, a girl I used to date. Alex, we did more than just date. That's right, we did, until you let your looks and ego get the best of you. But that's all in the past, isn't it? Allow me to introduce myself to your man for tonight. It's not like you're going to leave him for someone better later. I said sarcastically. You, Alex. Right, we never got to that point, did we? I can't say I regret it since we broke up. You've probably gone through a dozen boyfriends. I smiled as she turned her back to him and walked away. Her friend hurried after her. What the hell was that, Laura? Remind me not to get on your bad side. What the hell did she do? Forcibly dragged you to a group of Hell's Angels. I really don't want to talk about it, and that's all in the past. Nonsense, Alex. By the way, the two of you were talking back and forth with each other. Anyone could tell that you both weren't over each other. Everyone can see it except you two. The evening went downhill after that. My brain was throwing out millions of bits of information to process. Alex, when you're done with her, maybe we can try again or not. I'm not used to being on the sidelines, and I don't like it. She was right. Apparently, I still had something. I mumbled something about calling her, but we both knew that wouldn't happen. I received another kiss and drove away in my car, not knowing where to go. The next week and a half was hard. We were late on 2 projects and had 3 others in the queue when Eric told me to pull myself together. I knew he was right. I can't get her out of my head, Alex. Listen, call her, buy her dinner, sleep with her, and come back tomorrow with a clear head. I need you 100% so we can finish the rest of the projects on time. So if you don't mind, let's get back to work. For Eric and Brian, my other partner, talking was easy. Both had fiancés who adored them and were well aware that they were working around the clock to complete the project. All Emily did was complain if she wasn't the center of the universe. But Laura was right. I still had feelings for her. I was afraid to call and sent her an email instead. I asked if she was busy on Saturday and said I wanted to talk. When she answered and asked if that included dinner, I knew she would. I felt better, and so did Eric and Brian when I finished my project and helped them both complete theirs. See, we were equal partners, and when we wrote the corporation's bylaws, we made them very strict. Thus, neither of us could sell our shares without the approval of the other two. the majority solved all cases. Each of us had our own specialties. Eric was a fantastic salesman, and Brian was a phenomenal graphic designer. I was able to come up with slogans and put the whole project together, including making sure we made money. We were a good team. "What the hell are we doing here, Emily?" When we finished ordering, just two old friends having dinner together, that's all. "Come on, and what kind of email were you afraid to call?" "Afraid I'd say no and bruise your little ego with these words." I stood up. "You're probably right. It was stupid to think that you had changed." I put my napkin back on the table and stood up to leave. "You will always be a selfish. You will never think about anyone but yourself. Sit down." It was a stupid joke. Couldn't the girl joke a little to lighten the situation if it was a joke? It's not funny, and before we clear things up, I have a couple of things I need to say. Can we at least wait until the end of dinner before you start laying out your terms? I'm more than a little hungry, and if this gets too crazy, I don't want to miss out on what should be a great dinner. Why don't we have a couple of drinks, have a quiet dinner, and then deal with this after? She said with a smile that could melt the coldest heart. Okay, truce until dessert. Who said I'll give you dessert? Maybe a kiss, but I didn't say anything about dessert. She replied, taking a sip of wine. It turned out that she didn't mean what I thought about dessert, and her version was much better than mine. Well, isn't this better than screaming and yelling at each other? She asked as we were both lying in bed. Now about those terms and conditions, we resolved most of our differences that week. We set boundaries for each of us and developed a safe word when one of us crossed the line more than once. I received a call or email from Emily with one word, chocolate. We both knew what this meant. Got to go, guys. See you in the morning, Alex. Where the hell are you going? We can finish Carter's layout by 9 if we work together. Eric told Brian and me. Brian looked exhausted, and I was only running on 4 cylinders. Emily is waiting for me for dinner, and I would rather see her face than yours over a cold pizza. I replied, putting on my coat. Besides, she has a much better body than you, and I hope to get some before I get too tired. We became a couple again, and 2 months later, she moved in with me. I was still working like crazy, but I believed I was building a future for both of us. It had to pay off in the long run. When I showed Brian and Eric the ring, I PL Sarah to give to Emily, they were shocked. Look, I have nothing against Emily, and I know you adore her, but have you thought about what would happen if this doesn't work? I gave them a sullen look. Alex, listen to me. If you marry her and it doesn't work out, she can take half of what you have, including the business. We worked too hard for some ex to come along and start causing problems for us all. I ask is that you talk to our lawyer and get his opinion, and if it suits you, go for it with our blessing. You guys need to go out more. You work too much. Now that you've said that, what are you going to do with Sarah and Jessica? Have you discussed the prenuptial agreement with them? They both said that their fiancés were fine with it, and if I don't believe them, I can ask them myself. Guys, this is so impersonal, and I know it will cause an argument, Alex. Wouldn't it be better to find out now before you propose? If you do this later, she will definitely think that you have doubts. Get her consent now, and then propose. This way, you will be protected, and it will never come up again. You'll sleep a lot easier knowing you're protected, Brian said. He was wrong. I was a coward when it came to Emily. I controlled every other girl I'd ever dated, but when I looked at her, my knees shook, and my brain failed. A week later, after dinner and sex, I raised the question in what seemed like an indirect way. Honey, can I ask you something? I started our conversation. Of course, dear. Ask anything, she replied, settling comfortably next to me. Do you trust me? Do you think I'll ever hurt you? No, I hope not. Why do you ask? I didn't do anything. I was just thinking about us and our future, that's all, darling. I think about us every day and how happy I am. You know I worked hard to make our business grow. I see this as our nest, for our future. You work too much, and your partners don't appreciate everything you do for them, she replied, making what I should have asked even more difficult. We each have our own specialty, and we work together to get the job done. It's always been like that. But when we formed the company, we put in some bylaws that prevent anyone else from owning shares in the company. This way, only the three of us will ever own the company. What if one of you wants to come out, or what if one of you dies? Then the other two will buy out the third share, and it will remain with the original owners, Alex. What does this have to do with us? I'm getting there. I whispered, as sweat began to roll down my back and sides. Would you object to signing a prenuptial agreement? I said, uncertainly, expecting an explosion. So you're asking me to marry you, right? And you want me to give up my rights to anything and everything so that when you get tired of me, you can throw me out on the street like garbage? Is this the essence of everything? Emily stood up from the bed, and even in the dim light of the room, I could see her blush. I started counting to 5 when it exploded. You pathetic piece of, who the hell are you? Look, honey, let me explain, I tried to say before she shot, stabbed, and hung me from the ceiling fan. The last thing I saw was her coming out of the door, which flew out of its hinges when she slammed it. It didn't go well. She disappeared for 3 days. I tried to reach her at work, but she didn't answer my calls. Thank you, guys, I said to my partners on the second day. Emily left me because I brought up that damn prude, and now she won't even talk to me. Is there anything else you would like me to tell her? I'm sure you can think of a couple more things to make her angrier at me if that's even possible, Alex. I'm sorry, but how would you feel if she left and you lost half of what you worked so hard to earn? It looks like I knew they were right. It just didn't make it any easier to accept. When I came home that night, she was already waiting for me. Do I look like some money grabbing? Do you think the only reason I'm with you is because of your money? So what? She shouted at me, accusingly. Honey, I'm sorry about the other night, and no, I don't think so. It's just, if we get together and it doesn't work out, I started before she cut me off again. So this gives you everything and gives me nothing, is that what you're saying? Can you go out to the left and leave me to my fate if I complain, Emily? I would never cheat on you. Oh, now I understand. You think that I am the one who will cheat. That's what it's all about. At least I'm glad I found out in advance what you really think about me. You really are a pathetic worm, aren't you? With these words, she turned her back to me. Now I'm angry. Okay, Miss Arrogance, what would you like to include then? I want to protect my business interests and everything I've accumulated up to this point, but if you have something to offer, it's time to speak up. She stopped and turned around. What if you cheat on me? What if in 10 years you want to replace me with a new and hot model? What will happen then? Well, we can put something in the agreement that will cover that if you're afraid I'll do that. I hate it as much as you do, but if everything is written in black and white, at least we will know the consequences if one of us decides to change. So if you cheat on me, I can have whatever I want, and the same goes for me if you do. She stopped, and I saw the wheels turning in her head. I don't like it, but I understand the reasons. It's like drawing up an impersonal marriage contract. Point 4, Condition 3, and so on. Well, at least one good thing came out of all this. She winked at me. What the hell was that? I asked. At least now I know for sure that you want to marry me, and with these words, her frown turned into a smile. Alex, I know you would never try to cheat on me, at least not outside of the bedroom. So if I have to sign some kind of absurd prenuptial agreement to be with you forever, then I guess so, be it. Let's just get this over with so we can get back to our old lives before you get cold feet. I won't freeze, I said decisively. As you say, she snorted. She grabbed my hand and led me to the bedroom. We need to put these last 3 days behind us, and I know of only one way to begin the healing process. I was late for work the next day. It took a couple of weeks to agree on the exact wording. My business and home were out of reach, but whatever we earned in the future was fair game. In the end, if we decide to separate, it will be split 60-40, with me getting 60% since I made more money. However, if one of us cheats, the guilty party will receive at most $25,000, and the rest will go to the offended party. The most detailed part concerned what was considered cheating. The definition included not only the physical act but also the emotional humiliation and insult of the other party. I expanded this to include the impact on my business. Overall, it was detailed, thorough, and best of all, now complete. We both signed it, and after the document was notarized, the lawyer kept a copy, and a copy was placed in our safe deposit box at the bank. And I hoped it would be forgotten. That night, we went out to dinner to celebrate. It was like a huge weight being lifted off my shoulders. I sat there looking at her, thinking about how much I loved her and how close I was to losing her. Happy? I asked. I love you, she replied, grabbing my hands. You know I love you too, I replied as our eyes looked at each other lovingly. Let's skip dinner and go home. No way in the world, cowboy. I'm hungry, and I need a big piece of meat tonight, she said, looking at me. And maybe dinner too. What would you say if I asked you to marry me? You already asked me, don't you remember? I thought that with our conversation about the pre-contract, everything was decided, but I never said those words. Okay, Alex, let's hear them. She set down her glass of wine and folded her arms over her chest. Here, now where is even better. At least I will have plenty of witnesses to this momentous event. She laughed nervously. I knew she was only teasing me, knowing that I would never do this in public, like in a crowded restaurant, but this time she was wrong. I've been carrying this ring with me for the past month, waiting for the right moment to offer it to her. I stood up, walked over to her, and pulled her to her feet. Emily, I love you more than anyone in the world. You make me happy, and I want to spend my whole life with you. Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I said it loud enough for everyone around us to hear. The place became deathly silent, everyone was looking at us. She looked at the ring and said, yes, quietly, yes, you crazy fool. I will marry you. She finally shouted out loud. The place erupted with applause, the visitors applauded and shouted congratulations to us. 4 months later, we had a small wedding, and 2 weeks after that, I found out she was pregnant with our first child. After Gary Michael was born, she quit her job and became a full-time stay-at-home mom, and when Casey was born, we felt like our family was complete, as she put it, 1 boy, 1 girl, and a house with a white fence. We had everything. We had dinner with my partners and their wives once a month, both also got married, and every quarter, we held a party for all our clients. It wasn't a big deal, just dinner and drinks to thank them for their continued support. I probably started noticing this shortly after Gary was born, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Although I probably should have, when she walked into a room, she wanted everyone to look at her. She began to dress provocatively enough to warrant this. It wasn't that noticeable at first, but then she started going overboard. Even before she became pregnant with Casey, this stopped for a while. After Casey was born, because she spent an insane amount of time dressing our daughter in the frilly outfits she could find. She was my little angel, but for Emily, she was a dress-up doll. At our quarterly event shortly after our 6th anniversary, we had our first serious fight. I interacted with the guests along with my partners, and Emily communicated in her own way. I don't think she was drunk, maybe she had a little to drink. However, she became too friendly with several men in the crowd. She always loved to dance and was a great dancer, but what she did on the dance floor was more than a little provocative. The worst thing about it was that I wasn't the first to notice it. It was Sarah, the wife of one of my partners. Alex, is Emily drunk? I don't think so. Why do you ask? She just turned me towards the dance floor. I didn't know who this guy was with whom she was dancing so openly. When the song ended, I was there. I grabbed her hand and asked her what the hell she was doing. Alex, I'm dancing with the son of your oldest client. He asked me to dance, and I agreed. What is the problem? The problem is that I don't like my wife dancing with another man like that on the dance floor. I replied, that's how all the young people dance now. It's not a big deal. This is a big deal to me, and you're not a young kid. You are married and have 2 children. Alex, I may be older and have 2 kids, but I'm not dead yet, was her response. I'm not telling you not to have fun, but when my partner's wife tells me what you're doing with some guy on the dance floor, it becomes my business. Think about what my other clients think. They're probably saying how lucky I am to have such a hot wife. She tried to smile. These old people wouldn't say nasty things even if they had a mouthful of it, but know that they will reject a contract with us overnight if they think there is something going on that could affect their business. Okay, I'll calm down, but you really need to relax. It was a long trip home. We were arguing about what behavior was acceptable for the wife of one of the owners. I expressed my opinion, and she just rolled her eyes. After that, it only got worse. At a charity auction 2 months later, she wore a skirt that I thought was too short. I expressed my displeasure, and Emily said she wasn't going to change her clothes. Alex, if you don't like the way I'm dressed, leave me at home and go yourself. You know I can't do this. They are both waiting for us. I resigned myself, and we went, which I was not very happy about. She managed to walk around the entire room that evening, although I tried to keep her at arm's length. We danced more than half of the dances, and when slow music was playing, she suggested that we go home and make love. I would love to, but now I need to cool down. We still need to stay at the auction. This is a business dinner, not a party for fun. I tried to explain to her. Emily behaved well before the auction began. We won several items that I could use in my work. We were about to leave when a date with one of the attractive bachelors began to be arranged. I was only distracted for a few seconds to find out that she and another woman were actively bidding for this guy. What the hell are you doing? You are crazy. I quietly shouted at her through clenched teeth, trying to smile. I'm just raising the price, was her response. Now, think about what you are doing. If it is even possible, my married wife is bargaining for a date with a bachelor. Everyone in the room knows who we are, and it makes it seem like I'm either okay with this or you don't care about our marriage. Either way, you made me feel ashamed. Grab your purse, smile at everyone, because we're getting out of here before you make any more trouble. Is it clear? You don't have to talk to me like that and treat me like a child, honey. If I don't do this, your little brain won't understand what I'm saying. This was said with the same stupid smile on his face. We finally made it out of the building. The explosion started in the car, and boy, was it a huge explosion. Alex, I'm not an idiot. I have an MBA and a degree in accounting, she told me. Then use your brain sometimes. You know what they say, if you don't use it, you lose it, I retorted. Keep going, and I know something you won't get to use for a very, very long time. Is this supposed to be some kind of threat? Not a threat, a promise. Poison sprayed from her lips. I was angry. She was angry, and neither of us made concessions or gave up. Needless to say, I didn't get sex that night or anything close to it, and not only that night but the next and even after that. I heard your wife almost bought a stallion the other night, and he tried to joke. Offer stuff is one thing, but if she bought it, you'd have to pay for it out of pocket. When he saw that this did not have the expected effect on me, he realized that the joke was a bad one. Alex, it was a joke. It's not funny now, and it wasn't funny that night either. So if you don't mind, let's just forget about it, okay? No problem. I just thought I stopped him right there. Look, I've had enough of one person who doesn't think before they say or do something stupid. I don't want to worry about you either. Let's just get back to work. Not the best start to Monday. Luckily work was busy, and I could close the door and go about my business without worrying about anyone interrupting me. The atmosphere of the house was chilly, to say the least, and if it weren't for our 2 children, I probably would have spent a lot less time there. We slept in the same bed, but there was like a 10-meter barrier between us. God forbid us if we accidentally touched each other, it was as if someone had hit us with a hot fireplace poker. Are you done frowning? Emily asked me after dinner on Friday. If you haven't already, I'm going to go out. I'm tired of getting frostbite since last Saturday. You still don't understand, do you? I said, looking at her, and I'm afraid you'll never understand, I said regretfully, looking away and walking away. Talk to me, okay? Just don't leave me, or I'll leave. Was she trying to threaten me? Okay, as you want. Maybe I should have kept her on a shorter leash, then maybe I could control her more. No, it would never work, not with her. I'm leaving. Don't wait for me. She came out wearing a short black leather skirt that hid nothing and a white corset that was unbuttoned almost to her navel. Where should I send your things? I shouted after her. She glanced at me and walked out the door. I was going to drink myself into unconsciousness but decided it was better not to. My marriage was dying, and not slowly. She didn't seem to care anymore. Although she was lousy as a wife, Emily was wonderful as a mother, and that was one of the few reasons I continued to tolerate her flippant attitude. She returned home a little before 1 o'clock in the morning. I pretended to be asleep. I was not in the mood to talk. I heard her taking a shower, using an electric toothbrush, and finally saw the lights go out. She climbed into our bed and instead of staying on her side, she moved closer to me. I know you're not sleeping. Do you want to have fun? I'm hot for you tonight. I rolled over and just looked at her without saying anything for a minute. I guess you had to go out and hang out with other guys to want me, or do you want me to know what it's like to get handouts? Anyway, I lost my temper. When you left that night, I took my pillow and lay down on the sofa. Okay, I didn't sleep, but I spent the night sitting on the couch. I was tired of her flirting, dancing, and her attention to every guy who gave her even a drop of attention. I had a streak of jealousy a mile wide, but my sense of ownership began many years ago. She was my wife, no stranger. She married me, which meant to me that she was mine, and I was hers. I definitely didn't trust her anymore. If she acted like this when I was around, I couldn't even imagine how she acted when I wasn't around. It was too scary a thought, and I was sad to think that I would probably soon start a new chapter in my life. Around 7 in the morning, I looked up, and there she stood. She was in a robe, leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed over her chest. We need to talk. I didn't do anything with anyone else last night. I had a few drinks, danced with a few guys, and returned home. This is all. I didn't kiss anyone, no one groped me, and I didn't lie with anyone. You have to believe me. I saw her begging me to believe her. Why should I trust you? I see how you behave with our friends. I can't imagine what you do with strangers. I just don't want to argue about it anymore. You live your life, I will live mine. We will meet from time to time, and life will go on as usual. This way, I won't have to worry about you embarrassing me. Are you giving up? Are you giving in to our marriage? She screamed. What marriage? I feel more like your supervisor than your husband. It's like a father trying to preserve his daughter's virginity. He does his best, but in the end, it's up to her to keep her or give her away. You gave away our marriage, Alex. I didn't give anything away. That's right, you didn't give it away. You made me pay for it with your respect and the love I once felt for you, again and again, but I have nothing more. Come upstairs, and I'll make you feel good just like old times. You still can't hear me, can you? I'm done. It's over. She got angry, muttered something under her breath, and left. I thought I could live with her for the sake of our children, but I was wrong. She did everything she could to keep me interested, and although my body almost betrayed me a couple of times, my mind held on. I never told her about the Sunday block party, but somehow she found out. I was looking forward to a nice quiet evening with a few old friends. The last couple of times have been difficult, but this time, I won't have to keep an eye on Emily and my guests. Is your wife coming this evening? Eric asked me as we stood at the bar. No, I didn't say a word to her. Well, looks like today isn't going to be fun, he joked, trying to cheer me up, but it didn't work. The party was in full swing, and we were just sitting down to dinner when I saw her from the corner. Her dress was too revealing. I was almost late, honey, Emily said, kissing me on the cheek. She grabbed an empty chair, pushing it and herself between me and the person on the right. I looked at her, and she really looked gorgeous in what must have been a new dress. It perfectly emphasized her figure. Jessica told me about the party. It must have slipped your mind, she whispered softly. You wouldn't want anyone to think there was trouble in heaven, would you? She smiled at the couple sitting across the table from us. I thought your wife wouldn't come, Brian reminded me. You can thank your wife for being here, I told him with disgust. Hey, it's not her fault that you can't control your wife. I wanted to strangle him right then and there, and I think he knew it as soon as he opened his mouth. Perhaps she will be on her best behavior tonight. You know, he'll try to make amends for his guilt. Emily worked the room as most of the guys tried their best to look like they weren't looking at her top, but of course, they were. When the band started playing, she calmly came up and invited me to dance. Why are you here? Haven't you done enough, Alex? You have two choices, we can be the loving couple we truly are, or I can be the biggest that ever walked the face of this earth. Your choice. You really are a fool, aren't you? Do you think you can blackmail me into loving you again? You don't respect me, and you probably never did, but I sure as hell don't have to put up with this farce anymore. I left her and approached Jessica first, thanking her for telling Emily about the party. Then I approached the bartender. He gave me a drink, and I handed him a $100 bill and told him what I wanted from him. He smiled. I didn't. I returned to my seat. Emily was in fine form this evening, drinking drinks like water and flirting with every guy, single or not. When she got on the dance floor with our client's brother, it got ugly. Many couples left, knowing full well what was going to happen. I guess they didn't want to be there when they hit the fan. David, if your brother doesn't remove his hands from my wife right now, he will have to examine the inside of a hospital room for a long time. Am I making myself clear? He looked at me and realized that I was not joking. Phil, we're leaving now, David said to his brother, and they both looked at me. Phil looked at Emily, he seemed to thank her for the dance and left without a word. This ended the party on a pretty low note. Eric, Brian, ladies, I'm leaving, I told them. I might not come to work tomorrow, and maybe the next day too. It looks like I have a personal matter to deal with. Alex, maybe if you talk to her, Jessica began before I interrupted her. If Brian saw you acting like that, what would he do? She didn't have a good answer for that. I approached the bartender, and he handed me a branded camera. I gave him another $50 and went home. I don't know what time Emily got home because I didn't hear her. I found her sleeping on the living room couch. On my way to the door, I first went to the bank and emptied our safe. Then I went to the lawyer and gave him the camera and our prenuptial agreement. I told him I wanted a divorce and asked him not to attend the ceremony. I spent the next few hours on the computer, moving stocks, bonds, and bank accounts. Credit cards were cancelled and reissued in my name only. I even emailed and notified our children's school that I had started the divorce process, so she could not take the children and move away. I made sure my lawyer prepared a court order signed by a judge that stated I was to be notified immediately if Emily came to the school and tried to take the children. Where have you been all day? Emily said, watching my reaction. I called you at work, and they said you took the day off. I'm sorry about last night. Apparently, between my anger and alcohol, I completely disgraced myself. I already apologized to Eric, Brian, and their wives, and I was waiting for you at home to talk to you. No need, I said. Like I said, I'm done with you. If I wanted to marry a woman of easy virtue, I would choose a better one than you. At least with her I would know where I stood. But with you, I never knew what to expect until I saw the footage from that night. I had my suspicions, but I never knew how cunning you could be. Thank you for finally putting everything on the shelf, Alex. You can't mean that. I'm sorry. We can get through this. I know we can. I just shook my head. Here's a check for $110,000 for legal fees. You will be served the documents on Thursday, and you will see that all of our old accounts and credit cards are now closed. You can stay in the house, just stay away from me. According to our preliminary agreement, we will share custody of the children, and since this house was mine before I met you, they will live here at least for a while. Let's try to do this as civilized as possible, at least for the sake of the children. Don't even think about taking them and leaving. I have a signed court order that states that I will be notified immediately if you try to pick up children from school for any reason. When you get a lawyer, I will send him a copy of our prenuptial agreement. I wish I could say this is just a business relationship, but it's not. It's personal now, so if you'll excuse me, I need to tell our kids we're getting a divorce and make it as easy as possible for them. I was left stunned by Emily. She found a good lawyer, thinking she would get a lot of money with me. When he saw the agreement, the testimony I had collected from people at various parties, and the recording of her antics at the Sunday party, he had a meeting with her that was an eye-opener. She wasn't happy. The divorce went quickly because everything was clearly agreed upon. I don't know if she hated me, but she had to because my lawyer was merciless. Emily found herself in a one-room apartment with her jewelry, clothes, car, and a lot of money that would not last forever. I allowed her to see the children in the house, but I was always there. She got a part-time job as an accountant, and I heard that she also did some freelancing. I felt pretty good for the next 3 months. My children were with me because Emily could not support them. She saw them a couple of times a week, and she was even allowed to visit them on weekends in her apartment. I tried not to interfere when she came to pick them up. I didn't have to see her if I didn't want to. I wasn't dating anyone, not that I just didn't want to. We were busy and started to attract a lot of new clients. Then I was set up. No, I don't agree with this, I shouted at both of them. Why the hell would I agree to something like that? You know what she's like. Listen, Sarah says she needs the money after your divorce, and this way, we won't have to worry about our events. She will organize everything, send out invitations, and take care of food and drinks. All we need to do is just come there and enjoy. They persuaded me. I objected, but they convinced me. I wasn't going to go, but it wouldn't be right from a business perspective, so I resigned myself and went. Good evening, Alex. Emily, I nodded in response. I have everything under control. Relax and pretend I'm not here. Yes, sure. It turns out I was wrong. Everything went well, and it was probably the best party we've ever had, at least that's what our clients said. We got some new contracts, and Eric and Brian were sure it was because of the party. We need to hold them every 2 months and invite potential clients. We could set up a meeting room, and they assured me that way we might be able to attract even more business. I was against it, but once again, I found myself in the minority. I didn't like where this was going under Emily's leadership. The parties continued and expanded. She became the hostess and now communicated openly with our guests. She became more than friendly with several of our clients, and if I didn't know better, I would have thought there was something going on behind the scenes. When Emily started bringing in women to serve drinks, I shuddered. They looked and behaved like women of easy virtue. When 1 or 2 started disappearing with clients upstairs, I tried to intervene. Guys, what are we doing? You may get 1 or 2 clients, but our old clients won't wait for something to happen. They care about their reputation. Alex, we're getting more business than we can handle. Relax and go with the flow, Eric told me, looking at one of the girls. The guys can stay if they want, but I'm leaving. I don't want anything to do with this. I was heading out the door when Emily approached me. Already leaving the party? It's just getting started. Did you ever really love me, or was it just a game on your part? I really loved you, but you became so terribly boring. I was like a wild horse that wanted to run, and you kept trying to keep me in the stall. By the way, I didn't cheat on you until that night. I guess I thought you were my white knight and would fight for me, but you never did. Be realistic. Why would I fight for someone who went out of his way to act like a prostitute and embarrass me? It sounds like you provide more to our clients than you have provided to me in the last 6 months of our marriage. When I pay a woman of easy virtue, I expect her to behave accordingly. I left her with her mouth open and maintained my dignity. After that night, I stopped going to company parties. Mr. Collins, I said, standing up from the table and pulling out the chair for him. I didn't expect you until tomorrow, Alex. I never like to put off bad news. I changed my schedule so we could meet this morning. Sit down, let's talk. Would you like something to eat or drink? I asked. Nothing, thank you. I won't stay long, he said, crossing his legs. Alex, I like you, and it pains me to tell you that I'm taking my business elsewhere. A group of 7 people doesn't approve of the direction your firm is heading in, and we can't afford to be around if and when something ends up happening. I don't understand. Is this something we did, and if so, give us a chance to correct the mistake, I begged him. Alex, I have always appreciated you, and you have never misled me. But your 2 partners are leading your firm down a shaky path. Can I ask you a personal question? Of course, please ask, I replied. I didn't see you at the last games. May I ask why you weren't there? It's quite a personal matter. You mean your ex-wife is recruiting girls for your new clients? One of them even had the courage to ask me if I wanted to go upstairs. As I said, we do not approve of the direction your company is heading in, and we are considering other options. Think fast, my brain screamed out loud. What if I can guarantee you that in less than 30 days, a company will make a complete 180 degrees turnaround? What if I told you that if this doesn't happen, I'll start my own company? Look, it's only 30 days, and if I'm wrong, what do you have to lose? Give me 1 month to prove this to you. I saw the wheels turning in his head. Okay, 30 days, and not a day more. 30 days from this day, I will be here again to either shake your hand or pick up my business. Agreed. Thank you. I promise you I won't disappoint. I knew I had to quickly fix this hellish situation. Brian and Eric arrived late as usual. Guys, we have a big problem. Some of our clients are going to leave. Damn it. He was with his wife, I told them. We will fix it, but we only have 30 days. I need your help. What's the phrase? Deaf, stupid, blind, and stupid. That's who they were. They liked the party the way it was, and if some of the old guys didn't like it, they didn't care. Look, Alex, we have contracts with all of them. They can't just walk away without paying a huge termination fee, and they won't do it. You worry too much, they told me. To hell with them. I thought I'm not going down without a fight. I took the phone, I set the meeting up for lunch instead of dinner because I didn't want anyone to know about it. Glad you both could come, I said to Sarah and Jessica. Why so secret, Alex? Asked Sarah. Or should I say we have a big problem. I then explained to them about my meeting with Mr. B. Collins and the conversation with their husbands yesterday. If I have to, I will start my own business. I worked too hard to build this business and see it destroyed because of my ex-wife and a couple of easy women. What kind of women of easy virtue? Sarah perked up, straightening up in her chair. You haven't been to a party for the last 6 months. All these women serving drinks and snacks are Emily's hires. She told us they were former models, Jessica added. More likely former models, they take potential clients to the top and offer them a small incentive to sign a contract. Our husbands would never agree to this, they both insisted. Are you going to the party on Saturday? I asked. Actually, no. They've become more like college parties than business events, Sarah said, looking at Jessica for confirmation. Now a very personal question, were your prenuptial agreements the same as Emily and I? After we saw what Emily signed, we told our husbands that there was no way in hell we would sign that, and we didn't, Jessica said with a smile. My thoughts were spinning wildly. Can we meet on Sunday at my house, say at 10:30? For what? Asked Sarah. I want to show you what really happens at these parties. I have a friend who will film everything. We can watch it together. Alex, isn't this a little sneaky? I felt uncomfortable. The question is, do you trust your husbands? I just want to put an end to what I think is going on. That's all. I'm sorry if I don't sound very sympathetic or concerned about Brian or Eric. This is my and probably your livelihood too. Well, I will do this with or without your consent. I just wanted you to know in advance. You can warn your husbands or leave it as is. It's your choice. Alex, are you really going to start your own business? Jessica asked, seeming really worried. I wouldn't want it, but if I have to, then yes. Why don't we wait until Sunday? Perhaps their opinion will change after our conversation, and if not, well, so be it. Since our company was paying for the rooms, the hotel had no problem getting my person to prepare everything in advance on Saturday morning. I told him I wanted video and audio in the dining room and both reception rooms. John, when everyone leaves on Saturday night, I want you to put away all the cameras and give me the CDs. I don't want to leave any traces that could come up and hurt me. Okay, at least now I could confirm what I had heard or prove to my clients that they were wrong, even though I didn't think they were wrong. John brought everything just after 2 o'clock the next morning, cameras, discs, and microphones. Everything was in place, and he left with a check for $700 in his pocket, and I went to bed. I wanted to look at one of the discs but decided that it would be better to sleep because I didn't know what would happen next. Sarah and Jessica came to my house together. They had a bag of donuts and coffee from Starbucks. Turns out I didn't have to cook breakfast. Have you watched the disc yet? Sarah asked, pouring herself some coffee and taking a donut. No, but I already put it in the DVD player. Well, let's see what we have, Jessica purred as she finished her donut. It all started innocently enough. Maybe I was wrong, I told them. Then, I saw Emily look around and briefly leave the room. I switched to another DVD in time to see her enter one of the adjacent rooms and lock the door as she began to undress. She still looked good. The door opened, and Eric walked in. Let's just say he didn't come for drinks and snacks. Please, no. Sarah said, looking at what they were doing. We watched most of the video, and I thought Eric was the only jerk until I saw Brian walk into one of the rooms with one of the women. Emily slept with 2 other men that night, and both ladies said they never thought she could be like this, and to think we sympathized with her so much that we forced our husbands to hire her to organize these parties. Sorry again, Alex. There were a lot of sorries. It's okay, you didn't know, and to be honest, I didn't know either. But now I know. If you don't want to watch any further, I'd like to turn this crap off. I pressed the stop button. That is dead by the time I get home, Sarah said, seething with anger. I don't even want to see him, Jessica screamed. I'm going to call him and tell him to pick up his things. I let them talk for a few more minutes before speaking. Ladies, I said as 2 angry women looked at me, whether you like it or not, we still need them for what Sarah screamed, their work. They are both very good at what they do, and when they are at work now, if the company is to survive, we will need their help. Both women sat down but were far from calm. I have a proposal for both of you that will give you the revenge you want on your husbands and still keep the company intact. I got their attention. I spent the next 2 hours laying out my plan. They didn't like everything, but they agreed with most of my suggestions. I called our corporate attorney, and within 3 hours, our agreement was signed, certified, and recorded. Please don't freak out until the papers are filed in court Monday morning, I pleaded with them. By Tuesday, you'll have an advantage, and after that, I don't care what you do. Really, I didn't care. My ex-best friends set me up, especially Eric, and they'll get what they deserve. Monday was a typical Monday. We had a lot of work to do. After my morning meeting, I walked into my office, closed the door, and called my ex-wife Emily. I need to meet you at my house tonight. My mom has the kids, so no one will disturb us. Alex, do you need me to wear anything special? She said in her sexiest voice. No, wear whatever you want. You are a cunning one. I knew you couldn't stay away from me. I'll be with you at 7. Dear, I probably shouldn't have played along with her, but I couldn't resist. I wouldn't touch her. I thought to myself, but I felt like I had to warn her because when it comes down to it, she's still the mother of my children, but thank God she's no longer my wife. I left the front door open, and just before family, she came in, putting on a long coat. When Emily opened it, she was completely naked. I thought this would save time on undressing, at least on my part, she said, shedding her coat. I handed her a glass of wine and clinked it with her. To one great marriage, I said, emptying my glass as a puzzled Emily looked at me. Take a seat because you're going to want to hear what I'm about to tell you, Alex. We can talk later. Now we need all our energy to reconnect with each other, she said. Is that what you told Eric too and the 2 other guys at last Saturday's party? I turned on the DVD player and fast-forwarded to the part where she and Eric had sex. Turn it off, please. Turn it off, she screamed over the recording. It was a stupid mistake. He told me that if I didn't sleep with him, he would kick me out. I had no choice, she said, but what about the other guys? You can't say that each of them threatened you, Emily. Stop lying. Her face became gloomy. What about the other 2 guys? She had no answer to this. The parties ended last Saturday. No more parties, no more messing around, no more Eric and Brian, but they still owe me for Saturday. I pulled out a wad of money from my pocket. I expect $300 for a trick. This should cover you and other women of easy virtue. I handed her the money. If I were real, I would turn this tape over to the authorities, but you are still the mother of our children, and I will not take them to jail to see you. Alex, I'm sorry. I needed money to live. I think you'll have to find another way to make money tomorrow. The wrath of God will fall on Brian and Eric, and it won't be very nice. I suggest you get out of town for a couple of weeks. Maybe you can visit your mother out of state until this dies down, and I won't stop you from seeing children and I will not tell them what you have become. It's between you and your conscience. However, until you get over it, you can only see them in this house. You can't take them somewhere on your own, and no night visits. Do we have clarity on this issue? I'm just sorry it ended like this. I thought we had a pretty good marriage, but I think you wanted more than I was willing to give. For a minute, I thought she was going to beg us again to give us another try, and if I hadn't seen the tape, I might have thought about it, but not now. Hell, there was no way I could get back with her, even though I still loved her. We talked and made plans for the future, and an hour later, she left. She kissed me on the cheek and told me if I ever needed a stress reliever to call her. This will never happen as long as I have 2 perfectly good hands. Divorced, Eric, and for some reason, Jessica decided to try to make things right with Brian, although I still wouldn't want to be in his place. You see, each of the women received 50% of their husband's shares in our company. With these shares, Jessica and I now had a controlling interest in the company. Brian and Eric were told that they would still be able to keep their jobs but would only be paid for what they did for the company in the future. They weren't happy about it, but something about alimony payments and a possible looming divorce kept them working. We have made the necessary changes to bring our company back to respectability, and although we have lost a few clients, we have maintained a stable client base. Now it's just Jessica and me at the monthly meetings. Next year, We plan to expand our staff and bring in some new graphic designers, but that will be our decision. I see Emily once every 2 weeks and have no idea what's going on in her life, and I don't care anymore. There are many mentions in my personality profile, and I have even met many of them. One young lady caught my attention. Her name is, and she lives in Japan. She is a single mother and is planning a trip to the United States next month. We talked on video through the computer, and she seemed nice enough but was concerned about what she had heard about disrespectful Americans and asked me point blank why my wife and I separated. When I told her about this, she smiled and said that she was looking forward to meeting me. Could she be the one? Time will show, but as I said at the beginning, I loved being in love, and someday I will get married again. I just hope she doesn't have a problem signing a prenuptial agreement like Emily did. I'm not going to take any chances, and neither are Sarah and Jessica. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.
Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. Imagine waking up in a hospital bed after a sudden car accident, with no memory of how you got there. Your daughter is there, tears streaming down her face, but your husband is mysteriously absent, and a sealed letter sits quietly by your bedside. What secrets does it hold? Follow Emily's gaze as she peels back the layers of the shocking truth behind the accident. This is more than just a journey of physical recovery, it's a quest for redemption of the soul. Dr. Torres, he heard the nurse call through his voice pager. The patient in room 225 is beginning to awaken, lifting one eyelid after another. And shining the light on her eyes, the doctor spoke to her in his usual monotone voice, Mrs. Score, can you hear me? He checked her pulse and heart rate, then glanced at the monitor. Nurse, she's waking up. Check the contacts in her file and call whoever is listed. Tell them it may take 1 to 5 hours, but she's definitely waking up. About 3 hours later, Emily woke up. She was sleepy but already awake. Welcome back to the living, the nurse said, giving her a clear liquid to drink through a straw. Don't try to talk yet. When you feel strong enough, you can sit up, but be patient. You've been asleep for quite some time, and don't worry. Your family has been notified, so just relax and let your body fully wake up. You'll feel much better. An hour or two later, she said again, measures the pulse and writes the results into the card. She shook her head and felt all the wires and things that were still attached to her. Emily knew she was in the hospital, but couldn't remember why. She saw and heard what was happening around her, but her brain was not yet working properly. Her body felt strange and weak as she raised her hands, looking at all the tubes entering her. Don't worry, we'll get all these things out of the way soon. We just want to watch you a little more. Your arms, legs, and the rest of your muscles haven't been used for a long time, so it'll take a little time for them to get used to moving again. I know you have a million questions, but be patient. You have been through a lot, and now you do not need any shocks. Just relax. All your questions will be resolved in due time. The nurse smiled again, and left the room. She could see bright sunlight streaming through the closed blinds. It was daytime, but what time was it? Still 2 days to understand. She began to feel a little better, looking around her room. She saw several magazines, a sweater, and some other personal items. Then Emily noticed a photo of herself and her daughter, Sarah. She was standing on the dresser, too far away to reach, but at least she could see her clearly. She looked around the room again to see if there were other photographs, but there were none. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I'm alive, she told herself. About 4 hours later, after she had done her best to finish her first real meal, a nurse came into the room. How are you feeling? Better, but next time, can we order Mexican food? This made her nurse laugh. "Well, if you've got your appetite back, I think you're strong enough to receive a visitor or two," she said, looking toward the door. "There's a young lady standing outside the door, who's been waiting here for 3 hours. She's pacing back and forth like a caged animal, and she told me that if I don't let her in here soon, I'm going to need 3 orderlies to restrain her. So if you're ready, I'll let her in. But if your numbers go up, I'll kick her out. Is that clear?" Emily nodded and sat up straighter in bed. She was right. Sarah burst through the door. "Mom, Mom," she screamed with tears in her eyes. She kissed her mother's face and hugged her. Sarah started to cry. "I thought we lost you when they said that you might never wake up. I didn't believe them and said that you would fight. How are you feeling? Are you in pain? Do you need something?" Questions rained down one after another while she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and sniffed. "You've lost a little weight, Sarah," she said, "but don't worry. When you get out of here and start eating real food, you'll gain weight quickly. Mom, it's so great to have you back," she said, hugging her tightly again. "The doctor told me that if all goes well, you'll probably be able to get out of here by the end of the weekend." "God, you look great, Mom." Sarah calmed down a little. She was excited to see her mother awake, for the first time in over 6 months. It was a long journey with many difficulties, but now her mother is back, and she will make sure her homecoming is something special. When she noticed that her mother began to get nervous and glance at the door several times, her face changed a little. Did she remember, and if she remembered, then how long? These were just some of the questions that ultimately needed to be answered. Then, I remembered what Sarah had been carrying in her purse for the past 2 months. Her father gave it to her and asked her to do this little thing. She agreed, but now that her mother was awake, she wasn't sure she could do it. "Does everyone know that I have come out of a coma and am ready to receive visitors, Mom? I called everyone on the way here, but I told most of them to wait a day or 2 so you wouldn't be overwhelmed all at once, so you wouldn't be interrupted all at once. The doctor told me to make sure you stayed calm and threatened to kick me out if I upset you, so I tried my best not to." When her mother looked at her with a strange look, she realized what would happen next. Emily got this distant look on her face. She was trying to remember something. Finally, she asked Sarah the question she had been most afraid of since entering her room. "Please, please, please let it be something else," Sarah prayed, but no. "Mom, he won't come. I called him on the way here, so he knows you woke up, but he said he won't come." Emily looked sad as if she had expected this, but was hoping for a different answer. "Evan said he'll come over tomorrow after work, and Grandma and Grandpa will come over tomorrow night. Your sister Lisa is on her way, and should be here in about an hour. I told her to give us some time together before she comes, Mom. I'm so sorry." Sarah told her and watched as her mother's face fell into sadness. "It was all pretty hard for all of us after the accident, but now everything has more or less settled down. Do you want to know what happened in the world while you were sleeping? We elected the first black president. Isn't that great? The economy is still in the doldrums, but she's starting to recover, and your boss said your old job is waiting for you when you're ready to come back. Isn't that great?" Sarah tried to avoid this long overdue topic, but she knew it wouldn't go away. Her purse felt as heavy as $10,000, and she finally set it down on the bedside table. Sarah knew she shouldn't upset her mother, but it wasn't her fault. They talked about everything and nothing for the next hour. They looked at each other, and Sarah said that someone had been there with her almost the entire time. Emily asked how everyone was holding up and said she was sorry she was such a burden. "Mom, you weren't a burden, and if that man hadn't run the red light, none of this would have happened. I don't know if they told you, but what the hell, you don't even know he died in the accident. The report says that he died instantly." This statement brought a sad look to Emily's face. Well, stop talking about it. You're awake, and you'll be as good as new. I'll make sure you get better. It'll be just like old times. Emily looked at her daughter and said that she would never be the same again. Now she remembered how she ended up here, not the accident, but how it happened. She remembered yelling at Ed to slow down. She remembered screaming when she saw the truck right before it crashed into them. After that, everything went blank until she woke up this morning. Do you think your father will talk to me? Emily asked, but Sarah just shook her head. Mom, maybe later. Everything was on pause while you were here. It's still too fresh and painful. Maybe in a week or two, Dad will soften up, Sarah said. They both knew it wouldn't happen. Dad wanted me to give this to you when you woke up. Sarah handed her a white unmarked envelope. I don't think you should open it until at least tomorrow. Aunt Lisa will be here soon, and the doctors want you to stay calm. I'll stop by tomorrow morning. Say hi to Aunt Lisa for me. As Sarah was leaving the hospital, she saw her Aunt Lisa enter. She knows was the first question from Lisa's mouth. Not yet, but I gave her a letter from Dad. I told her not to read it until tomorrow, but I'm sure she's reading it right now. Maybe I should wait a little bit before going up to her, give her some time to be alone. Aunt Lisa, the last thing she needs right now is to be alone. She's been alone in her head for the last 6 months. Right now, she needs our support, and a lot of it if she's going to get through the next couple of months. You're probably right. I just don't know how I'm supposed to look her in the eye after everything that's happened in the last couple of months. My parents are still mad at me. Your dad says he never wants to see my face again, and even your brother hasn't forgiven me yet. You're the only one who still talks to me, Aunt Lisa. I learned many months ago that judging others does no good. It only breeds anger and hatred. I'm done with both, so go tell your sister you love her, and I'll see you both later. Lisa went upstairs and walked slowly down the corridor. She will try to be cheerful and not say a word about David. However, when she entered the room, tears were streaming down Emily's face. She tried to leave the doorway, but Emily saw her with tears in her eyes and outstretched hugs. She rushed towards her. Over the next half hour, Emily poured her heart out onto Lisa's shoulder, and Lisa began to cry too. Emily was more exhausted than she could bear. The nurse monitoring her vitals called the doctor, and after moving Lisa aside, he administered a drug to calm Emily and put her back to sleep. The doctor wasn't happy when Lisa said she wasn't going to leave. He said that Emily would probably sleep until tomorrow morning, so she could sit here, but he gave her a stern warning before leaving: if she gets upset again, I'll limit everyone's visits. She's not in the best of shape, and she needs peace of mind more than anything. The doctor scolded Lisa, as if he were reprimanding one of his nurses. Lisa told him she would just sit on the chair next to the bed and read. He warned her again before leaving, so she wouldn't upset Emily. Little did he know that it was not Lisa, but the letter Emily was holding in her hands that upset her so much. Emily returned to the world of dreams. She looked peaceful as she had for the past 6 months, but this time she was about to wake up to a completely different life. There was a pile of papers on the floor next to her bed. Lisa picked them up and placed them on her lap. She looked at the first page and shuddered. No wonder Emily was so upset. Flipping through the pages, she found one wet with tears and realized that Emily had read this far before losing strength. Lisa felt deeply for her sister, but at the same time, she was angry with herself. It shouldn't have ended this way, but knowing David, it was the only possible outcome. She turned off the overhead light and turned on the small lamp next to the bedside table. This provided enough light to see what was written on the pages. Luckily, all the pages were stapled together, so she went back to the first page and started reading. "Oh God," was all she could say to herself after reading just the first paragraph. "I've been watching and listening to this monitor on and off for the past 3 weeks, but that constant beeping, beeping sound was on the verge of driving me crazy. I had permission from the hospital to come and go as I pleased, but I was beginning to feel tired from lack of sleep. I was going to go home soon and try to get at least 8 hours of sleep for the first time. The doctors were very optimistic after the operation. They all said they relieved the pressure on the brain, but it would take time for the swelling to go down. Hopefully, it wouldn't take too long, but they couldn't be sure. Does this mean she will wake up? I asked the doctor. He realized that I was begging him to give me the answer I was hoping for. Mr. Moore, your wife is in a coma, and although it is not a deep coma, it can still last 1 day, 1 week, or 3 months. It is impossible to determine exactly when she will come out of it. Her injuries have been restored, but sometimes the body itself, the head injury is probably the root cause, and we'll just have to wait and be grateful she's alive. I was grateful that Emily was alive, unlike the driver of the car she was in. He did not wear a seat belt and suffered the brunt of the impact. Paramedics said he died almost instantly, and they weren't sure about my wife's chances until firefighters pulled her from what was left of the car. So here I sit and wonder why, Dad. My son Evan shouted as he ran into the room. That first day, how's Mom? Always on her way, but she said to call her as soon as I hear anything. I told them that their mother had undergone 16 hours of surgery and was doing as well as could be expected with broken ribs, a head injury, a broken ankle, and multiple fractures completed her list of serious injuries. I told them the main problem was that she had hit her head from the front and side, and the surgeons had to drill holes in her skull to relieve the internal pressure. Son, I don't understand it all myself, but if you believe half of what they say, your mom will make a full recovery. It will take time, but she will be fine. I wish I could say the same about myself. The children came in every day to see how she was doing. They prayed to God that she would wake up. I became a regular visitor to the hospital for the first couple of weeks, eating almost all my dinners in my wife's room. I would stop at McDonald's and get Chinese food or bring a large pizza to share with the nursing staff. Basically, I was just marking the time until she woke up. How's Emily? Asked my boss Keith. She's recovering, and the doctors say she should wake up any moment. I lied about that part. She's in our prayers, he said, patting me on the shoulder. If you need more time, just tell me. Thanks for the offer, but being here at work helps me stay sane and a little distracted. It's the only place where I cannot think about everything and feel somewhat normal. Well, if anything happens, just let me know, I thanked him again. Everyone was too kind to me. 5 days after the accident, I was at the police station to get a copy of the accident report. I could have gotten it sooner, but I needed time to collect my thoughts before reading what it said. The police report stated that the Lincoln limousine carrying Emily was traveling at a high rate of speed on Boyle Street. The car ran a red light at the intersection of Boone and 5th Avenue. The UPS truck, which had a green light, crashed into the side of the limousine. There were brake marks on the road, but the UPS driver said that by the time he saw the car, it was too late to stop. The driver estimated that the collision occurred at a speed of approximately 25 to 30 miles per hour. The driver of the limousine, Mr. Edward Carver, was pronounced dead at the scene, and his body was removed by the medical examiner. I thought for a moment and could not remember this person. I looked at his home address and saw that he lived completely on the other side of town from our house. Later that night, I found on the internet that he was married to a woman named Carol and had an 8-year-old daughter. When I arrived at the hospital after work, I found Sarah giving my wife a hand and foot massage. Dad, I read that physical stimulation can sometimes help a person come out of a coma. Why don't you massage her other arm? She said, handing me the massage oil. We massaged her for over an hour before we stopped. I plan to do this a couple of times a week until she wakes up. I also recorded her favorite songs and loaded them onto her iPod. I bought headphones and asked the nurse to play them every night. That should work, honey. The doctor said it would take time. Her brain hasn't fully healed yet. It's only been 3 weeks since the accident. I hope you sue the UPS truck driver. He could have killed Mom, said Sarah. Honey, the driver of the car your mom was in ran a red light. It was his fault. Great, and he's dead. What an idiot. What was he even thinking? Have you contacted his widow yet, Sarah? She just buried her husband. God, leave the poor woman and her daughter alone to mourn him. I guess you're right. I'm grateful Mom is still alive. I didn't say anything. The only thing that wasn't mentioned in the police report was that I was in the car right behind them, and saw it with my own eyes. 3 weeks earlier, I sat at my desk finishing up my production schedule for the rest of the week. I leaned back in my chair, stretched, and looked at my watch. It was 11:21. At that moment, an idea came to mind. Why not surprise my wife and invite her to dinner? Yes, it was going to be a boring day as the schedule was set, so I decided to take a couple of hours off and surprise my wife. Emily worked 25 minutes from my office, and I figured that if I left now, I would arrive in time for lunch. I thought about stopping and buying something along the way, but I decided that I would pick her up, and she would choose where to eat. This is going to be so cool, I thought as I weaved through the pre-lunch traffic. I was stuck at one traffic light, and was on the verge of calling her, but I held back. I wanted to see her face when I walked in, as they say on TV, priceless. It was 5 minutes past 12 when I turned the corner in front of her building, just in time to see her get into a black Lincoln limousine. Damn, I'm late, I said, hitting the steering wheel. She's probably having a business lunch with a supplier. I was kicking myself for not calling, and was about to go back to work when I saw this, the kiss. It wasn't a passionate tongue kiss, most likely just a peck, but it was a kiss nonetheless. Now I had another reason to be here. They started moving, and I joined the flow right behind them. My brain bombarded me with questions to which I had no answers. I'm probably not the most patient or reserved person in the world because at the first traffic light, I got out of the car. I ran to the driver's window and tapped the glass with the back of my fist. The driver's puzzled expression was nothing compared to the horror I saw on Emily's face. Open the damn door, I shouted through the glass. The traffic light switched to green, and the car rushed forward, accelerating. I ran back to my car. Although everyone around me was honking, I didn't hear anything. I focused on the black Lincoln, weaving through the slow lunch traffic ahead. It took me no more than 2 minutes to catch up with them, because I was flashing my high beams, trying to get them to stop. That's when he stepped on the gas. I stopped at a red light, when he was trying to get through the intersection, trying being the key word. The UPS truck hit their car with a loud thud. He pushed her across the intersection. I saw the initial collision, but both cars immediately disappeared from my field of vision. I just sat there, not believing what was happening. When I came to my senses and got out of the car, I heard the howl of police sirens. Someone was yelling at me to move my damn car. About 30 people had already gathered around the wrecked car and truck. I got back in and parked my car at the curb. I was afraid of what I would find when I approached the car. I pushed my way through the crowd and walked over to Emily's side. There was blood everywhere, and I could see that she was unconscious. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. Before I could break the window, a group of police and medical workers arrived. All of us, including me, were pushed back while the rescue crew worked to get them out of the car. They had to use hydraulic shears to open the doors. I saw that the driver was in terrible condition, and after a few minutes, he was put on a stretcher and covered with a sheet. The sheet absorbed the blood, and I realized he was dead. They worked on Emily for about 15 minutes. A paramedic was inside with her while 2 firefighters tried to move the dashboard away from her. When they shouted that a stretcher was needed, my heart sank. She was alive. "My name is David Moore," I told one of the paramedics. "That's my wife." "Which hospital will she be taken to?" I asked. "To the General District. It's the closest one, and she needs immediate help." "Do you want to go with her in the ambulance?" "No, I have a car." "I'll meet them there," I replied, rushing to my car. They were ahead of me, but not by much. At the reception desk, I told them who I was and provided all the necessary information. They told me that she had already been taken away for surgery and indicated where I could wait. I must have sat there quietly, emotionless, for at least the next couple of hours. The nurse came to check on me once to see how I was doing and a second time, after I gave her the completed forms. "How long will she be in the operating room?" I asked. "I can't say for sure, but it will take at least a few more hours. Your wife suffered multiple injuries, but don't worry. She has the best surgeons on our staff." She smiled at my glassy eyes and went to the next person. I didn't want to call our kids until I knew something specific, so I waited and waited and waited for the doctor to come out through those damn swinging doors. "Mr. Moore, they just finished," the nurse told me. "The doctor will be out in about 20 minutes to tell you how she's doing." Half an hour later, a doctor in green operating scrubs gave me the details of her condition and what I should expect. They were going to keep her sedated because they didn't want her to move. Her head was fixed to prevent her from moving, and then he told me that they had to drill holes in her skull. "Mr. Moore, it's not as bad as it sounds, and your wife came through the surgery well. She's not out of the woods yet, but everything went as expected. We'll know more in about 12 to 24 hours. Go home and rest. There's nothing you can do here." He was right, but I stayed anyway. "Evan, it's Dad," I said into my cell phone. "Mom had an accident." I talked to him while he got dressed and went to meet me. He said he would call Sarah and see me in about 20 minutes or less. "Drive carefully. I don't want to visit two people here." He arrived, and I told them everything I knew. After 3 cups of coffee, I convinced them to go home and rest. I said that I would stay until she left the intensive care unit and was transferred to the ward. "I'll call you if anything changes. Go home, get some sleep. There's nothing you can do now, anyway." I almost had to physically kick them out when the doctor told me the next day that Emily had fallen into a coma. I wondered what else could go wrong. However, after the second day, when I heard from others that falling into a coma after such an accident was not uncommon, I wanted to scream. This continued day after day, week after week without any change in her condition. She was healing, but she was still in that damn coma. I looked at her for hours. She looked so peaceful with dozens of tubes and wires sticking out of so many parts of her body. The wounds on her face and forehead are almost completely healed, but she will probably want to have plastic surgery to reduce their visibility. I went to work, spent evenings in the hospital, and came home only to sleep. Life was terrible. If it weren't for that late call one evening after returning from the hospital, I would still be stuck in the same routine. "Mr. Moore," a female voice asked from the other end of the line with some uncertainty. "Yes, this is Stephen Moore. How can I help you?" I answered in my now usual tired voice. "Mr. Moore, my name is Carol Carver. My husband is Edward Carver." I stopped her there. "Mrs. C. Carver, I know who you are, and let me take this opportunity to tell you how sorry I am for you and your daughter." "Thank you. May I ask you about your wife?" "She's still in a coma, but the doctors said they expect her to come out of it soon and make a full recovery." I replied, "Mr. Moore, I need to ask you a sensitive question. I know this may be inappropriate, but I need to ask. She said, her voice shaking but getting louder, why would your wife be in the car with my husband? I froze for a minute. That really is the $10,000 question, I eventually answered. Over the next hour, we talked, or rather exchanged bits of information. If, and I emphasize if, they were having an affair, neither of us knew about it. Ed wasn't supposed to be back in town until late that evening when they called me. I said they had the wrong Edward Carver. My Ed's plane wasn't supposed to land until 9:30 that night. When the police said they confirmed his identity with his driver's license and credit card, I lost my composure. I thought about it and thought about telling her that a lot of what happened had to do with me, but she probably would have just hung up in that case. I would never have known whether the affair was real or whether he was just a close work friend. Carol, what exactly did your husband do? I asked. He worked for Canon. He rented copiers and printers for companies in the Southeast, she replied. I heard he was finishing up business in Mon, Georgia, and was supposed to be home around 10:45 that evening. I didn't discuss it with him, boss, since I was still on his health insurance for another 3 months. I can't jeopardize that in any way. Have you checked his emails and text messages on his phone? I got his laptop and cell phone from the impound lot, and although your wife's company is listed there, I didn't find anything unusual. I don't want to believe he cheated on me, but at this point, I just want to know for sure. Carol, why don't I look up some information on my own and call you back in a couple of days? Maybe there was something, but to what extent, I'm not sure. We exchanged phone numbers, and I began my own investigation. I didn't find anything. If they were having an affair, I couldn't find any evidence. The only time we spent apart other than work was when she and her sister went out to dinner or shopping together. Sometimes I even joined them, so I knew there was nothing suspicious there. On Friday night, I searched through our bedroom, office, and garage, looking for something I didn't know what exactly I was looking for, just something unusual, no emails, text messages, sexy lingerie I've never seen before, and no undocumented expenses like hotel rooms or anything like that. I didn't find anything. Thank God. I even went so far as to go to her work and look at her desk. I used the excuse that I had lost one of Emily's credit cards and needed to find it or report it stolen. As I said, nothing. I talked to Carol and even took her out to lunch to compare notes, but she didn't think it was appropriate given the circumstances, so we just talked on the phone. After about 6 weeks, neither of us could find any connection between the two other than that Ed's company owned a rental copier at Emily's place of work. They probably just went to lunch to discuss renewing the lease, I said, not really believing my words. After all, I saw the kiss. If it had been a kiss on the cheek like between friends, I would have forgotten about it a long time ago, but this was not the case. It was a kiss on the lips, and it looked like it wasn't the first time. It was too automatic and natural, as if it was expected. You don't believe it any more than I do, Carol, I said. Carol, neither of us found anything. There are no connections between them, David. Deep down, I know there was something, but you're probably right. Anyway, what difference does it make now? I just wish I could close this chapter. You have your wife, even though she's in a coma, she is still alive. My husband is dead, buried, but not forgotten. Now, when I hear someone say what a good husband and father Ed was, I feel sick because I think he may have cheated on me, and it's driving me crazy. I guess it doesn't matter now, but can you do me a favor? If I can, and when your wife wakes up, please find out for me what really happened. I think it doesn't matter to me or you right now, but these intrusive thoughts will drive me crazy if he cheated. Well, he paid the ultimate price. However, if he didn't cheat, I don't want to feel angry towards him for the rest of my life. Do you understand what I mean? Don't worry, I'll get some information for you because I need it too. This is how life continued for the next few months. I went to work, to the hospital, and finally home to sleep, day after day. It was possible to set the clock according to my schedule. Then, out of the blue, Carol called. David, EDS Work sent a box with some personal items that I missed, along with some mail that went directly to his work. Among all of this were 2 Visa bills for an account I knew nothing about. Apparently, he rented a room at the Hilton Hotel near the city center once a month. The only problem was that he had to be on a business trip these days. This new information brought me back to reality. Carol, can you give me the last 3 or 4 dates, and I'll try to somehow match them with what we were doing during that time. She gave me the last 4 dates, and I said I would contact her. I can remember what I did 2 weeks ago, but the last date was almost 18 weeks ago. I went home and looked at our kitchen notebook and flipped through the pages behind a bottle of Corona, trying to remember. I could not remember this date, but found that she and her sister went to the restaurant on a previous date. Then I remembered something. Carol said she checked Ed's planner. Everyone at Emily's work wanted to know how she was doing, and the only answer I could give was that she was stable, but not changing. This time, I knew exactly what I was looking for and found it in her desk drawer, her planner. I took it and went back to the car. On the way home, I stopped for Chinese food because cooking for one was becoming a real challenge. With our kitchen calendar, her work planner, and the dates Carol gave me, I began to compare. On 2 of the dates, Emily went to dinner with her sister, and they went shopping together on another. On the other 2 dates, I had no idea what was going on, and they didn't fit into the big picture. I called Carol. I have good news and bad news. I told her, on 2 of the dates you gave me, my wife was with her sister. But I couldn't find anything on the other 2. Are you sure she was really with her sister? Now, Carol, you have opened a new can of worms. I guess I can't guarantee this 100%, but they did date each other over the years, David. That's not what I'm asking, and you know it. It could be her sister lying for her if Emily was having an affair. Damn, why won't this all go away? I can't know that for sure. I know her sister well enough, but I don't know if she would lie for her or not. David, I know I'm getting annoying, but I'm trying to find some kind of explanation for my marriage and what was once my wonderful life. I can't tell you what to do next. That's up to you, but I would definitely like to know if this happened to me. Call me if you find anything. I wanted it all to just disappear and die, but Carol wouldn't let it go away. However, the next step would be extremely difficult and could radically change my life. 3 bottles of Corona gave me just enough courage without making my brain too dull. I thought about doing it face to face, but immediately dismissed the idea. I didn't want Emily's sister Lisa to see the look on my face when I gulped when I heard her answer her cell phone. I forgot that she would see who was calling. David, did something happen? I don't know what you're talking about. I guess you know, Lisa, since you were her alibi all those times. How could you? I felt the hook pierce deep into her flesh. David, you're wrong. Emily would never. I interrupted her. Ed's wife has hotel receipts, and on each of these dates, my beloved wife conveniently spent time either dining or shopping with you. If it weren't for the cameras in the hotel, I would never have believed it, even myself. Now I can hardly believe that 2 people I loved so deeply have been deceiving me all this time. I lied through my teeth, but there was only silence on the other side of the phone. David, it was just one time. Nonsense. I know of at least 4 occasions when she met him for sex. How stupid do you think I am? I changed my mind. I was actually quite stupid. How could I not notice and not know that my wife was cheating on me all this time? I suppose when you're in love, it does make you deaf, blind, and stupid, but I won't anymore. David, she was going to leave him the day of the accident. You have to believe it. He became too clingy, and what started out as innocent flirting went too far. You have to believe me. Lisa, I saw them when Ed picked Emily up from work that day. I watched her get into his damn car and kiss him like she was meeting her long-lost love. Damn it, I followed them until we were gone, stopped at a traffic light, and then I got out of the car to confront them. But when he saw me, he sped up. I was there when he ran the red light and got hit by a damn truck. So don't try to tell me she was going with him to break up. The only thing she thought about was what they would do in that room. I was screaming now. David, I'm so sorry. Emily loves you, and it was just a stupid regret on her part. Please don't do anything until she explains it to you. You mean lie to me, don't you? I have to admit, you played well. I never would have thought that my loving wife was capable of cheating on me, and my sister-in-law helped her do it. You disgust me. The telephone connection died along with my marriage. 20 minutes later, Bob, Lisa's husband, called David. I sure as hell didn't know what they were doing there. You have to believe it. If I had known, I would never have tolerated what the party did. You have my sincere apologies for what happened to you, and I can ensure this doesn't happen again. He was right about that. Thanks, Bob. I didn't think you knew, but you don't have to worry anymore. David, I know you're really angry right now, but don't do anything you might regret. Give yourself a couple of days to cool down, and if you need someone to talk to or drink, I'm at your disposal. I thanked him and told him that there was nothing I could do at the moment. Emily was still in a coma, but I told him to tell his wife to stay away from me. I drank 2 more beers and then went to bed. I didn't sleep. I just looked at the black ceiling. Around 10 o'clock on Thursday morning, I called Carol and invited her to lunch the next day. I chose a place where I could get a semi-closed room, because I knew there would be a lot of screaming, and I warned the waiter when Carol arrived. She ordered a drink. I told the waiter to bring her the drink and leave us alone unless he heard gunshots. Carol, you were right. Ed and my wife were having an affair. Her sister was covering for her, and it seems with Ed on the road, it was easy for us to be fooled. That bastard. How could he do this to me, to us? Well, at least now I know what kind of person he really was. I only wish that I could face him and spit in his face, make him suffer the way he made me suffer. There's something else I haven't told you, and I want you to listen to me completely before you speak. I don't know how to say it any easier, so I'll just say it. I saw them together the day of the accident. I was going to surprise Emily and invite her to lunch, but when I arrived at her work, she was getting into your husband's car. Through the back window of the car, I saw her kiss him and began to follow. A few blocks later, I got out of the car to run into them, and from that moment, everything went downhill. Your husband saw me and sped up, and my wife was freaking out in the front seat. I stopped at the traffic light, they passed. I saw the UPS truck hit them, and I saw the firefighters get your husband out of the car. I'm so sorry. I was indirectly involved in the accident, but I never wanted that. She started screaming at me and crying at the same time. Why didn't you tell me about this months ago? You knew they were deceiving us, and you didn't say anything. Carol, all I saw was one kiss, that's all. But she continued to attack me, saying that I killed her husband and it was my fault. Carol, I didn't give your husband permission to sleep with my wife, and I certainly didn't put his foot on the gas and make him run a red light. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on, and if this was what I thought, I'd stop it right there. I was shaking. I was so angry at Carol, at Emily, at Ed, at everyone for everything. But your wife is still alive, and my husband is dead. You can get answers and find comfort. What about me? I'll just have to wonder why he did it. She continued to cry. I walked around the table and tried to console her. She tried to push me away, but I insisted. I know you don't want to hear this, but in a way, you're in a winning position now. You can move on, find someone else, get married again, and never see him again. But because of the kids, I'll have to see the face of my cheating wife, and constantly remember what we had and what we lost. I can find out the reason, but what will it change? My marriage is over, and I will have to grieve just like you. We ordered and ate lunch for that matter, for a different reason since we were already there. I stopped drinking alcohol because I didn't want to add a DUI to my existing problems. After about 15 minutes, we started talking again. We had a connection because neither of us ever expected it to happen. For the first time, we talked about something other than our spouses. She told me about her daughter, and I told her about my 2 children. If it weren't for the real reason for our meeting, it would have been a very pleasant lunch. Carol described her marriage as good, but sometimes difficult, as Ed was often on the road. David, every marriage has problems, and ours was far from perfect. But I never expected to be caught off guard like this. If only he had told me he was unhappy or unsatisfied, I know we could have been like. You can't solve your problems by bringing in a third person. I'm sorry I exploded at you. I'm just so angry all the time now, but I just want to look him in the eyes, shake him, and ask what were you even thinking about. I know it will get easier over time, but what should I do until then? I think you're doing what I'm doing, taking it one day at a time. Now that everything is out there, I'm going to have to make some tough decisions that will affect not only Emily and me but a lot of other people as well. And like you, I want to know why she threw a great marriage away with someone else. But until she wakes up, I won't know. We finished lunch and decided against dessert. Carol wasn't sure what she would do moving forward, but at the top of her list was selling the house. She said she couldn't afford it anymore, and it held too many memories. I'll probably move back to Ohio and live with Mom and Dad for a while. Thank God life insurance and Ed's pension paid off all our debts, so I can start over with a clean slate without any debt hanging over my head. I've only been working part-time and told my boss yesterday that I was leaving at the end of the week. I've heard it a million times before and said it myself, I'm sorry this all happened. You and your daughter don't deserve this kind of hardship. She thanked me, and we left together. Are you okay to drive? I asked. Carol replied, yes, I'm fine. Thank you for not hiding the truth from me, even though I didn't want to hear it. It's better to know than to continue to think that I could be wrong. She kissed me on the cheek and said, don't get lost and good luck with your wife, as she got into her car and drove away. I'll need more than just luck when it comes to Emily. For the next 3 days after work, I came home, ate dinner, and had a few beers, starting to formulate a plan. When Sarah called me on the 4th day and asked if something was wrong, I said I was looking into the problem. On Wednesday evening, when I didn't show up at the hospital, Sarah and Evan came to see me. Okay, Dad, what's going on? You haven't been to see Mom for almost a week. Is there something you're not telling us? Sarah asked, looking scared of what I might tell her. Dad, we're not kids anymore, Evan added. I was going to bring it up right now, but I thought, what the hell? It's going to come out eventually, anyway. I began to explain, kids, there's something I didn't want to tell you yet, but I started to. As Sarah began to cry, she said, she's dying, isn't she? That's why you weren't there. When did you find out? Why didn't you tell us? I calmed her down and said, calm down. Your mother is not dying. Where did all this come from? Well, you haven't been with her all week, and I just thought that since you told me you were dealing with the problem, it had to do with Mom. Kids, I think you should sit down because what I'm about to say may require a stiff drink. They both refused and told me to continue. I looked them both in the eyes and began, your mom has been cheating on me for quite some time. She was with him when she had that accident. Sarah was shocked by the thought and said, no, that's impossible. Mom would never cheat on you. She loves you too much. Look, I thought so too, but I was following her and her lover in my car when they got into that accident. They just looked at me like I was crazy. I spent the next hour sharing everything Carol, and I had learned from the moment I approached them at work to my conversations with Lisa. They were shocked just like I was a few weeks ago. Dad, there must be some mistake. You know Mom. She would never do what you're suggesting, Sarah defended her mother, hoping I was wrong. Dad, she may be my mom, but I can't justify what she did to you and Aunt Lisa. She's just as guilty as Mom, Evan said. I hope I don't see her until I cool down, otherwise I'll lose control, and told her what I really thought about her. I wonder if she cheated on Uncle Bob. Questions rained down from all sides. Kids, the only thing I can tell you for sure is that I'm done with your mom. I can't divorce her right now because she's on my health insurance, but I don't consider her my wife anymore. I'll start filling out the paperwork, but I won't submit it until she comes out of her coma. Dad, don't do anything until you talk to Mom. I know things look bad right now, but maybe there's some other explanation, Sarah begged. You mean they just rented a room at the Hilton to talk and play board games? I didn't mean to offend my daughter, but damn it, we all know what she was doing there. I told her I would take it slow, which calmed her down a little. I was glad they left. I didn't want to have this conversation, but I'm glad everyone knows now. What I didn't expect was when Evan got into an argument with Emily's parents on his next hospital visit. They noticed that I no longer came to see their daughter, then he told them the whole dirty truth without leaving out a single detail. I heard they were shocked. One of the nurses had to tell them to lower their voice when Evan called Emily a cheater, and her father objected, my daughter is not like that. Grandfather, my father never did anything to my mother. He always treated her like a loving wife. Why she decided to take a lover is a mystery, but I will never forgive her for what she did to my father and our family. Things seemed to go downhill from there. Lisa sent me an email trying to explain the who, what, and why, but after reading it, I simply replied that I never wanted to talk to her again, and deleted it. How stupid did she think I was? So from that night, I began to build a new life. I didn't try too hard to tell anyone about my problems, but when my boss kept asking how Emily was doing, I pulled him aside and gave him the short version. If he sympathized with me before, now he sympathized with me twice as much. Everyone I told felt sorry for me, but I began to come to terms with it. I was going to share everything I understood, however, that if she died, it would be even more difficult to resolve everything, so I decided to wait. The only thing I did one weekend was write a letter to Emily. I expressed all my feelings, including my pain, and asked Sarah's daughter to tell his mother if and when she came out of her coma. I had already stopped going to the hospital, and Evan rarely came there either, at Sarah's insistence. I thought it would be best if I gave Emily the letter myself, but when I said I never wanted to see her again, she finally agreed. Now that Emily was back asleep, Lisa began to read the letter David had written to her. Emily, if you're reading this, it means you finally came out of your coma, which unfortunately, I can't say I'm glad about. I don't know how many times since that fateful day I wished for you to die in that accident. Your look out the drive DS window that day said it all. You were caught. Ed really was a dumbass, wasn't he? Only a real idiot would try to drive through a busy intersection at lunchtime. If you don't already know, he died on the spot. It's just a shame I couldn't reshape his face properly, but the UPS truck beat me to it. Lisa and I had a serious talk, and as you can imagine, she is no longer one of my favorites. Ed's wife found the credit card he used to rent your love nest. After checking the dates with your planner, we put 2 and 2 together. Lisa was still lying to me right before I told her I didn't want to talk to her anymore. Bob called back and apologized for his stupid wife, but the damage was already done. I have to admit, you were good. I never would have guessed, and even after Carol made the accusation that you were both deceiving us, I told her that she was very mistaken. Even now, I still find it hard to believe how I could have been so naive and blind. It still upsets me. I guess when you love someone as much as I loved you, you just never think that this person could do such a thing. I hope it was worth it. Just so you know, the kids know everything now, too. Sarah took the side that everyone makes mistakes and essentially forgave you, but Evan and your dad had more than one heated argument after he called you a cheater in front of him. Your parents aren't happy either, but they'll forgive you in the end. For Evan, things will be different. Be careful around him because he, like many others, is angry at you right now and doesn't understand what you're up to. As far as I'm concerned, we are done the moment you walked through the door with your new lover, Ed. It was all over for us. Lisa tried to tell me it was just one time until I told her what I knew. As I said, you both truly deserve an Oscar for your performances as a loving wife and caring sister. Don't wait for my voice, you're still on my health insurance until we iron out the final details, this way you won't be saddled with thousands of dollars in medical bills. The house is going to be sold, and I've thrown our bed to the curb, probably had sex with the guys in our marital bed, and as soon as I found out, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in it anymore. We can divide all our assets equally, and everyone will be left with their own 401k. I strongly advise you not to create problems or contest this divorce, otherwise, I will drag your name through the mud. I will tell everyone what you really are. No one at your job knows anything yet, and your job is waiting for you when you get better. As for me, I never want to see your face again. I don't want to talk to you or have you write to me anymore. At first, I wanted to know why did you do this? Was it me or something I did or didn't do? But then, I thought to hell with it. I finally realized that it doesn't matter why, just that you did it. If you wanted to leave so badly, I would be sorry, but I would let you go. Now, all I want is for you to just disappear from my life. I know there will be some problems in the next couple of months, but I will send you the name of my lawyer when I find him, so you can contact him and not me. Like I said, I was waiting for you to wake up or die, whichever came first, before I started doing this. So, as a goodbye, I hope you have a miserable life, and when you look in the mirror and see all those damn scars, you feel a burning pain for what you lost. I'm not going to hold myself to high standards, because you certainly didn't. I'm angry, bitter, and like I said before, I wish you had died in that damn accident. He didn't even sign it. Lisa didn't blink once the entire time. She read the letter, and although she knew the intimate details of Emily's affair, she would never share them with anyone else. She believed that if blood cannot be trusted, who can you trust? But Emily didn't read the letter to the end, and Lisa didn't know how she would react when he finally finished reading. Lisa was worried about Emily. She also knew that David had no chance of taking her back. Well, at least she'll still have a job when she gets out of the hospital. She told Emily more than once that she was playing with fire, but Emily insisted that David would never know. She fully admitted that the sex wasn't nearly as good as it had been with David, but their sex life had become boring, and she needed to spice things up a bit. However, as it turned out, it was not the heat, but rather the acidity. Emily told her that she was going to end the relationship because Ed was becoming too pushy and demanding more and more time with her. He was no longer content with just casual meetings on the side. Now he wanted dinners and evenings with her. It was now common knowledge, at least in their family, that she had cheated on David, and Lisa only hoped that their parents and Evan would eventually forgive her. After all, a family is still a family, no matter what. When Emily woke up, she was sure that it was all one of those crazy dreams caused by medications. She flickered in and out of consciousness for the past 36 hours. When she noticed Lisa sleeping in the chair next to her bed, she felt relieved to see someone with whom she had shared so much of her life. Emily touched Lisa's shoulder and saw her flinch and then look at her. "How do you feel?" asked Lisa. "Much better. Have you been here all night?" "Yes, I fell asleep a little after 10 o'clock in the evening." "Forget about me. How are you feeling?" "I needed that sleep. I had the craziest dreams. Luckily, they were just nightmares." Then she saw the letter on Lisa's lap. "Oh damn, it wasn't a dream," she said, starting to cry again. "Emily, look at me," Lisa told her calmly. "If you don't calm down, they'll sedate you again. Do you understand?" Emily nodded. "What you need to understand is that David knows everything. Even though you were careful, you left marks on paper, and now everyone knows. He doesn't want you back and was waiting for a divorce until you woke up. Lisa, maybe there's a chance if I could just talk to him. I could make him understand that it was just a stupid hookup and just sex. Maybe he'll give me another chance. Could you talk with him? I'm one of the last people he'd want to talk to. Remember, you used me as an alibi. Hell, it took me weeks for my husband to forgive me after he found out what I did. Bob thought that I was cheating on him too. No, the only one you have a chance with is Sarah. She forgave us both, and she kept David informed of your condition. David might listen to her, but I really doubt it. I told you what will happen if he finds out. I know, but it was so tempting and exciting in the beginning, then it just became something I did when Ed was in town, feeling like a young girl at school again. This time, I was going to go away as he asked. I know it was stupid, and I let the situation get out of control, but I never thought I would get caught. I never felt love for Ed, and I never loved David less. Emily, that was the problem. You didn't think. Over the next 2 days, Emily was poked, tested, and examined. Everything was normal or normal enough for her to be discharged. She would need additional surgery on her right arm and lower left leg to remove small bone fragments, but this could be done at any time in the future. Sarah was with her every step of the way and prepared the bedroom in her apartment in anticipation of her mother's return. I took most of your clothes from the house, and Dad left your car with me a couple of days ago. He paid for the insurance until the end of the year. Dad is leaving town in a week or so and said you could come into the house and take everything whatever you want. He said he wants to put it up for sale as soon as everything is cleared out. I have a bunch of cards at home for you from, I think, everyone you know. After a week, I told everyone to stop sending flowers. Your room started to look like a flower shop. Tomorrow morning, I'll pick you up. Evan has a van. It will be easier to get in and out than my little car. Get some rest tonight. We have a big day tomorrow. With that, Sarah left, and at least for the time being, Emily spent her last night in the hospital thinking about what she had done and trying to figure out a way to bring David back, if possible, or at least get him to talk to her. Maybe after a good night's sleep, she could come up with a plan. After 3 weeks at Sarah's, they were able to move back into the house. David and several of his friends had left town. Emily and Sarah had had all of Saturday and Sunday to look around. The house was in some disarray, with partial ash and broken glass in the family fireplace catching their attention. All the photographs from all the years of their marriage were there. Most of them had been reduced to coal, but a few around the edges still remained. It looked like David just dumped them all in there and set them on fire, just like Emily did with her marriage. Wedding photos, pictures from family trips, and even 2 family portraits were gone. How could Dad do this? If he didn't want them, I would have taken them. Now we have nothing from all our vacations and trips. Sarah looked sad as she looked at the charred remains in the fireplace. Sarah, I think that was the idea, Emily said, sitting on the hearth and pulling out whatever was left. Apart from furniture, there wasn't much left. They filled 3 large trash bags with things, and as Sarah loaded them into her car, Emily looked around one last time. 24 years together, and all that was left were a few things, a few mementos, and 2 wonderful children, one of whom still didn't speak to her much. The last thing Emily took was the box David gave her for their first Christmas. There was little money, and they agreed not to give each other gifts, but apparently, he saw the way she was looking at it in the store and somehow found the money. It was the first thing they put up on holidays and the last thing they took away. She was quite surprised that he didn't burn it too, since it was old. It would have burned like a match with one last tear. She closed the door and walked out of her old life, waiting for Sarah's car. Over the next 4 months, David and Emily shared their common life. The money, the stocks, and their retirement savings were all gone when the house was sold. They split the profits, and he filed the papers. Now they were completely separated, so there was nothing to argue about. Emily tried to see him before it became final, but Sarah said it wasn't important to him. He bought a 2-room apartment near the center and moved there without her. Evan eventually came to his senses, but they never became as close as before. A year after the divorce became official, Sarah and her boyfriend got engaged, and Emily found a small studio apartment in the city's historic district. She returned to work, and although she had no serious financial problems, the wedding promised to cost more than she could afford on her own. They had dinner on Sunday. Evan, his wife Kate, Sarah, her fiancé Dan, and Emily. They discussed the wedding and went through many lists. "Here," Evan said, pushing the envelope towards Sarah and her mother, "Dad wanted me to give this to you. He said it would make things easier for you." Sarah opened the envelope and took out the check. It was a check for $20,000. The short message attached read, "My girl deserves the wedding of her dreams." Sarah and David had barely spoken for the last 15 months. They had several arguments, and he told her that if her mother was at the wedding, he would not come. That was 3 months ago, and they hadn't spoken since. Sarah looked at the check in her hand and turned to her mother. Maybe this means he changed his mind and decided to come. Evan didn't seem as optimistic as Sarah, and Emily said, "Even with that, I still think we should have a small wedding. There's no point in going into debt for a wedding and party that only a few of us will remember." Sarah called to thank her father, but he didn't answer. She left a message thanking him for his generosity and informing him that her mother would be present to see her daughter get married. Sarah told her mother that he never responded after she left her first message unanswered, and her subsequent emails and calls also went unanswered. It looks like she got her answer, but she sent him an invitation anyway. Evan couldn't and wouldn't tell his mother and sister whether David would come or not. If he hadn't come, he would have walked his sister down the aisle and given her away in marriage, and that's how it was rehearsed. The night before the wedding, Sarah was glowing with happiness, but at the same time was sad. She hoped against hope that her father would come, but knowing him, the chances were slim. "Tell him I'm not coming," Emily told her daughter. "I had the pleasure of planning your wedding and even saw how everything would happen. He is your father, and he deserves the right to marry you because of me. He will not come, and I will never be able to forgive myself for this if I ruin the most important day of your life." She told her daughter, "I've come this far without him. A few more steps won't make much of a difference. From day one, I had no intention of going to Sarah's wedding, especially knowing Emily would be there. She turned our marriage into a farce, and I hated her with every fiber of my being. I don't know how many nights I spent praying that something would happen to her, or that she would relapse because of the accident. Even the mention of her name made me furious. God, how I hated this woman. It took me 6 months of therapy and anger management classes to get any control over my emotions surrounding Emily. I hoped that she would prevail and skip the wedding after everything she had done to our happy family, but since Sarah forgave her and her damn sister, she thought everyone should do the same. Not my rules. Sarah convinced me for months, and when she couldn't, Evan started. When I heard the money was running low, I cashed in a bond or two and sent her enough money to make sure it would be a memorable day. When Evan said he would walk her down the aisle and marry her, I felt a pit in my stomach. Damn it, when will this end? 2 days later, and the day before the wedding, I realized it will never end, not until one of us dies. For the rest of our lives, I will have to put up with her for the sake of the children. Do I hate her passionately, but at least now I can control it. I didn't tell anyone that I was coming. I made sure my tuxedo fit perfectly, and my new haircut made me look good, better than I had in the last 6 months. I parked the car and crept to the back of the church where Evan was waiting. Jesus Christ, Dad, you did it. I'll go tell Sarah you won't do anything like that. I want it to be my surprise and a pre-wedding gift for her. You know Mommy is here, don't you? I'm aware. Why don't you go and sit next to her, and I'll join you after I give up our little girl. He hugged me and said he was glad I came. Sarah looked gorgeous, and my heart lit up when I looked at her. It took her a minute or two to notice me while she was looking for her brother. Dad! She screamed and threw herself into my open arms, kissing me. Did you really think I'd miss my daughter's wedding? What kind of father would I be? Now she had everything. As the music started, we waited for our turn to go while the bridesmaids and flower girl did their thing. Ready for this, Dad? I've been ready for this for a long time. Well, let's begin the next chapter of your life. With her hand in mind, we walked proudly down the aisle. None of the guests knew that I had no intention of coming, but the people in the front rows were shocked by my presence, including the groom. However, everyone was smiling as we walked down the aisle. I handed my daughter's hand to Dan, whispered something in his ear, and sat down next to my son on the first bench. Emily looked at me, smiled, and said, "Thank you." Then she went back to watching the two newlyweds. Within 20 minutes, it was all over. They were introduced as Mr. and Mrs. Dan and Sarah Cooper, and walked down the aisle as husband and wife. We headed to the place for congratulations. I greeted our guests and thanked them for coming. From time to time, I saw Emily looking in my direction. When our eyes met, she quickly looked away. The celebration passed without incident. The food was good, the music was a little loud for my taste, but I danced with my daughter twice, and even with her new mother-in-law once. She said she was glad I finally pulled my head out of Maya's, her words, not mine. It was about 11 o'clock at night when Emily came up behind me. I was just looking at the dancing people, and apparently remembering when I heard her voice behind me. Thanks for coming. It meant a lot to Sarah. I decided I had to do it, especially after I've given her so much trouble the last 2 years. Plus, I love a good party, especially when I'm paying for it. Just so you know, it was me, not you. You were everything I could have asked for. I'm just sorry I realized it too late. It's all in the past. We can't change what's already been done, so I moved on with my life and don't hate you anymore. I lied when I said this, but I did it to be polite. Maybe we could have lunch and talk sometime. You never gave me a chance to explain myself. I had to make every effort not to rip her head off right there. What did she think? We'll be friends now, maybe, but not anytime soon. Besides, I'm dating someone, and I don't think it would be appropriate. The second lie I told myself with these words, I went to look for Evan. I thanked Evan for all the help he had given his sister, kissed his wife, and told her not to let him drink too much. She smiled and said that they had booked a hotel room. I found Sarah and Dan and told them I was leaving. Dad, I love you so much. I saw you talking to Mom. I'm glad you finally made up. I smiled through gritted teeth and told her to have an exciting and fun honeymoon, before handing them $100 bills, a little extra money to spend. 2 minutes later, I was at the door and heading to my car. I'm glad I decided to come, especially after confronting my ex-wife and dealing with myself like a real adult. I've come a long way, and this evening I finally closed the final chapter of our marriage for the first time. I felt at peace with myself. In the limousine heading to the airport, a happy Sarah exchanged kisses and caresses with her new husband. She was still smiling at how well everything had gone, especially with her parents. She felt quite proud that she had played a big role in getting them to at least be in the same room. "It was really great, wasn't it?" she asked Dan, kissing him deeply and looking into his eyes. "By the way, what did Dad whisper to you on the altar when he handed my hand to you?" Dan looked thoughtful and said, "If I ever hurt you, he'll chase me like a dog, kill me, and eat my damn heart." "Well, I think you better listen to his words. I don't think my dad ever forgets anything." The very smart Sarah wisely advised. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.
Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. Are you ready to start today's story? Let's get started. On the edge of the ruthless workplace and the brink of morality, a drama about loyalty and betrayal is unfolding. A programmer's desperate request leads to an unbelievable deal. Where are the boundaries of human nature when money, power, and desire are intertwined? Follow me to uncover the mystery of this story. My boss waved me to a chair in front of his desk, and with a relaxed smile on his handsome face, invited me. "You don't often ask to meet with me, Alex, so this is an unexpected pleasure. How can I help?" It was perhaps the most important moment of my life. Taking a deep breath, I stated my request. "I urgently need a salary increase. Salaries have been frozen for 3 years, and during this time, everything has become more expensive, especially gasoline and energy. Only electronics have become cheaper, and I don't need that." Before I even finished speaking, Richard was already slowly shaking his head. "I was expecting you. All 3 other department heads have already made the same request to me, although one was asking for his employees and not for himself. Sorry, Alex, but I'm afraid I'll have to give you the same answer I gave them. This is impossible. But I think my case is special. If you listen to my situation, you will see that too," I insisted, feeling panic rising within me. "Alex, over the last 3 years, while we haven't replaced natural turnover, we haven't had any forced layoffs, and the company wants to keep it that way. It's a simple equation: more money for someone means layoffs for others. You want to get someone fired. For 40 years, housing prices have risen steadily, as have wages. This meant that couples could overspend on a property, knowing that within 3 to 4 years, a salary increase would reduce mortgage costs to manageable amounts. My misfortune was that I bought the house shortly before this favorable period suddenly ended. I'm really desperate, Dom," I told him. "If I don't start earning more, I'll lose everything. I haven't paid my mortgage in 2 months, and if I'm late again, I'll lose my house. What makes it worse is that I'm now in huge negative equity, about £40,000. The house named the amount so accurately that I immediately became wary and, leaving the role of the beggar, sharply asked, "Are you investigating my case? I don't see how you could know the deficit so accurately." My boss was not taken aback by my change of tone, smiling charmingly as he explained, "Just an inspired guess, Alex. I know what houses in the area were selling for when you bought yours, and I know what they are going for now. So, depending on what kind of deal you concluded, your loss should be somewhere between £30,000 and £50,000. For a moment, I considered apologizing for my outburst, but instead decided to stand my ground, saying, "You see how desperate I am. I won't be able to pay my mortgage for the next 3 months, and then I'll be in real trouble. I need some help, Dom." Richard was silent for a while, looking at me thoughtfully, and when he finally spoke, His answer surprised me. Does your lovely wife Emily not work? I shook my head. With 2 children under 5, she has little chance, not even part-time. Emily tried to find a job, but all we have in the area is cleaning or working in a store, and it doesn't pay much more than we would have to pay for a nanny. Any job has to be within walking distance because we were forced to give up her car over a year ago. This is the root of your problem, my employer advised, stating the obvious. In the current economic climate, very few people can support a family on one income. I understand perfectly well what the problem is, I said calmly. I don't know how to get out of this situation, so I had to come to you as a last resort. Richard thought again for a long time before saying, I may have a solution, but you won't like it. I doubt you'll agree. His words sounded like a bright beacon cutting through the cloudy sky. Interrupting him, I assured him, no matter what, I will do everything to get out of this mess. Something flashed in my employer's eyes as he warned, don't be so sure. What I'm about to say is for discussion, and nothing we say today will be binding on either side. Yes, I prodded him, eager to know what solution he had that could magically solve my financial problems. For the past 2 years, I have had the right to hire a personal assistant, but I have not yet taken advantage of this opportunity, mainly because I did not want to create additional burden on the company during these difficult times. My idea is that your wife could work for me, he explained slowly. When I talked to her last Christmas, I realized that she used to work in HR, so she should have all the necessary skills. That would be great, I began to enthuse, but Dom raised his hand to stop me. You shouldn't rejoice ahead of time until you know all the conditions, he warned. When I say personal assistant, the emphasis is on personal. As you know, on the last weekend of every month, I travel abroad, and I expect her to accompany me, and we will probably be very close in these moments. It took me a moment to realize what he was talking about, and then anger filled my head. Are you saying that as part of this deal, you expect to sleep with my wife? I screamed. The house remained unperturbed in front of my heated face. Effectively, that's the deal, he said, but I wouldn't put it so harshly. So, how would you say it? When we are away, there may be situations where Emily and I are forced to share a room. This is what is called plausible deniability. Depending on what is needed for your peace of mind, you may choose to believe that such cases will never happen. But are you really going to take every opportunity to have sex with her? I asked coldly. Dom smiled. I said it's not really a fair answer to that question. You have to think what you want. Through clenched teeth, I told him my thoughts do not matter in this situation because I reject your kind offer outright. My boss seemed completely unfazed by my angry response, saying, it's a shame because I think we could both benefit greatly from such a deal. Although I understand why you would feel obligated to refuse. We sat in silence, looking at each other as if we both knew there was more to say. When he didn't seem inclined to start the conversation first, I said, we've gotten along well over the past 8 years. I considered you almost a friend and thought you felt the same way about me. I don't understand why, if this personal assistant job was available, you didn't help me by offering her to Emily without the conditions of sex. What you say is very true, Dom said friendly, but the simple fact is that I would not have achieved what I have in this world if I looked a gift horse in the mouth. Adding to that, the fact that I have never desired a woman as much as I desire your wife. She is truly exceptional, and you are a very lucky person. Do you have no conscience at all? I asked sarcastically. Of course, I have, said Dom smugly. I consider myself a pretty decent guy, but in this case, the remorse was completely drowned out by thoughts of the pleasure I hoped to receive. You can put in your proposal, I told him sharply. My boss took the rejection philosophically, saying, I didn't expect a different answer, but I had to try. As he spoke, Dom stood up and walked to the door, and I followed him. At the door, he held out his hand and said, I hope this won't negatively impact our working relationship. I wanted to punch him in the nose, but instead, I shook his outstretched hand. I quickly grabbed the doorknob, eager to leave the scene of my human humiliation, but before I could turn it, Dom beat me to it, saying, you never know, you might change your mind after talking to your lovely wife. You know what? Take the rest of the week off. This should give you enough time to discuss the pros and cons. The offer remains valid until Saturday. If Emily wants the job, she should meet me for dinner at the Peacock Hotel at 8 o'clock sharp. We'll have a quiet dinner, and then I'll take her to the room I've booked for a formal interview. I have always been inclined towards mathematics and logic, so it was natural for me to choose a career as a programmer and systems analyst. I progressed quickly and 6 years ago took up my current position as head of computer technology, moving to a different area to do so. The downside is that I now mostly do admin with little opportunity to do the kind of smart coding that used to give me so much pleasure. I am 34 years old, my wife Emily is 2 years younger. Most men think their wives are beautiful, but I can objectively say that mine really is. She's a little too plump to be a classic model, and her exceptional beauty probably excludes her from the media, so she's chosen a profession that relies more on brains than beauty. We both worked for my previous employer in different departments but interacted frequently on a project I was working on. She was so out of my league that I had no pretensions, and I was more than happy to form a platonic relationship with her. But luckily, the fact that I wasn't a threat somehow attracted her. She later told me that she found my company relaxing compared to other men, and she was the one who first made it clear that she wouldn't mind if I asked her out for a drink. We never discussed our previous relationships, but I always assumed that her early experiences were about the same as my average successes. From the moment of our wedding to the beginning of the events described here, we lived 8 very happy years. I should also describe my immediate superior, Richard. I consider myself quite tall at 6 feet, but he is at least 3 inches taller. He is also larger than me and has more sporting hobbies. His main 2 leisure activities being squash and golf. His other strengths are that he is handsome, confident, and I begrudgingly admit it, charismatic. From the very beginning, I admired his relaxed style and thought we had a friendly working relationship. When I arrived home, I found Emily waiting impatiently for me. He can't give me a raise, but he has offered you a job as his personal assistant, I told her, which made her face light up with joy. Don't get excited too early because it's not that easy, and you can't accept this offer. For starters, he goes abroad for a couple of days every month, and he'll expect you to accompany him. The smile remained on my wife's face, better and better. I've always dreamed of traveling. You'll be sharing a room, he expects you to sleep with him while you're away. Let him wait as long as he wants, but he won't get anything from me, Emily said firmly, the smile still not leaving her face. You don't understand. I said desperately, sex is part of the deal. If you don't agree, there will be no work. I didn't know how I thought my wife would react, but I certainly didn't expect her to laugh. Slippery, sneaky bastard, she said. He has definitely fallen in my eyes. I agreed. I might have expected something like this. Emily said thoughtfully at the company Christmas party last year, he couldn't take his eyes off my cleavage. What do you think? At least Dom is an attractive man, not short, fat, and bald like Mr. Kai Suden, the last boss I worked for. Although he hasn't proposed to me, I know he would like to. I couldn't help but feel that my wife wasn't taking this seriously, so I made my point firmly, telling her, I think it's out of the question. What do you think? I agreed. In fact, it's so absurd it's not even worth discussing, Emily said happily, adding, we'll just have to solve our financial problems somehow differently. We spontaneously jumped to our feet to hug each other and enjoy a long hug, from there in agreement. We quickly headed to the bedroom for a rare night of passion. Over the past year, mounting financial worries had weakened our libido significantly. We still had sex, but it was more about bonding to satisfy a need rather than having sex just for pleasure, as we did a lot in our early years. I'm not sure what inspired us, but it was definitely a night to remember. And as Emily lay there afterwards, she gently whispered to me, I never want to have sex with another man, but you. It felt weird being home the next morning when it wasn't a weekend or a holiday. I found something to do, mostly entertaining the kids, but it wasn't until they had settled down around 11 a.m. that Emily and I had time to sit down with a cup of coffee. I had barely taken my first sip when my wife said, I don't know if you've thought about what we were talking about yet, but I have, and I know we're in a terrible mess. I haven't been too worried so far because I was pretty confident that your boss would be able to help us out. In the worst case, I didn't really think about it. I just deliberately excluded the topic from my thoughts. I've added up all our expenses for the next few months, and even without unexpected bills, there's no way we'll be able to pay off our mortgage in June. It may take a few months before they evict us, but we'll end up on the streets if we don't find some way out. I hope you're not thinking of accepting Dom's offer, I asked incredulously, ignoring my question. Emily continued, if we lose our house, nothing will be the same. Paying off our apartment debt means we'll have to live in a rented place for years. It will undoubtedly be a much smaller apartment than we have here and in a much worse area. We will survive, I told her, not believing my words. We need to look at this from all angles and not see it as the only problem, my sensible wife insisted. It's not just about us. We have to think about the children and the schools they will go to. I think they can be very bullied at a school in a poor area. It's scary to even think about. I agreed rather senselessly. I'll do anything to get out of this mess. I can't stand the thought of losing everything. Are you offering to accept the offer? Of course not. I'm just saying that I'll take any job if it makes us money. That's a relief, I said, forcing a smile. Still, it's a very tempting offer if it weren't for the sex thing. It would be ideal. Then perhaps we should discuss this seriously, Emily replied, surprising me. The next morning, I called Dom and asked for an appointment. He said to come immediately. He met me at the door, shook hands, and invited me to sit down, saying, "This is a very pleasant surprise. I didn't expect you so soon." To avoid confusion, I quickly explained, "I'm not here to accept your offer. I just want to clarify some details, such as my wife's salary and how many hours a week will she work." It was obvious that my boss was well prepared, taking a piece of paper. He said, "About 2/3 of what you get. That's the highest rate for this position because I'm sure it's worth it. Emily doesn't want to work more than part-time, which is a full salary." A smile of triumph appeared on Dom's face, and I realized that he thought he had played the trump card. How about a full salary for actually working part-time? I don't understand. When your wife travels with me, she receives a salary from the moment she leaves home until she returns. Usually, my trips last 2 days, sometimes 1, very rarely 3. For example, let's call it 48 hours a week. Of 35 hours, it's 140 hours in a month. Subtract 48, divide by 4, and you will see that she will only need to spend 23 hours a week in the office, which is less than 5 hours a day. Your beautiful wife will be able to take the children to school in the morning and be home to pick them up in the evening. That won't work, I answered honestly. Like I said, Emily doesn't have her own car anymore, so she'll have to ride with me. No problem. There's a company car that doesn't get used much, so she might as well use that car until she can buy her own, Dom said smugly. I didn't have anything to answer. My wife's boss effectively pulled the rug out from under my feet. After a minute of silence, he pushed, "Are there any other details you'd like to clarify?" We both knew what he was implying, but I just shook my head. At the door, he shook my hand again but stopped to say, "Tell Emily that if she comes on Saturday, I will introduce her to the pleasures of Monte Carlo." At the end of the month, at home, I conveyed the new information. I wondered how Emily would take the news about Monte Carlo because it was one of the places she wanted to visit. I must admit that after Dom's explanation, I was inclined to consider the offer more seriously, so I ended my words, "This is a very attractive offer if it were not for the sex matter. It would be ideal." I thought the offer was attractive enough to warrant discussing more seriously than we had previously, so I was surprised when she said, "I don't like it. I was hoping for a real job, but from what you just said, it's more like payment for sex, which makes me a little better than a woman of easy virtue." I was stunned and didn't know what to say, which gave my wife the opportunity to continue with a hint of anger in her voice, "And that will make you a salesman. How do you feel about that? When I'm away at the end of every month, and you will be sitting here alone, What do you think will be going through your mind, knowing that I'm lying on my back somewhere with Dom? For your information, I'm pretty sure he's bigger than you. I think I could get used to it, I replied, explaining a few years ago I was chatting online with a guy who claimed his wife was a prostitute. He said she only worked 3 nights a week but still made more than both of them doing a regular job. I asked him how he felt when she worked, and he said it didn't bother him. He admitted that it was awkward the first few times, but then it became indistinguishable from any other work, and what she did had nothing to do with their personal sex life. From other things he said, I realized that it was all about the attitude. If you have any ideas about me doing the same, you can forget about it right now, Emily said sharply, but I was relieved to see the smile on her face. Nothing more was said that day, but we didn't make love that night. The next day, Emily brought up the topic again, saying, I thought it was stupid to lose the house without a fight. We've both had sexual experiences with other people before we met, so if it's not cheating, what's the difference if I sleep with Dom? On the one hand, this seems like a small sacrifice compared to the benefits. I found myself changing my position too. I'm not sure I can keep working for Dom, knowing he sleeps with you every month. I don't think I can stand his smug grin. What if he brags about his conquest or someone figures out what's going on? You are not logical, my wife said. Given his position, Dom has more at stake than us, so he will definitely be discreet, and as for other people, they have no way of knowing because the sex will take place in other countries. You might feel a little awkward working with him, but if I can tolerate his harassment every month, then you can easily handle it. Are you proposing to do this? I asked, uncertainty. Emily took a deep breath before saying, I've decided that I'm willing to make this sacrifice, so it's up to you whether we accept it or not. That night, we had sex longer than usual, and instead of turning over, we stayed cuddled. It rather upset me because I had a deep feeling that it was symbolic. Emily fell asleep immediately, and I spent most of the night awake, thinking about the future. It was almost certain that I would agree to have my wife work for Dom, but I still desperately hoped that I could find some alternative. On Friday, we continued to pretend that we were living a normal life, doing various homework and even discussing trivial matters, but we were both careful not to touch the very large elephant in the room. It was the middle of the day, right after we made coffee. I couldn't stand it, and at the last moment, I tried to change the direction we were inexorably heading towards, blurting out the fact that we both had sex with others in the past has absolutely nothing to do with our current situation. Since we met, we have both remained completely faithful to each other, as far as I know, but if you have sex with my boss, that exclusivity will be lost, and that's quite a valuable thing. Once you lose it, you can't bring her back. She's gone forever. Emily took no time to formulate her answer. Taking my hand and looking straight into my eyes, she said softly, Honey, I don't want to lose exclusivity, and I don't want to lose the house, but if one of them has to go, for me, it has to be exclusivity. Anyway, I knew this was the moment, but I couldn't speak until Emily nudged me. Well, what do you say? Should I go to the Peacock on Saturday or not? I guess so, I conceded. As soon as we got into bed, I was desperately looking for physical connection, but as soon as I got close to her, my wife pushed me away for the first time in a long time, saying, You can hug me, but nothing more, please. I'm not in the mood for sex right now because I'm not looking forward to what I have to do tomorrow. I hope you understand. I understood, but it didn't help, and I spent another mostly sleepless night. On Saturday morning, I took the children to my parents' where they stayed until Sunday afternoon. Returning home, we again continued to pretend that nothing was happening, although we both could not help but notice how time was dragging on into the evening as a sign of tension. I noticed that Emily looked at her watch almost as often as I did. The final countdown began in the late afternoon when she suddenly stood up and said, I guess it's time to start getting ready. What are you going to wear? I felt obliged to ask. I'm not sure yet, but I'm definitely not going to dress up for that bastard, Emily said firmly. My wife took a very long bath, then spent over an hour in the bedroom. When she finally appeared, she stood hesitantly in the doorway. She might not have dressed up, but she certainly didn't look sloppy. She looked absolutely adorable, but I didn't think it was the right time to compliment her looks. We only had time for a quick cup of tea, and off we went. Emily suggested that I drop her off at the Peacock and then come back for her after she texted, but I insisted on waiting for her in the parking lot. When we were almost there, I heard myself asking, "What do you think Dom would want her to do?" "I have absolutely no idea, but he definitely won't get anything special that I do just with you," Emily assured me. "But he will probably be expecting something." At this point, we were already in the parking lot. Having stopped the car, I ran to her side, and we stood face to face. My heart was beating like a drum, and it was difficult for me to breathe. I leaned in to kiss her, but Emily held out her cheek instead of her lips so as not to ruin her lipstick. "Good luck," I muttered, later realizing how pointless that was. Emily also tried to remain brave. "Who knows, I might even like it," she said with a smile and then headed towards the hotel entrance. The first hour of waiting wasn't that bad, or rather the first hour and 20 minutes because I knew Emily was safe in the restaurant. At first, I couldn't believe that I was actually sitting here and agreeing to what would happen later. It seemed unreal. Strangely, this tension soon passed as different things caught my attention, and incredibly, there were times when I almost forgot why I was there. But then I received a simple message: "My work, I'm going to his room in a minute. Love, T." And from that moment, everything changed. I looked at the windows on the upper floors, trying to guess which one had his room. After 5 minutes, a light came on in one window, and I assumed that this must be it. But after I looked around the building for other lights that were on, I forgot which window it was. My right knee began to shake spasmodically with increasing force until at one point the movement of my leg became so violent that I had to get out of the car and walk in slow circles around it until it subsided. I was so absorbed in the agonizing thoughts of what was happening in that vague room that I almost jumped in surprise when the door suddenly opened, and Emily sat down in the passenger seat. "Go home, please," she said. It had only been about 20 minutes since I received the text message, which gave me hope that nothing had happened, but my wife's behavior suggested otherwise. I only had one question: "Did you have sex?" Emily didn't answer, but after glancing sideways as I drove away, I was sure she shook her head. I felt relieved at first, but then anxiety set in, and I spent the rest of the ride trying to figure out whether her movement meant that sex wasn't happening or simply that she didn't want to talk about it. When I stopped the car at our house, Emily immediately started to get out of the car but stopped to instruct me: "After you put the car in the garage, put the kettle on, love, while I brush my teeth and wash my face." Still anxious, I waited until Emily returned and took a sip of tea before she looked at me and said, "Dom was a much more polite and entertaining person than I thought. He made me laugh several times, and 2/3 of the way through dinner, he didn't even start talking about work." In the end, I had to bring up the topic myself. "Don't worry, I got the job, and all the benefits and conditions remain the same. I start at the office on Tuesday, but on Monday, I go shopping for work clothes. I'll get a company card with a £500 credit, but I'll have to pay back everything I spent in my first 3 paychecks. What about after dinner?" I insisted, fearing that she might linger longer recounting their conversation in detail. He was a real gentleman in the restaurant, but now he seemed to think he could do anything, and the smug look on his face irritated me. I laughed. How did he react to this? "Much better than I expected," Emily said with a smile. It actually made him stand out in my eyes when he said, "Okay, at this point, I'm more than happy with whatever you're willing to give. It's actually nice to know that I'm dealing with a woman of character." So, what is next? Even I myself heard the hoarseness in my voice. It was all pretty formal. What happened next? I left. I couldn't stand being in that room anymore. As I was leaving, Dom yelled, "See you Tuesday," but honestly, Alex, after tonight, I'm not sure I want to continue this. I didn't argue about it, and we didn't mention it again for the rest of the evening. But I was in for a surprise. I half expected Emily to give up sex for a while after her experiences in the Peacock, but quite the opposite happened. As soon as we got into bed, we made love. We slept late on Sunday morning, so late that I had to rush through dinner before I had to go get the kids. When I returned, I found her leafing through a women's clothing catalog, looking for ideas. "Look," she said, excitedly discussing how she planned to spend her clothing allowance. There was no further mention of the night before, and Emily returned from shopping on Monday with what she described as 3 skirt and jacket sets and a few other items. I was treated to a fashion show of her acquisitions. There were 3 skirt and jacket sets in black or charcoal, all fitted and with a skirt length falling just below mid-thigh. She looked businesslike, not hiding her sexuality. She also bought some very attractive blouses and what seemed like quite a lot of new underwear. Unfortunately, these delicate items were not included in her impromptu fashion show. I was late to work Tuesday morning, so I could take my wife to work, just as the babysitter arrived. I left her at the reception, and that was the last time I saw her before I returned home that night. I thought she might pop into my department to say hi, but then again, I wasn't looking for her either. That night, Emily suggested avoiding contact at work, saying, "I even think we shouldn't take lunch breaks at the same time. I do have a right to a break, but Dom says no one is watching. I think he expects me to always have lunch with him, so if you end up in the cafeteria at the same time, it could be quite awkward." When I got home, I couldn't park in my usual spot because Emily's company car was already there. It was a small 2-seater with low engine power and high mileage, but it made her independent of me for commuting. Throughout the evening, she spoke enthusiastically about her new career, saying how much she enjoyed using her mind again. I learned that her first business trip with my boss was scheduled in 10 days. I was relieved that she would only be gone one night, leaving early on Friday morning and returning late Saturday afternoon. I don't know if this was intentionally arranged to make it easier for both of us to adapt to the new routine. The plan was that she would go to Dom's in the morning, and they would head to the airport together. During the first week, I remained surprisingly calm about my wife's upcoming trip, perhaps distracted by her daily excited updates about her new job. Even my last day off was quite fun with lots of laughter, but that quickly changed as the new work week began. Usually, Monday is when you start looking forward to Friday and the next weekend, but I desperately wanted time to stand still. Every day, the tension in my head increased, while Emily seemed surprisingly calm, and this made me not express my feelings so as not to convey my anxiety to her. I survived Friday night surprisingly well and much better than I expected. I convinced myself, 24 hours ago, she was here, and in another 24, she will be back. By constantly repeating this mantra, I was able to isolate myself from the time in between. I also switched from regular wine to spirits, which definitely helped. My responsibility to my children prevented me from getting drunk, but I drank enough to create a pleasant feeling of brain fog. On Saturday afternoon, while playing on the floor with the children, Emily suddenly appeared, looking down at us. I don't know how I imagined she would look, but any guess would be far from the truth. There was a clear shine on her face, and it was obvious that everything inside her was boiling with suppressed excitement. Unfortunately for me, the kids immediately turned on her as if she had been gone for a month instead of just one day. My only clue was that she whispered, "You absolutely won't believe what I'm going to tell you." They had to wait until dinner and put the children to bed before the secret was revealed. Returning downstairs after kissing our children goodnight, Emily immediately went to her purse, took it out, and began scattering large bills of unknown currency on the floor. "I'm not sure about the exchange rate, but it's almost 5,000 euros, she said solemnly. "All our problems are solved." "Where did all this come from?" I asked rather stupidly. "I won it at roulette," Emily explained with a huge smile. "Pour us some wine to celebrate, dear, and I'll tell you everything from the beginning." I quickly took out our holiday glasses and filled them with red wine. Once we were comfortable, still smiling, my energetic wife began her story. As soon as we cleared customs in Monte Carlo, Dom asked if I had taken an evening dress, and when I said no, he immediately took me to a rather chic boutique and picked out a dress for me to wear. It was made of red silk, material reached to the ankles, but with a large slit on one side. The only thing I didn't really like was that it left too much of my breasts on display. I couldn't object much because he paid. "You'll get this dress later." "Tell me about the money," I hurried, actually worrying about what happened next. The casino was so luxurious, you wouldn't believe it, with all these elegantly dressed people. I could easily believe this was a James Bond film set. Dom put a stack of chips in front of me, as well as in front of himself. I didn't understand what to do, so I just put a chip on our house number, and couldn't believe my eyes when the ball landed on 33, and there was a huge pile of chips in front of me. That would have to be almost triple what you started with. I quickly calculated, and my wife nodded happily, and I kept winning. I didn't know any other lucky numbers, so I bet 3 or 4 chips every spin on red or black, even or odd, and on groups of numbers, and almost every time I got more chips. It was amazing. Some people started following my bets, and a large crowd of spectators gathered around the table. But in the end, I got tired of it. At first, I really liked being the center of attention, but then I felt stuffy and felt too much I was looking at my breasts, so I suggested that Dom go to the blackjack table. "Did your winnings continue?" I asked. Emily shook her head. "I made 6 or 7 bets and didn't win a single hand." Dom said that blackjack was clearly not my game and that it was stupid to give away all my winnings. He wanted to call a night. I don't know if he was really worried or just wanted to get me to our room. I think my luck would have changed again, but by that time, Dom only had 3 or 4 of his own chips left, so I agreed to end the game. When we cashed out the chips, I tried to give him all the money, but he said that these were my winnings. Instead, I tried to return the initial payment to him, but he refused and said that he expected me to lose and said goodbye to this money when he gave it to me. As soon as we had the opportunity to be alone, I kissed him as a token of gratitude. I had been pleasantly distracted by the story of her successful game, but now we were approaching the climax of her story, and I felt my excitement growing. "I'm sorry, Alex. I know I said I would hold back, but I didn't," she said quietly. I don't know if it was out of excitement or because I was so grateful for the money, but it seemed natural to me. I couldn't help myself. That effectively ended the conversation, and we soon went to bed. Some might have thought that I would like my wife back, but sex was the last thing on my mind because I was in the grip of a deep depression. The next day, my mood changed completely, no doubt thanks to Emily's happy cheer. She smiled and sang and practically skipped from room to room, but I wasn't able to tune into her wavelength until Monday after I paid off the mortgage and all the other outstanding bills. It was a wonderfully liberating feeling to no longer have the burden of debt drilling into my head. Normal sexual relations resumed, but they were far from normal, filled with even hotter passion than I remembered from the days of our honeymoon. This state of euphoria lasted for 3 whole weeks until we started counting down to Emily's next weekend. My tension gradually increased day by day, but I assumed that it was only my worries until on Wednesday evening, Emily suddenly blurted out, "You know, now it's more difficult for me than the first time. Although in theory, it should be easier." Then, I pulled us out of the hole, and I could feel good about it, but now the crisis is over, so I'm just fulfilling the obligation. Also, last time, after winning all this money, everything seemed like a dream to me, but this time, there are no distractions. I will spend 2 nights with him, not 1. We discussed this, including the benefits already achieved, and decided that we did the right thing. At the end of the conversation, we both felt much better, especially thanks to Emily, who reminded me, it's just sex. At the end of the conversation, she said, "Like last time, I doubt I'll be in the mood for sex tomorrow night, so if you want me, you better do it now." On Friday night, the kids gave me a hard time by refusing to go to bed because they were missing a goodnight kiss from their mother, leaving me physically tired and falling asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Saturday night was different. My parents took the kids for the night, so I was left alone at home with nothing to do but think. I looked out the window as Emily parked her car in front of the house. I'm not saying she looked as cheerful as she did when she first returned, but she certainly looked very relaxed as she took her small suitcase out of the trunk and walked determinedly into the house. "We were in Paris, and it was wonderful," she told me over the heads of 2 small bodies clinging to her legs. Again, I had to wait until our kids were asleep before I could get the full report, but my wife gave me a piece of information before then, you won't believe it. On the second day, we went up to the Eiffel Tower to admire the view. She began, "At first, we were in an empty elevator, and Dom said he'd pick me up on the way up. I'm sure he was joking, but I'll never know because a lot of people rushed into the elevator at the last minute, so he couldn't." I was very relieved but maybe a little disappointed. I don't know. Where he got his impudence from. Emily seemed excited by the memories, but her story left me with a dull sense of unease. In the weeks leading up to the next time, we continued to enjoy more frequent sex along with increased passion, but I still faced our next separation with an even greater sense of dread because her destination was Rome, and she would be gone for 3 nights. In some ways, I could see that this made up for the single night of her first visit, but decided to complain if it happened again in the future. I have to mention one little mental quirk before this. My big problem was the loss of exclusivity, but looking back now, it seemed almost irrelevant. It was one of the truest laws of life: if you look forward to something, it will take forever to happen, but when you expect unpleasant experiences, the opposite happens. Before I knew it, Emily's next weekend was almost here. There was no conversation worth repeating, but what became significant later was that I didn't even try to have sex the night before she left. Those long weekends when my wife was away were a nightmare, during which I barely slept and constantly felt discomfort in my stomach. I instinctively felt that something had changed, but I could not understand what it was. Something definitely upset me. I suspected that Emily was looking forward to her absence this time, and later, that's when I began my interrogations. She seemed even less willing to answer questions. In fact, after just 2 questions, she suddenly said with irritation, "I don't understand why you need to know all these details. Honestly, I think it's a little perverted. I'm starting to think that you like to listen to what another man is doing to me." I was shocked by her words. My questions were an attempt to maintain some kind of control, and I had no idea that they could be interpreted as perverted. This sudden outburst ruined the mood, and we exchanged only a few words for the rest of the evening. On the Friday evening of the second week after her return, I came home to find a shiny red 2-seater Subaru parked where my wife's much more battered car usually sat. Inside, I found Emily with a smile on her face. "How do you like my new car?" she asked expectantly. "Looks good, but I don't understand," I replied. "I've been with the company for exactly 3 months, and the car is a sign that I've passed the trial period. It's not brand new, but I like it. Dom gave me the afternoon off so I could drive around and get used to it. That was the first thing I learned about probation, but I let it go." Emily continued to rave about her new car. She said she always attracted the attention of other drivers, but with this new vehicle, it seemed like every man on the road wanted to ride alongside, waving or honking. With a smile, she said how good it felt to take off the gas and leave everyone behind. Something about her extreme happiness compared to my constant feeling of being twisted made me suspect that she was getting a lot of pleasure out of our life setup, and I said so. The smile disappeared from my wife's face in an instant. There was more irritation than anger in her voice as she told me, "I don't understand you. You were okay when I sold myself to save the house, and now you're starting to get nervous because you think I really need it. I really like it." The next day, still seething from my wife's remark, I had barely taken a seat in the dining room when I saw Dom heading towards me. He was alone, sitting down opposite me, and he cheerfully asked, "So, how do you like Emily's new car?" "Very good," I admitted reluctantly. "I got her a promotion," my boss boasted, seeming very pleased with himself. "She deserves it. She puts so much energy into everything she does and is always willing to learn." I had nothing to say because I wasn't sure if it was an honest assessment of her office abilities or an indirect reference to their sexual relationship. 2 weeks later, she returned from Prague, and upon her return, I was again treated to travel notes. Emily described the old town and square, noting that many of the buildings dated back to the 13th century. After she enthusiastically talked about her trips to back streets, looking for quaint little shops, I innocently remarked that she seemed to really enjoy it. She replied sharply, "Why not? It's quite natural. Dom is very attractive. He's a great lover. What did you expect?" I continued to focus on her month-long trips, but it's worth noting that in between, we lived a normal life with few mentions of her absence. The only difference from the time before all this began was that my wife seemed to have acquired a greatly enhanced libido, and she was now initiating sexual activity much more often than I was. I think I was just used to making the best of the advantages but turning a blind eye to what was happening when she left. The next major stage came towards the end of the month. I finished work a little early and actually followed Emily on the way home. At the front door, I playfully grabbed her for a homemade kiss, but to my surprise, she resisted. As she tried to open the door and go inside, I could smell the unmistakable scent of him on her. I waited until the boys were asleep before I simply said, "When you got home, I smelled it on you." I could tell by her eyes that she was expecting me to say something. I knew it was a mistake to do it during the day. "You don't deny it." "How can I?" My wife replied boldly, meeting my gaze. "That's where the Subaru came from." Dom offered to extend the agreement by upgrading my car if I would occasionally take care of him at work. Compared to what I do with him during our trips, this is nothing. I would tell you, but after you started worrying about other things, I didn't see the point in not upsetting you. I don't do this every day, but it definitely happens more than once. It's not always convenient because I actually have a real job. Until now, it has always been in the morning, but today, Dom was out of the office most of the day. I wasn't happy. This is beyond anything I agreed to. I could see from my wife's face that she was genuinely puzzled. I don't see the harm in it. If he can do whatever he wants to me at the end of the month, what's the point of a no-contact rule for the rest of the time? The quick answer to her question eluded me, and as I struggled to find the answer, Emily continued triumphantly, "I love doing it, and it's brought me a great car to drive. The house is happy, I'm happy, and you really have no reason to complain. What do I get out of this, honey?" I asked. "It's simple. I think I'm more sexually active now than ever, and you're definitely getting your share." I couldn't refute this, so I simply remained silent. Only on the eve of her next departure did we have another disagreement. I had been sick since the beginning of the week and wasn't in the mood for sex, but by Thursday evening, I was feeling better. However, when I tried to start, Emily pushed me away, saying, "I thought we agreed that you wouldn't touch me the night before I left." "I don't remember that arrangement," I said, displeased. "You were excited the first 2 times, but that's definitely not the case anymore." When I tried again, she resisted even more, saying, "If you really want to know, Dom prefers me to be clean when I'm with him." This news did little to improve my state of mind. My wife's destination that month was Amsterdam, but I don't remember much of what she said, except for their visit to Anne Frank's house. I didn't even ask about her extra sex. In some perverse way, the fact that she was servicing her boss for a month made my time while she was away easier, since it seemed to take away the special significance of her time abroad. As a result, I got through 2 days without thinking too much about what she might be doing at any given moment. The next month was completely different. From the moment I knew in advance that she was going to Rome again, I had a problem. Perhaps it was because it was the 6th time she had left, and thus some kind of anniversary. Perhaps it was the memory of that terrible 3-day absence. Or perhaps I instinctively felt that this place had special significance. Lying alone in bed while she was away, I was almost back to square one. Emily walked through the door Sunday afternoon with a big smile on her face, and even before I could kiss her, she told me she had 2 good news for me. She said, Dom waited until they left to tell me the good news. The first news was that she had been given a surprise £1,000 bonus, and the second was that we could use a luxury villa for a week starting next weekend. The villa belonged to the company and was usually reserved for directors, but Dom noticed a free week and was somehow able to give it to us for our use. Of course, that night and the following days, we talked a lot about the upcoming vacation, and what she could do while she was away was never mentioned. It was a luxurious villa in every sense of the word, situated on a cliff top with panoramic sea views. The outdoor area was equipped with a small infinity pool and jacuzzi for 6 people. Inside was a large living room with several Roman sofas scattered around, each with an accompanying low table. In addition, there was a huge thin TV hanging on the wall. Both bedrooms were the same size, but one had a huge king-size bed, and the other had bunk beds and a fold-out crib. Although hampered by the excessive excitement of the children, we were still able to quickly unpack and put things in order. An hour later, while Emily and the boys were in the hot tub, I was trying to figure out the barbecue. Everything was fine except that I couldn't find the tools I needed, so I complained loudly about it in the kitchen cabinet to the right of the sink, on the second shelf. She shouted back without even thinking, "You really know this area well." I told her, "It must be, this is the third time I've been here." My wife explained without showing any embarrassment, "Dom and I always come here when he has business in Rome. We spent last weekend here." With this statement, the vacation immediately deteriorated in my perception. I didn't say anything more, but after we ate and while my wife tended to the kids, I walked into the master bedroom and stared at that extremely large bed. My thoughts filled with lewd images of what I knew was about to happen to her the next morning. Still very depressed, I got up and went outside. I quickly discovered that behind our villa, there was another mirror copy of ours. I carefully tried to open the door, found it was unlocked, and went inside. The layout was identical, but the view was of the landscape rather than the sea, and it appeared that the external amenities were shared. While exploring the master bedroom, I noticed something shiny stuck in the thick pile of the carpet at the head of the bed, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a diamond earring. It belonged to Emily. I knew this because I bought her this expensive set for our second wedding anniversary. After breakfast, still sitting at the table but with the boys playing on the side with their toys, I pushed the earring towards my wife and told her where I found it. She looked at it for a full minute without saying a word and then said, "I guess I should tell you, the last time I was here, there was Dom and another man." I of course wanted to know the details and was told that he was a client of the house, named Armand, a man of 50, very bald, and with the beginnings of a beer belly. That £1,000 was actually my commission for closing the deal. I had nothing to say. I just sat there looking at her in bewilderment, and I think disgust. This lack of response caused my wife to shrug and light-heartedly remark, "We still need every penny, don't we?" I knew from the beginning that the deal we made with Richard was open, but I think at least part of me believed that in 6 months or a year when Emily's salary fixed our finances, she would quit her job, and we would get back to normal family life. Now I had to slowly come to terms with the fact that I would be sharing my wife's body with another man for the foreseeable future. Emily ended up in Berlin one of the next 2 months, but I forgot which. I consider this a quiet period during which I had a constant feeling of dissatisfaction with the way my marriage was going, but I was not extremely unhappy. There was also no noticeable talking. One day while she was busy packing for a new trip, I complained that her frequent absences were ruining our marriage, but she responded unsympathetically, "I don't see what you can complain about. You're having sex a lot more often than before I started sleeping with Dom." I couldn't argue with her about the sex because Emily seemed really eager to make love to me to death, but in our alone time, it seemed like there was more and more raw sex and less love. Another time when she was about to leave, confronted with her now obvious desire to be with her lover, I asked about his attractiveness. My wife's face literally lit up when she told me, "He's exciting. He makes me feel alive. Dom likes to take risks, like doing things to me in places where we could easily get caught. You like it, isn't it? It makes me feel very uncomfortable, but it's very difficult for me not to do what he wants." She said simply, "Anything, only within reason." This was the first time I thought that I might be better off leaving this marriage. One day in the middle of the month, Emily asked if I would mind if she went out with the girls from the office in the evening. I quickly gave my consent, and she returned home late but in a happy, cheerful mood. This happened 2 more times, but this time for some reason, I was very suspicious. After she left, I quickly called my parents, who immediately came for emergency child care, allowing me to leave in the car. I was not at all surprised to find my wife's distinctive car parked in front of Richard's house. I confronted Emily the moment she entered the house, but she was unrepentant, responding by shouting, "You don't like me sleeping with him at work, so I don't do it, but I can't go a month without being with him. You have no idea how much I want him. It's not love. I could never love him as much as I loved you because he's not really a very nice person, but there are times when I go crazy with him. I don't understand how this happens, but he has some strange power over me." I was shocked by her words but even more shocked that she mentioned her love for me in the past tense. The next morning, I contacted a young, up-and-coming lawyer named Colin, a friend of a friend, and took the next day off to visit his office. Over the course of more than 2 hours, I told him everything I described above, which partly explains why I remember the details so well. I also had to answer many of his insightful questions. Once he had all the information he needed, Colin asked me what I wanted to achieve. I said I would seek a divorce, but more importantly, I wanted to see if there was a way to legally get to Richard. Colin smiled and said, "I know the perfect law, but you may be 50 years too late." This lawsuit is called alienation of affection, and is classified as a civil case. The problem is that it has been overturned in all but 5 American states. In the UK, I'm not sure, it's certainly outdated, but there's a good chance it's still in place. The beauty of this law is that in the case of employees, you can also sue the employer for allowing this to happen. It almost sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? You have no proof, Colin said, trying but failing to suppress a smile. What about everything I just told you? I asked, completely devastated. He may deny it, claiming that he fell in love or that the attraction was irresistible. You need to prove that your boss cold-bloodedly engineered a campaign to steal your previously loving wife from you. If you can get him to admit it on tape, you win. To succeed in this case, your wife must leave the house, preferably to live with him, and you must also show that it was a happy marriage before all this. Try to avoid talking about that stupid agreement, and if they mention it in court, we deny it. I doubt they will be believed. At the end of our meeting, Colin sent me to another office in the same building, where I met with a retired police officer who, as I was told, was entrusted with all investigative work. After I described my needs, he quickly and efficiently equipped me with what he called 8-wire, a recording device with a miniature microphone attached to my chest. In fact, to be sure, I left his office with 2 of these devices. It didn't take much practice before I, full of confidence, called Dom and asked to meet back in my boss's office. As I sat in the chair once again, playing the role of the beggar, I couldn't help but think about the previous time I sat in the same position. "How can I help you this time?" Richard asked with the same confident manner. "I want you to stop having sex with my wife," I said quietly. He laughed contemptuously. "No way. In fact, you are lucky that she still lives with you. All I have to do is snap my fingers, and she will come running. In fact, if it weren't for your children, she would already be with me. You lost her to a better man, Alex, and you should get over it." "I don't understand how this happened," I mumbled, and that was enough to send Dom on a sort of ego trip, in which he boasted of his cunning and irresistible seduction techniques. His words could not have suited my purposes better if I had written them myself. "It happened because I made it happen," Richard said smugly. "I liked her at first sight. Any man would, but it wasn't until last Christmas that I realized she was susceptible to temptation. The problem was that I didn't know how to use this information until I came up with the idea of offering her a job. It was brilliant, if I may say so myself. From then on, everything was easy, but I was in no hurry. I acted step by step. Taking her abroad was the key because I had many opportunities to get into her mind, and soon she became like wax in my hands. This woman is a sexual volcano, and you didn't know it. I'd bet good money that you never realized how submissive she is." I shook my head, apparently hopelessly, and this provoked him to further triumphant ridicule. "Another thing I found hard to believe was how long were you with her? It took me less than 3 months to reach this milestone. I thought we were friends, maybe there were, but you know what they say, all's fair in love and war. At first, it was just for sex, but after I tried it, I decided that I wanted her for myself, and from that moment on, Alex, you were doomed. A woman like Emily needs a real man, and unfortunately, you are. You're a pretty decent guy and good at your job, but in bed, I'm guessing you must be a little clumsy." Despite the need to gather evidence, I jumped to my feet, unable to bear his disdain, but Dom almost raced me to the door. Once there, he extended his hand, saying, "No offense, but you have to admit that the better man won." I refused to shake his hand, filled with delight at the ease with which I had accomplished my mission. I left work and hastened to hand over my spoils to Colin. He was delighted, declaring that the words of the house unconsciously, what he said, is more than enough to win our case. He said he would transcribe the recordings and include copies in the lawsuits against Richard and the company's headquarters. Before I left, he repeated that he would take no action until I informed him that my wife had left the family home. I returned home filled with sadness, knowing that I was almost certainly going to end my marriage. I waited until there were no distractions and then, without preamble, I told Emily that I could no longer tolerate her cheating. I said that what she did in the office was cheating, but I ignored it. However, I was not going to tolerate her lies just to steal a few extra hours with the man who was now clearly her lover. "You're just stupid," Emily said lightly. "What's the harm in that? If you don't understand this, then I can't explain it to you." I said quietly, "Okay, if it's that important to you, I'll stay home, but I might start seeing him at work again. I have my own needs." Emily said, annoyed, "That's not enough and more. I want you to stop seeing him completely. In fact, I want you to quit tomorrow so you have no contact with Dom. I'm tired of sharing you with another man, especially now that we are no longer in a desperate situation. It's not about the money. I love my job, and I love having sex with Dom, and I love having sex with you, but Dom can give me pleasures that you never can," Emily replied sharply. "Are you saying you love him?" I asked. "It may not be true love, but I'm fascinated, and I miss him sometimes," Emily admitted. "Then I want a divorce," I told her. I thought my statement would act like a nuclear strike, but it turned out to be more like wet fireworks. Emily looked at me carefully and then said quietly, "It's actually a bit of a relief. Dom has been insisting that I leave you for the last couple of months, and I was tempted, but I'm still very attached to you and didn't want to hurt you like that. I will seek custody of the boys, but I won't stop you from seeing them. You can come anytime as long as you come alone." I told her in a more peaceful tone, "My soon-to-be ex-wife, I've found a special connection with our nanny, Sue." As her footsteps disappeared from view, I felt a slight sense of guilt for not warning her about the approaching storm. My first task at work the next day was to call Colin to tell him to get going. When I returned home the next day after work, the nanny told me that my wife was there, picking up things from the house. Looking around, I found that almost nothing was missing from its place, but in the bedroom, checking the closet on Emily's side, I was confronted with a row of empty hangers. At that moment, with a feeling of sadness, I accepted for the first time that our relationship was truly over. 2 days later, I had barely walked into my office in the morning when the door swung open, and Richard burst in with his crimson face and bulging eyes. He seemed on the verge of apoplexy, and almost in slow motion, I could see drops of saliva flying from his mouth. "You damn bastard, what the hell is this alienation of affection lawsuit?" he shouted, waving the document in the air as he crossed the office to stand in front of me. He waved his fist in front of my nose and hissed angrily, "I could crush you," even though he seemed to tower over me at that moment. I stood still and calmly replied, "You won't risk it." "What's the risk?" "I could put you on your shoulder blades with one hand. You will limit yourself to breaking my nose, but if I manage to gain the upper hand, I will kill you." I said. I think it was my voice, not my words that confused him, but Dom quickly backed down, muttering something along the lines of, "Don't get your hands dirty." Apparently having nothing more to say, he turned sharply and left the room, slamming the door. A couple of days later, I arrived at work later than usual because I was late getting the kids settled, but I had barely gotten into my office when my deputy showed up, asking if I knew what was going on. When I admitted ignorance, he explained that several people from the head office had arrived, and both Richard and Emily had to pack their things and leave with an escort. I pretended to be as puzzled as he was. The next morning, a letter was delivered to me by courier, printed on head office letterhead, which stated, "Dear Sir, in connection with the case of Richard and your wife, our lawyers have come to the opinion that the law you refer to is no longer valid. However, we are advised that by terminating the employment of these 2 employees as soon as possible, we have complied with all necessary obligations. On this basis, we intend to defend ourselves in court if you decide to proceed with the matter." I half expected to see Emily over the weekend, but it was Dom who came to my front door. So when the bell rang, I opened it, leaving the chain in place. Seeing my caution, he showed his empty hands, palms up, declaring that he meant no harm and just wanted to talk. Noting that he seemed rather depressed, I let him in. I offered him a drink as etiquette required, and as we sat down, feeling more confident than I actually felt, I asked, using his words, "How can I help?" "I don't have the £100,000 you're asking for," he said. "Hell, if I sold everything I have, it would be a lot less than half that amount, and there would be legal fees if I tried to defend myself. I'm here to ask you to be a little more reasonable. If I settle this out of court, and the company gave up so easily, I know I don't stand a chance." I made him wait, pretending to think, and then asked, "What do you think would be fair?" Dom shrugged his shoulders as a sign of impotence. "I don't know the amount you asked for. I guess I was a bit of a bastard." I gave him some more time to think, but his confession saved him some money when I said, "I think it's only fair that you pay the £20,000, which is Emily's share of my negative equity because I don't want it still hanging on her when you left her." "I'm not going to leave her," he quickly countered. "Maybe not in the near future, but I doubt you will live to old age together. I think Emily and I could have achieved this if you hadn't interfered, so I want £10,000 more for it. You will also pay my legal fees, but I don't think they are much at the moment." After I had laid out my terms, I paused for effect and then added, "This is my first and last offer, but the amount will increase if you try to drag it out." The relief on his face was palpable. "That's very generous." "I agree," he said. Strangely, after matters were settled, he seemed reluctant to leave and began a speech that amounted to an attempt to justify his actions. He finished by saying, "I was willing to spend money to win your wife, but I never imagined that she would be so expensive. I'll be in a worse financial situation than you were when this all started. Subaru will have to be sold first. Would you believe it? I paid for this damn car out of my own pocket. In 6 months, I applied for the House seat but obviously didn't get it. However, I kept my position and received a salary increase that ironically was almost exactly what I had hoped for last year. Emily calls often to see her children. I found that I couldn't hate her for losing control of my hormones, and we have an amicable relationship. I even left home for 2 weekends and 1 full week during which she moved in to spend time with the kids. Dom seems to be having a hard time with his relative poverty, and I get the impression that outside the bedroom, Emily is already beginning to become alienated from him. There is no prospect of us reuniting, not least because I have found a special connection with our nanny, Sue. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.